Please. Alors, s'il vous plaît, the sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is now in session. Commissioner Hogue is presiding. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est maintenant en cours. La commissaire Hogue préside. The time is 9:32. Il est 9h32.
Alors, bonjour, madame.
Bonjour.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioner, it's Linda Morgan, Commission Counsel, and Minister Gould is the first witness today. I'd ask that she be sworn or affirmed, please.
Would you prefer to be affirmed or sworn?
Affirmed.
Okay. May I please have your full name and state your last name for the record? To spell it, please.
Yeah, Karina Gould, Gould.
Thank you. And do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, Counsel. You may proceed.
Thank you. Minister Gould, you were interviewed by Commission Counsel on March 15th, 2024 in a classified space. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can I have WIT 62, please? And this is a copy of the publicly disclosable contents of that interview. Have you had an opportunity to review the summary?
I have, yes.
And do you have any changes to make to the summary?
I do. Paragraph 13, the second sentence. Shall I read it?
Let's go down to paragraph 13 first. It is on page 5.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
So to change it to, she recalls meeting with representatives from many of the agencies that became members of the Security and Intelligence Threats to Elections Task Force, site TF, including CSE, CSIS, and GAC-RRM, as well as, and that's the extent of the change.
As well as, sorry, I didn't hear the last bit.
No, that's it, as well as the Department of National Defense.
Okay, and PCO as well, does that remain in there?
Yeah, everything else remains the same.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And with that change being made, are you prepared to adopt the summary as part of your evidence before the commission today?
I am.
Thank you. So I understand that you have held various cabinet positions since 2017, which include Minister of Democratic Institutions from January 10th, 2017 until November 20th, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are the leader of the government in the House of Commons, and you've been in that role since July 26, 2023.
Correct. And I am on maternity leave right
currently
now.
on parental leave. So I want to first start by asking you about the development of the plan to protect Canada's democracy. And so I just want to ground this in the context of the events that were occurring at the time. So in your witness statement at paragraph 4, you described that the motivation for the creation of the plan came in the context of a series of high-profile attempts by Russia to interfere with democratic elections around the world, primarily through cyber activities and disinformation campaigns. And you've also described that the plan is created against the backdrop of what's described as the Obama dilemma, which is effectively the fact that President Obama could not alert the public about intelligence relating to electoral interference because he was concerned about being viewed as a partisan actor interfering in the electoral process. So does that kind of situate?
Yeah, so I think it's important to recall that in January 2017, it was about 2 months following the U.S. presidential election. There was, considerable activity happening at the international level, and particularly in the United States, following what was seen as, very high level, very sophisticated Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. There had also been other things going on in the world, kind of within the next 6 to 8 months, where we saw, the Brexit vote, where we saw the Macron leaks in France, the cyber attack against the German parliament, and leaks from the Bundestag. So there were a series of very high-profile cyber attacks on fellow democracies around the world. And so when the Prime Minister gave me that mandate, it was very much trying to protect Canadian democracy and Canadian elections from those kinds of high-profile, very sophisticated cyber threats, which at the time were primarily coming from Russia.
And so let's pull up that mandate letter that you received from the Prime Minister. Can I please have COM 18, please? And so this is a letter that I understand you received on February 1st, 2017 from the Prime Minister. I'll just wait for that document to be brought up. COM 18. Thank you. And the document you see on the screen, is this the letter that you received?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can go down to page 3, please. A little bit further down. Thank you. So we see the paragraph starting with, in particular, I will expect you to work with your colleagues and through established legislative, regulatory, and cabinet processes to deliver on your top priorities. And the first bullet lists, in collaboration with the Minister of National Defence and the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, lead the Government of Canada's efforts to defend the Canadian electoral process from cyber threats. This should include asking the Communications Security Establishment, CSE, to analyze risks to Canada's political and electoral activities from hackers and to release this assessment publicly, as well ask CSE to offer advice to Canada's political parties and Elections Canada on best practices when it comes to cybersecurity. I appreciate there's other bullets on that list. I will focus on that one for today. Did you, in relation to this particular aspect of your mandate, did you have any discussions with the Prime Minister about expectations for what the plan should cover and how it should operate?
Well, no, it's pretty clear in the mandate letter what my task was, and to work across government to protect our elections from cybersecurity threats.
And so, the mandate itself is focused on cyber threats. Mm-hmm. Was the developing plan, so the plan to protect Canada's democracy, was that plan restricted to or focused on cyber threats?
No, it ended up being broader than that. How this came about, so, as when you are a minister and you get a mandate letter, this is the job that you're tasked with. It's a job description, so to speak, in terms of what the Prime Minister expects you to accomplish in your time in that portfolio. So I set about gathering information, learning about what the threats were. So I had various meetings with the different heads of agencies to understand what the threats were to Canada, focused on our elections. And through that process, I was presented with other threats to our democracy that included human intelligence, which is what led to the 4 pillars that were released publicly in January 2019 and Canada's broad plan to protect our democracy that ended up bringing in not just the Departments of National Defence and Public Safety, but also global affairs, as well as heritage, so that we had as comprehensive of a plan at the time to deal with the threats as we understood them. But really, it was a process of learning, understanding, engaging, and trying to come up with the plan that could most robustly protect Canada's national federal democracy.
So let me talk to you a bit about that information gathering exercise that you've described. What did you identify or learn were the biggest threats or concerns to which the plan needed to respond?
Sure. So, I think one of the important parts throughout all of this was the understanding that foreign interference or attempts at foreign interference, because I think it's the attempting that has gone on for a long time. Probably in every election that Canada has ever had, there have been attempts at foreign interference, just like in probably every election in a democracy around the world. Probably since ancient Greece, there have been attempts at foreign interference. Whether they're successful or not is another question. And so I think that was one of the most important things. The nature of the threats have evolved over time, and in the period from 2017 to 2019, this was when threats online were becoming more of an issue that people weren't really aware of, and the security agencies themselves were also learning more about. Because if we go back to, the Russian example in the in the United States, they were using social media platforms to try and either elicit a specific outcome in the American election, or even just creating chaos, right? So that people have less trust in democracy, which feeds their interest of a national interest to say that democracy is not something that Russians, for example, should be interested in, because look at the chaos that's happening over there. We want stability. So there's many different interests at play here. The other thing that I learned was of, other countries, for example, that also had an interest, sometimes perhaps in getting a specific candidate elected or not. Whether they were successful, again, is always a question. And then the other part of it is, they may have specific policy objectives as well, or they may have specific objectives with regards to influence operations. And it's really important to note that, foreign countries and actors are engaging in influence operations all the time, but they're overt. That's diplomacy, that's, trying to, have overt conversations in the public, perhaps through the media. And then there's the interference part, which is the stuff that is covert, that they're trying to do in a sneaky way so that Canadians or politicians aren't aware of. So really learned quite a bit about what is going on. I would also say, I think learned that our security agencies are quite sophisticated in Canada and have pretty good knowledge about what is happening, but also recall that, foreign actors are trying to do this in a way so that we don't know about it. And one of the other things that I think is really important that I learned through this process is that we have to be very mindful, and security agencies are, about what information is disclosed publicly, because if they make a decision to disclose something publicly, they're effectively letting the foreign actor know that they know what they're doing. And so they could lose a source, that foreign actor could change what they're doing, they could go further underground. And so we need to be really thoughtful and mindful about how and when and what is released publicly, which also played a really big part in the development of the plan.
And just to ask you specifically about the sources of intelligence or information you relied on, I understand that in your role as minister, you did not receive daily packages of intelligence products.
Correct.
And I understand that you had various briefings and received information from various agencies as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you pull up CAN 13303, please? And go to page 3. So you can see here under the heading Briefings to Ministers, a series of briefings between August 15th, 2018. And can you scroll down a little bit, please? Stopping there is good, thank you. This shows briefings to Minister of Democratic Institutions, as I said, from August 15th, 2018, down through August 23rd, 2019. We see briefings, Director CSIS, Chief CSE. Are those all meetings that you attended?
Well, I'm going to assume that I did, but I wouldn't be able to confirm the exact dates because I don't recall, but I would meet kind of on a monthly, bi-monthly basis with them.
And was the focus of the intelligence that you received focused on cyber threats, or was it broader than that?
The primary focus would be on cyber threats, both in Canada, but also what we were seeing around the world. And the purpose of including around the world is important so that we could learn from other experiences so that we would be able to protect Canada's democracy and elections against those. And there would be, if high-level descriptions of other potential threats that could include human interference, but they would never be specific. It would be a very general overview, very high level of what the agency was seeing at the time.
Okay. And so in terms of high level, did you ever receive the names of potential threat actors?
Could you clarify that in terms of like?
Did you ever receive names of individuals, for instance?
No.
And did you receive intelligence relating to, like specific intelligence relating to alleged incidents of foreign interference?
Not in specific detail. It would be quite high level.
So in addition to briefings from CSIS and CSC, I understand you also received information from other agencies or entities. From who else did you receive information from?
So CSIS and CSC would be the two primary sources, but the Rapid Response Mechanism at Global Affairs Canada would also generally provide information. And what the RRM does is they worked with G7 and NATO allies to look more broadly around the world to try to identify trends and perhaps identify a threat before it would occur. And so they would kind of tell me what they were seeing around the world and any new trends or threats that they were identifying in the online space and from publicly sourced content.
And in addition to RRM, any other sources?
PCO would also provide intelligence, although I guess this was likely gathered by CSC and CSIS ahead of time.
In relation to PCO, do you know who was responsible for compiling the intelligence or information that was shared with you?
I do not. I would have received it through my deputy minister. I'm not familiar with the chain of command and beyond that.
So I want to move now to the kind of building of the plan, who you collaborated with, and then I'll get into some specific questions about the plan. But I understand from the mandate letter and your witness summary that the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness and National Defense also had some involvement in the development of the plan. Are you able to describe what their involvement was?
Well, what I set out to do as Minister of Democratic Institutions was to come up with a whole of government plan, recognizing that as I learned more about what the threats were, that, we needed to ensure that we had a variety of different departments part of this. So the ministers of national defense and the ministers of public safety were much more in a supportive role, but identifying what their departments could do to support the broader plan. So, for example, under the Minister of Public Safety, obviously, with regards to intelligence priorities, ensuring that cybersecurity in our elections and our democracy was a priority. The RCMP created a specific unit to look at cybersecurity threats in our democracy, updating their other initiatives within public safety to make sure that they had a robust plan. Under defense, the communication security establishment rests, and so they provided opportunities to political parties, parliamentarians, Parliament of Canada, Elections Canada, the Commissioner, even provincial electoral bodies, to say, we can help do an assessment, if you like, of your cybersecurity. They stood up the Cybersecurity Center that part of its mandate was to provide those services, to have a call-in number if individuals or parties had questions with regards to a potential issue. They provided a list of security approved vendors. So there was a whole wide range of different things that they ended up doing to make sure that we were doing everything that we could kind of imagine at the time to safeguard our elections from cyber threats. And then the other thing is that as we learned more, I pulled in Global Affairs Canada through the Rapid Response Mechanism, as well as Heritage Canada, because one of the things that I learned, and I believe very firmly, is that one of the best methods to protect our democracy was a well-informed citizenry. And so as part of that, Heritage Canada had a public education program for citizen engagement and public awareness when it comes to cybersecurity, to really ensure that we were trying to tick all of the boxes. And maybe one other thing that I'll add is through that and through defense, we were put in touch with the NATO Strategic Communications Center, who I then invited to Ottawa to brief the Parliamentary Press Gallery to talk about how they may be able to identify cybersecurity threats, particularly with regards to mis and disinformation. And through that, they brought, for example, a reporter from Finland who was very familiar with Russian interference attempts to be able to brief the press gallery. So we really tried to do this as whole of government as possible, to identify where the different vulnerabilities were in the system, and provide information and support to each of those different actors.
And I understand from your witness statement that you wanted to consult with all of the political parties for their input and feedback in the process. When you say kind of input and feedback, what feedback were you eliciting from the political parties?
So from the get-go, I was engaged with opposition members as well as political parties. I believe in the fall, as early as the fall of 2017, I had meetings with each of my opposition critics, the critics from public safety and of democratic institutions, to talk about the fact that we were building this plan, to get their input as to what they were concerned about, and to let them know that I thought this was something that we needed to have an ongoing dialogue with regards to. Following those initial meetings, my staff met with either staff from the political parties themselves or some of the staff of the critics to keep them informed and engaged throughout the process. And even in my public comments when I announced the plan in 2019, I referenced the fact that I had been engaging with the opposition, the political parties throughout, because I felt it was extremely important that this be nonpartisan and that we have a consensus and build trust in terms of the plan and the process. Because one of the things that you'll note in the protocol, and you may be getting to this, but is that democracy is very fragile, and it rests on trust. It rests on trust of citizens in the process and in the outcome. And so it was vitally important that all political parties be involved in understanding what the plan was going to be and having a sense of comfort of it going into the election, so that if something should arise, we would have a consensus and we would have a comfort to know that that this was being monitored and reviewed, and if there was something that needed to be said, it was coming from a trusted voice and a trusted source, because what we didn't want to have, you referenced this earlier in terms of the Obama dilemma, is the very fact of making a public comment can be seen as interference, whether that's from a partisan or from a nonpartisan body. And so we needed to have a way to engage and to share information by which all of the parties would be confident. And of course, what we saw in the US election was that there were very partisan comments on both sides with regards to whether the information should or should not have been released, or even whether a foreign actor should have been named. And so this is a very sensitive and complex issue for which I felt it was really important that it be as nonpartisan as possible, well, completely nonpartisan, and that everybody had comfort in where we were going with it. And of course, it was the very first time we had ever done something like this as well. And so for me, it was really important that all of the political parties, all of the opposition parties had comfort in where we were going.
And in terms of the input and consultation with the political parties, did you receive specific feedback on the particulars of the plan? Like in the composition of panel of 5, for instance, did you specifically elicit feedback or input?
We certainly presented it to them. I wasn't part of those conversations because that was happening at the staff level, but I think, what you can see from the various reports is that going into the 2019 election, there was generally comfort with where we were.
So I want to ask you about the panel of 5. I won't get into the mechanics of it, but the panel is composed of 5 senior public servants. And I understand from your witness statement that for the composition of the panel, you took inspiration from France, who'd used their electoral authority, which was an impartial body of legal advisors to address the Macron leaks. And I understand in terms of the concept stage of the plan, you had considered forming a panel of judges or other eminent Canadians, but ultimately settled on selecting senior public servants. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on what basis did you decide the composition of the panel of 5?
Sure. So the very first point is I felt it was really important that partisans be removed from the process. And so even though I was a minister, still I'm a minister of the Crown, but was the minister responsible, I was also running in the election. And so any involvement of a partisan, minister, prime minister, during the writ period, during the caretaker convention, for something this sensitive, even if everything was fine, could be seen as having a partisan interest in whether or not information would be released publicly. And so I wanted to remove, that was one of my primary objectives, was to remove any notion that there could be a partisan interest in the decision as to whether or not to release information if something should occur. So I was very interested in what France had in terms of their council of legal advisors. I think colloquially they refer to them as the Conseil d'éminence grise, right? It's folks who are very well respected in France, but it wasn't something new that they had done for that election. This was an institution that they have in place generally. We don't have something like that in Canada. We have Elections Canada. I did consult with Elections Canada. That's not really their role to, determine if there has been foreign interference in an election. They don't necessarily have the capacity to do that. I also consulted with the Commissioner of Canada Elections at the time. Again, not really the right space for them either. And so trying to figure out who would be best placed here. And one of the reasons why I settled on senior public servants who are independent, nonpartisan, professional, is that they would have access to information and understanding of the threat landscape to determine whether something was irregular and whether or not it would have an impact on a free and fair election. And the other part of it, in terms of the composition, was that the government of Canada can be quite siloed sometimes. And so it was important that we brought together those that had access to the information, so the head of CSE, the head of CSIS, who are seeing what's happening and can bring that up to this group quickly, because if something happens, there needs to be a quick decision as to whether it's going to be released publicly or not. So they had access to that information and a very good understanding of the intelligence world and what intelligence could perhaps be linked to evidence, because that's another important piece. Intelligence is not evidence. They need to be certain if they're going to suggest something, because again, the very act of suggesting or making a public declaration will have an impact on the outcome of the election. And then the Deputy Minister for Global Affairs Canada as well, again, because perhaps there are steps that might need to be taken with regards to intelligence that don't merit a public intervention, but maybe there are previous things that could be done, such as like a démarche to an embassy or something of those lines, and they would have an understanding of the global context. And then the NSAI, the clerk of the Privy Council, again, is the most senior public servant, and the deputy for justice. And the reason why I felt it was important, excuse me, to have the deputy for justice there was specifically to have that legal perspective and to have knowledge and understanding of, the corpus of judicial history and precedent in this country, and to ensure that the democratic rights of Canadian citizens, of candidates, of political parties were front and center and understood in making such a profound decision that would have such an important impact on an election process and outcome.
And so with the focus of trying to include non-partisan individuals on the panel, as I understand it, deputy ministers are appointed by the Prime Minister on the advice of the clerk of the Privy Council. Is that correct?
My understanding.
And that appointment is for an indefinite period?
To my knowledge, I'm not involved in that, so, yeah.
Well, the real point being the Prime Minister technically has the power to dismiss a deputy minister. Is that right?
Again, I think so, but that's a bit beyond. But what I would say is that certainly, I'd say every deputy that I have had has served, I think, well under successive governments of different political stripes. And I have, tremendous confidence in their ability to be nonpartisan, independent, and professional. And, many of the deputies that I have had served under Conservative governments, and I'm sure many of the deputies that serve under Liberal governments will also serve under a future government of a different stripe. That's the role of the public service, is to be professional, to be independent, and to be nonpartisan. And particularly during a writ period where the government is under the Caretaker Convention. And so part of where this panel of 5 fits in is also under the Caretaker Convention, which is something that has existed in Canada since Confederation. Where the public service takes on the responsibilities of the government, because the government is a political actor at that moment in time seeking election or re-election. And so I think it fit very neatly within the existing institutions that we have. And, I would say that, Canadians tend to have confidence in the public service to act in a nonpartisan way.
And so you've indicated that the panel's operational only during the caretaker period. In terms, again, of the concept of the plan, did you consider the creation of a permanent body?
I did not at the time. Remember, again, this is the very first time we're doing something like that. And so I felt it was important that, we establish it, but then there also be a review of the process as it happened, to learn any lessons and provide any recommendations, which ended up being the first JED report, in terms of whether this should be something that we continue with or whether there should be more of a permanence. It was also one of the first times that we had, the second time we had a fixed date election in Canada as well. So there were many kind of different factors. I think in some respects, it's almost a bit harder for foreign actors to interfere when you have, more spontaneous elections. When there's a fixed date, you have a runway to lead up to. And so we were very much learning as we were going, and those lessons, from that should then be applied for future and subsequent elections.
And in terms of a permanent body, my question is also focused on, did you consider the creation of a body that existed outside of the caretaker period? So that would sit for longer than a 6-week period?
No. In the sense, all of those individuals who sit on the panel continue to exercise their responsibilities as respective deputies and heads of agencies. And one would expect that they would continue to talk to each other. However, in the formal capacity, it should only exist during the writ period, because that is the time when people are making decisions about who they are voting for. And either before or after, the government is in place. And my focus in terms of protecting our democracy was specifically with regards to the election event and election events, as opposed to broader foreign interference that happens by attacking government systems or going through other things outside of a writ period. And we have already in the Government of Canada apparatus roles and responsibilities for those activities. What we didn't have was something concrete for the writ period itself.
And so we've heard that the panel's role effectively is to notify the public of an event during the election that threatened Canada's ability to have a free and fair election. And we've also heard evidence that the panel interpreted the threshold for an announcement as being high or very high. In the concept stage, was the threshold intended to be at a high level?
Yes, and it was very important that it's at a high level because, again, remember, the very act of making a decision to announce something publicly could be seen as interference itself. And this is a point that was actually very important for all of the political parties, because for those of us that have run an election or been in an election, either as a candidate or working on it, it's a very intense time. There's a lot of information going around. It is chaotic, so to speak. And so if there's going to be a high, if there's going to be a decision to say, you Canadian citizens, you need to know that a foreign actor has interfered in our election, the threshold needs to be high, because it's resting on the trust of Canadians in the process being, on the integrity of the process. And if someone is saying that the integrity of the process is being questioned or has been compromised, they need to be certain of that fact, and they need to be certain that this is something of significant enough value of the national interest that it be made public. And the political parties were very clear that that was something that was important to them as well.
And when you speak about the integrity of the process and the high threshold, was it contemplated the focus on integrity of the process would be examined at a riding by riding level or a national level?
Both. It could be either, because Canada doesn't have one national election. We have 338 individual elections that make up an electoral event. And so everything is context specific. It could be something that happens at the national level that everybody is aware of or is being impacted by. It could be as something that's happening in one singular riding, but that's where the importance for the panel to have an understanding of the landscape of the activities and the potential impact was so important to make that decision. And it was specific in the cabinet directive to give the panel the authority and the responsibility to make that judgment call.
And did you anticipate that the panel could take actions in relation to intelligence or information that fell below the threshold?
Well, that wouldn't be the panel's decision there. That would be up to the individual agencies who have those responsibilities. The panel's primary focus was on whether there was something of such significance that it would have, that it would compromise the free and fair election by Canadians and be in the national interest. And so that was really where the panel's responsibilities lay.
I want to ask you one more briefings related question. Can I have CAN 15506, please? Scroll down, staying on the first page, but scroll down a bit, please. And if we look at the third bullet, Says prior to and during GE 2019, deputy ministers provided regular briefings on election security to the then Minister of Democratic Institutions, Karina Gould. Were you briefed regularly by deputy ministers prior to and during GE 2019?
Not during. I didn't receive a single briefing during the election.
Did you expect to receive briefings during the election?
I expected not to receive any briefings during the election. I explicitly designed the process so that I would not receive any briefings during the process because, as I mentioned, I had a vested interest in the outcome of the election, and so I felt it would be completely inappropriate to receive those briefings, and that's why it was so important to create this independent, nonpartisan body that would be responsible during the writ period.
And so you've indicated already you're receiving intelligence, it's high level, and no briefings during the writ period. I understand from your witness summary that you did not receive any intelligence during the writ period relating to allegations in Don Valley North, is that correct?
Correct.
And I understand as well that you were not aware that secret cleared Liberal Party representatives were briefed in relation to allegations of interference in the Don Valley North nomination contest?
That is correct. Again, as I created this system and policy, it was very important that each of the political parties had their own doors into the security agencies, that the government, myself as Minister of Democratic Institution, would not be aware of, so that they would have trust to have that engagement with the security agencies.
And I understand, finally, that you were not briefed on intelligence assessments suggesting that there were likely at least 2 transfers of funds approximating $250,000 from PRC officials in Canada, possibly for FI-related purposes, that were transferred via an influential community leader to the staff member of a 2019 federal election and then to an Ontario MPP.
That is correct.
So you did not receive that intelligence?
No, I would have received something at a much higher level.
And were you briefed on a TRM conducted in advance of GE 43 to reduce the FI threat posed by the government of Pakistan?
At a very high level, but I wouldn't have received information as to what or with whom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination by counsel for Jenny Kwan.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Gould.
Good morning.
Just going to take a minute here to... So, Ms. Gould, this morning I wanted to ask questions specifically related to the kind of information that you considered when you were developing the threshold and sort of considering the plan for protecting Canada's democracy. In your witness statement, and you've said this in your testimony as well, that your briefings were quite high level, that you actually looked outside of Canada to see the ways in which foreign interference had affected elections. Do you think it would have been helpful to know the specific details, though, of foreign interference in Canada so that you could better address what was happening here? Because perhaps the dynamics would have been different than perhaps our US partners or other countries in the world?
Okay, well, I want to take you back to 2017 for a moment, because it was the first time that we were thinking about foreign interference in terms of cybersecurity. And it was the first time that we were seeing these wide-scale attacks around the world in real time. Typically, foreign interference before was very, very covert, right? And human to human, right? We weren't seeing this kind of hacking of systems, divulging of information, trying to pollute the information ecosystem as we were at the time. And so it was incredibly important to learn from real world examples that we were seeing happening to figure out what we needed to do here at home to avoid something like that in the future. Of course, I was briefed at a high level as to what foreign interference activities attempts at foreign interference, I should say, were seen here in Canada. So I would correct a little bit the premise of your question and say that, yes, both of those were happening. And that was incredibly important to figure out how we protect ourselves. Also, the understanding is that threat actors don't often act the same way twice, because once they've been found out to do one thing, they don't necessarily continue to do that activity. And so you're constantly trying to keep up and understand what potential new things are happening. No one before the US presidential election thought that Russia was using Facebook and Twitter and posing as Americans through their bot farms at the Internet Research Agency in St. Petersburg. All of that was learned after the fact. So it was really important to have that understanding in order to develop a plan to protect ourselves as best as we can.
I appreciate the helpful answer. And so just to disentangle that a bit so that we have an understanding, when you say you were being briefed at a high level of what was happening in Canada, is it fair to say that you were being briefed on the way in which foreign interference happens, the modes, who the players might be in the Canadian landscape, but not necessarily on specific events? Just so, I mean, to the extent that
so
you
it
can
would be
answer.
high level in the sense of which are the foreign actors that try to engage the most in foreign interference activities, and some of the ways in which the agencies would have seen them try to do that. So there was an understanding of what the threats are in Canada. I would say that generally speaking, and as I mentioned in my previous answer, it is known that there have been attempts to interfere in Canadian democracy since the beginning of Confederation. But I would say that our intelligence agencies are, I think, quite adept at trying to monitor that, and if they're able to then share that information with the RCMP, whose job would be then, if they have the evidence, to act upon it.
Okay, so if I think I understand your testimony to be that you did have some understanding of the ways in which FI operated here, who the threat actors might be, and so over the course of the last few weeks in this commission, we've learned that foreign interference can be very discrete events that perhaps on their own don't add up to very much, but in the aggregate do. Did you have a similar understanding of foreign interference at the time that you developed this particular threshold and plan?
Yes, could be. However, I would say that the emphasis on this plan was certainly with regards to cyber security, but also understanding the entirety of how foreign actors could interfere in an electoral event, and ensuring that the respective agencies had the tools that they needed to be able to act upon it when they had the evidence to act upon it.
Okay, so it does sound like you had a similar understanding that perhaps, one WeChat post doesn't do much, but you add them all up together and there's a collective impact of that.
Could be or could not be.
Right.
Right? Everything is context specific. And it's very hard to say that this one particular thing might have an impact, or as I was saying in my testimony earlier, the threshold, for example, for the panel was very high, but it could have been something that happened in one riding, or it could have been something that happened at a national level. It would be completely context specific.
That's fair. So then, given how context-specific everything is, and you have that same understanding, did you consider a sliding scale approach that could adapt to that context so that the threshold wasn't so high, but perhaps if it were triggered at different levels, a different level of response could address the situation?
I'll just push back gently a bit because, again, you can't really have a sliding scale because, again, you can't really imagine exactly what's going to happen during the election, because as I said, threat actors are going to change. For example, they're watching these proceedings right now and are likely going to be changing how they're acting in Canada as they're seeing how we are responding in this very setting. So the panel did a series of tabletop exercises to imagine different scenarios, right? The site task force imagined different scenarios and how they might react. But again, it will all depend on that exact moment, what is happening, and the context in which it is happening. So you can't really have a rubric to say if X, then Y and Z. Because if you did, you might end up interfering in an election that you maybe didn't need to in terms of saying something publicly, because the context will depend on what is happening in that moment. So I know that you would like to have a rubric and a box that says this is what you need to act when, but it's really important that there's that discretion and that judgment in place before something is made public.
Actually, I will agree with you that a rubric in a box is probably not possible given the amount of ways in which you could interfere. But what I mean more is sort of a sliding scale in the way that the national terrorism threat levels exist. There's different threat levels and there are different responses as a result. And so not only would you have a sliding scale with respect to when to respond, but how to respond so that you're not necessarily interfering. And again, not at the minutia of, if X happens, you do Y, leaving, of course, a great degree of discretion, but that way there's no under or overreaction to a particular
I don't
event.
think you would ever be able to determine if there's an under or an overreaction because of the nature of an election when emotions are so high, when the outcome is so personal to so many people and it has such a great impact on the country that you're going to be able to be in a place where everyone says, oh, because you followed the sliding scale, we're okay with it. That's kind of the crux of the Obama dilemma. He saw what was happening, understood what was happening, didn't feel that he could say something because he was worried that by the very fact of saying something publicly, he would have an impact on the outcome. And so what I would say to you is that those rubrics, those responses, on a more granular level, already exist within the agencies, and they already have ways to deal with things that happen on a more minor level, and they make those decisions as to how and when to respond and react in a way that hopefully doesn't further compromise the national security of Canada and of Canadians, but also the integrity of the electoral process.
I really do appreciate your answer, and despite the follow-up, I doubt I can ask a question in 8 seconds, so thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel for Michael Chung.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Wold.
Morning.
Ms. Morgan asked you about consultation with political parties regarding the critical election incident public protocol. You remember that?
I do.
And I believe your evidence is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but your evidence on that was we presented it to them. And I want to ask you if you'd agree that presenting a plan is quite different from meaningful consultation on a plan.
So we had conversations first before the plan was presented, and I'll take you back to my testimony earlier with Ms. Morgan where I said the first conversations we had were likely in the fall of 2017, and the plan was made public in January of 2019. So throughout that period of time, there were ongoing conversations with the political parties, first to understand what some of their issues and challenges were, to get their level of comfort. So for example, one of the pieces was CSE offered to do technical audits of their systems. I don't think a single political party agreed to that because they didn't want the government to go in there, but they did say one thing that would be helpful would be to have a list of trusted vendors. So there was a continuous dialogue and engagement as we were building the plan. And then it was presented in its final stage when it was public in the winter of 2019.
That's helpful, and I just want to make sure that we have your evidence because my specific concern is not on the plan as a whole, but is on the panel of 5, the critical election incident public protocol. And so I believe that's what, in response to Ms. Morgan's question, you said we presented it to them. And I'm wondering on that, on the panel of 5, was there meaningful consultation with the political parties, or was the plan just presented to them as you had created it?
I couldn't tell you the exact conversations because the conversation that I had specifically was in the fall of 2017, and then after that, it would have been at the staff level.
Okay. And so can you point to any specific suggestions made by opposition parties that made their way into the cabinet directive on the panel?
There was a general acceptance, and I didn't receive any pushback at the time, that public servants that there was no pushback that these public servants be on that panel.
Okay. And I have a question about the public servants on the panel. You say that, so the panel is the clerk, the NSIA, and 3 deputy ministers, correct? You say that they're all nonpartisan, and we certainly would expect them to be, but you also referred to them as independent. So I want to ask a question about that. Would you agree there's an important difference between a nonpartisan at-pleasure appointee and a public office with true institutional independence from government?
I would say that as your client was Minister of Democratic Reform, who served alongside and was served by the professional, nonpartisan public service, that they are independent in the advice that they provide to government. They are loyal in the implementation of it. But I have very, very strong confidence in our public service that they serve the government of the time, but they serve equally well regardless of what the partisan color of that government is.
And I appreciate that, but that's not quite my question, which is just there's a key difference between an at-pleasure appointee who can be removed and an office with institutional independence. I can give you a couple examples. Judges would be an example. They cannot be removed. The office of the Chief Electoral Officer of Elections Canada, who serves a 10-year non-renewable term, has institutional independence. You'd agree there's a difference between that kind of institutional independence and at-pleasure deputy minister appointees?
I think that what you're getting at is not quite appropriate in the sense of public servants are nonpartisan, and while, yes, the very heads of them could be removed, it is not something that I think is the right way to frame this, because they are responsible first and foremost to protecting Canada. That is their job, and protecting the institution of government. And that is something that they take very seriously. And they are not partisan in nature, and particularly during the caretaker period, which is a longstanding convention in Canadian governance, they take on the role of a government at that time, and particularly in this cabinet directive, they are given that authority. If you look at the cabinet directive, yes, they inform the Prime Minister, but they also have to inform the other political parties as well, to make sure that this is something that is fair and information that is being received by everyone ahead of it being made public.
So I appreciate all that. I just want to try one more time, because I have your evidence on the nonpartisanship, and I'm not asking questions about that. I'm wanting to ask questions on the independent. So perhaps I can put it this way. There's a difference between a at-pleasure appointee who can be removed at pleasure and the institutional independence that, say, a judge or the Chief Electoral Officer of Elections Canada has. You'd acknowledge that?
Yes, there is a difference. However, in this instance, these are very professional individuals who take their job of being nonpartisan, professional public servants very seriously, and whose primary responsibility is protecting Canadians, Canada, and our governing institutions.
Thank you, Minister Gould. That's very helpful. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Council for Erin O'Toole.
Good morning, Minister Gould. My name is Tom Jarman. I'm counsel for Erin O'Toole. So let's go back to the panel of 5 and the threshold, which I'm sure everybody will regret me getting into. You set by, and the panel of five has said it was a high threshold. They've said need reliable information. Your words this morning, they needed to be certain. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it's by design you've got that particular way. I would submit to you that, in fact, what you've done is you've institutionalized the Obama dilemma. Because on October 7th, 2016, the Obama administration actually told the American public that Russia was interfering in the election. And the subsequent criticism of him and his administration was that he took so long to do it while they were looking for certainty. Are you aware of that?
I've read all of the public information about it.
Okay, but you're aware that, in fact, the Obama administration did alert the U.S. citizenry about intervention in the 2016 election, prior to the election?
I don't recall exactly that moment yet.
Thank you. Could we go to your witness statement, wit 62, at paragraph 7? Now, in the second paragraph, this is the discussion about the your initiatives with Facebook, Microsoft, and Twitter in order to come to a voluntary, I guess, regime to address information manipulation. And those were, did you negotiate with any other platforms or approach any other platforms?
Facebook, Microsoft, Twitter, and Google were the main interlocutors. I know that PCO approached other social media platforms, but it was harder to engage with them because they didn't have representatives in Canada.
Okay, so no one approached Tencent about WeChat?
I don't think they had an office in Canada at the time. And I would say at the time in 2019, the primary focus was really on Russia.
Okay. I'll put those other questions to other individuals in. I'd like to look at paragraph 11 of the witness summary. And you speak there about interference in the nomination process. And I see the statement that alleged interference in a nomination process would not be significant enough to question the integrity of an election in its entirety. But it would be sufficient enough to question the integrity of the election in the particular riding, wouldn't it?
Well, there are agencies that already have responsibility for that specific instance. So political parties are responsible for nominations. Elections Canada has rules and laws already, and the
Sorry,
RCMP.
excuse me. How is Elections Canada responsible in nominations process?
Well,
Just reminding that my friend is not entitled to cross-examine on a witness statement pursuant to your rules established. He can ask for clarification, he can use a statement as a basis to form a defense on questions. He's not entitled to cross-examine on a particular statement from a witness.
Well,
So rephrase your question, I think.
I was to say, in that statement, it said that Elections Canada, the remits of the affected political party, Elections Canada, and or the RCMP. How is Elections Canada, is this within the remit of Elections Canada?
well, for a nomination process, it would be the political party itself that is responsible. And of course, if they were breaking the law by having, let's say, foreign money involved, which would be illegal under the Canada Elections Act, then the RCMP or the police of jurisdiction would have the authority to act on that.
So I was going to say, Elections Canada, it's the financial operation of the campaign, and the RCMP, it's acts of fraud or things like that.
Well, as you know, we have a separation of government and law enforcement in this country. So yes, the RCMP would respond if it was known a law was broken or suspected a law was broken.
And just going to the threshold for another second, with respect to the balancing of these things, we see the effect on discourse at the general level on the election, at the riding level, but what about the effect on political discourse? If foreign interference affects the political discourse, is that an impact on an election?
context specific again. So it could be certainly what we saw in the US presidential election. It was. Again, though, as anyone who has run in an election, the information ecosystem is quite chaotic during a writ period. And so to be able to determine if it was foreign interference that caused a change in the discourse or it was something else, a statement by a politician, a policy from a political party, a platform from a political party, there needs, it's hard to determine which one of those things might be the most effective. However, that's where the involvement of the intelligence agencies and intelligence that they see impacting something would then be submitted to the panel to make that judgment call. But again, it's very context specific, and it's one of the biggest challenges and one of the reasons why I believe, Russia, particularly in the lead up to the 2016 election, used social media so effectively. But you can't necessarily say that Russia was responsible or their information caused the outcome of the 2016 election. Because remember, at the end of the day, I believe this very strongly, we need to protect Canadian citizens to give them the tools and the information to make informed decisions. And at the end of the day, if they go into that ballot box and no one has told them how to vote or is holding them to vote a certain way or bribing them but rather they are going and making a decision based on the information that they have, that vote is valid. And the outcome of that vote is valid because that is a decision a Canadian has made. And so to be able to determine specifically that they got there because of one specific element in an election is quite challenging, which is why the threshold was set so high and why the intervention of the panel needed to be taken with the seriousness with which I think it was taken.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you. Counsel for the Conservative Party, Ms. DeLuca.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to quote from your 2017 mandate letter from the Prime Minister, which says, as Minister of Democratic Institutions, your overarching goal was to strengthen the openness and fairness of Canada's public institutions and also to restore Canadians' trust and participation in our democratic processes. Do you recall that? Do you recall those words?
Would you be able to show them to me?
I would, but I don't have a note right now of the document. It was part of it.
If you could show it to me, that would be helpful.
Sure.
The COM 18.
And do you know which paragraph?
Scroll up. Keep going. Well, why don't we do it this way? Do you believe that the prospect of foreign interference, to the extent and to the extent that it actually took place in our elections, is contrary to the mandate that the Prime Minister charged you with?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. To the extent that foreign interference actually took place in the 2019, that would have been contrary to what you were charged with safeguarding against in your mandate.
Well, my job was to come up with a plan and a policy to try as best as possible to prevent foreign interference. It doesn't mean that there weren't ongoing attempts, as I mentioned at the outset, of foreign interference throughout all elections. But perhaps I can just get to your first point, because one of the reasons why I was mandated to restore trust in democracy was because at the time we were when we were elected, it was after the Fair Elections Act that the current leader of the opposition had put in place, which actually reduced citizens' ability to cast their ballots. And that was the primary overarching objective, was to make sure that every Canadian citizen would be able to cast their ballot, be able to participate in our democracy, and have confidence in the process.
Can I ask that MMC 5020 be pulled up? And do you have it in front of you?
I think so.
And this appears to be a summary of the CSIS briefings in the possession of the Privy Council Office relating to PRC foreign interference in the 2019 and 2021 general elections, and a general description of those documents. And by my count, between June 2018 and August 2019, you received 7 briefings on foreign election interference. Does that sound right?
Yes, and I would just gently correct you in the sense that I'm not sure this is specifically related to the PRC. It would have been an overall look at foreign interference generally from a variety of actors.
Well, the heading actually says PRC. Do you dispute that?
I don't see that.
At the top, CSIS
Yeah.
briefings and intelligence products on PRC foreign interference. This is the heading of the document.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see that.
Okay.
But I would just say that those briefings that I would have received would have been general with regards to a variety of actors.
Okay. And safe to say that, at least as a result of those briefings, you are well aware of the issue of foreign interference in Canadian elections?
I would say that to make the statement that there is foreign interference in Canadian elections is not entirely accurate. I would say that what these briefings suggested to me, were provided to me, was an overview of attempted foreign interference broadly around the world, as well as activities that potentially could be observed here in Canada.
So you received, let me get this straight, you received 7 briefings on foreign interference. Are you suggesting that as a result of those 7 briefings, you weren't convinced that any foreign interference
I did not say that.
Let me finish the question,
Yeah.
please. Are you suggesting that you weren't convinced that any foreign interference had taken place in connection with the Canadian elections process?
What I said was they would show me, they would share information with me of what potential interference could be, of activities that they had seen as attempts and things that we needed to be aware of in terms of what could possibly happen during an election. Certainly, I was the Minister of Democratic Institutions before the 2021 election and for a very brief period of time after the 2019 election.
You're not suggesting that attempts at foreign interference have to be successful and have to actually materially impact the result before they're taken seriously or they're dealt with?
I'm not. And in fact, we are here right now today because we took attempts at foreign interference very seriously. It's why I was mandated to do it in 2017, and it's why I came up with that plan to protect Canadian democracy. We did take it extremely seriously. It's why we're here today. It's why we're actually looking at documents that were prepared with regards to foreign interference, something I will note the previous Conservative government didn't do.
Can I ask you to turn up CAN 004252? And this indicates that it's a briefing or it's a briefing or a security brief that you would have received in or about October 29, 2019 from CSIS. Did you in fact receive this briefing?
I did receive a briefing following the 2019 election. I couldn't confirm the date with you, and I have only seen this particular document in preparation for today's proceedings.
If we could perhaps scroll to page 3 of this document. October 29, 2019 would have been after the 2019 election, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at the bottom of page 3, there's a discussion of a China threat update. You see that? And part of it has been redacted. Do you recall being updated with respect to the China threat on or about October 29, 2019 after the general election?
I would have been briefed at a very high level that they were monitoring the activities. Yeah.
Okay. And within, or just, I guess it's after the third redacted box, there's the tail end of an explanation regarding what it says, limited specific incidents suggested of FI, which were briefed to relevant clients, GC and political parties during the writ period, e.g. Don Valley. Do you recall receiving that briefing or that information as part of this October 29, 2019?
It would have been a
briefing?
high level. I wouldn't have received the specifics about Don Valley and would have said something to the effect of limited activity viewed, action taken, but it wouldn't have been to that specific level.
Okay, so I just want to be clear though, what you just described as what you would have received would have been only at this briefing? Or
It would have been all of the briefings. It was high level. I was never given specifics about candidates, parties, locations, or individuals.
Were you given specifics as part of this briefing?
No.
Were you given even generalities relating to voting irregularities for Don Valley North?
No.
Prior to this briefing? You have to let me finish.
Oh, well, okay, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maître Sirois for RCDA.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Minister Gold, you mentioned during your examination in chief that the primary national interest of Russia involves inciting chaos within democratic nations, right?
One of them, yes.
Including the 43rd and 44th general election.
I wouldn't know that specific for those elections because I was not the Minister of Democratic Institutions at the time. But what I can say is it doesn't necessarily mean that that was their objective in Canada, but that has been one of their objectives in terms of why they engage in cyber activities during election periods in democracies.
So your evidence is that Russia has an objective in interfering, a national interest in interfering in democratic nations, but perhaps not Canada.
Canada is a democratic nation. It's a member of NATO, and so therefore we need to be alert and aware. It doesn't mean that Canada is necessarily the main focus, but certainly what we see in democratic countries around the world, one of the objectives that Russia has is creating chaos.
Maybe Canada is not the main focus, but it's certainly one of the focus.
I couldn't necessarily say that. I mean, we would have to have evidence of that, and I'm not sure that that's something that I'm allowed to talk about.
Yes, that's the thing. My question is not about whether we have evidence or not. My question is more on Russia's intent in interfering in democratic nations, as you testified about this morning. And so I'll just ask the question again, just to be sure I understand. Are you saying that Russia does not interfere in Canada, or does not have the intent of interfering in Canada, but has the intent of interfering in other democratic nations?
I think Russia has the intent of interfering in most democratic nations, particularly those that are members of NATO.
but not the 43rd and 44th general election in Canada.
I wouldn't be able to say I wasn't, I was Minister of Democratic Institutions before those events took place.
Understand.
But certainly Russia was something that we were concerned about, which is why we created this whole infrastructure to protect our elections.
You suspect that Russia may have an intent?
To be prepared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. And I wanted to move now to the threshold, just with a little time I have left. There's a degree of subjectivity when determining whether the high threshold has been met, right? That's why you have 5 different panel members. Yes?
Yes.
Is it possible that for different members of the Canadian public, also there's different conceptions of what a high threshold is? I'm thinking in particular with respect to diaspora members. For instance, maybe a pro-democracy diaspora member may think that the high threshold has been met by a certain situation, but that same conclusion may not be reached by the panel of 5.
Certainly, I think for different actors, there would be it is a very complicated, emotional, high energy moment that has a huge impact. So that's why it was important to be able to have a group that could make that determination.
It's possible that the group concludes that the high threshold hasn't been met, although with the same information, someone from a diaspora group may conclude that the high threshold has been met.
I guess what I would say to that is that the panel is put in place specifically to determine if that threshold meets the fact that a free and fair election has been compromised, the ability to have one, and that it's in the national interest to release this information publicly.
Well, I know why the panel of 5 has been created. That's clear, and thanks to you. I just want to understand whether it's possible for the panel to reach one conclusion with respect to the threshold and a member of the diaspora community to reach a different conclusion with respect to the threshold.
With all due respect, I'm the member of the diasporic community is not necessarily charged with protecting Canada's democracy. And so their understanding of when and what to say publicly may be different. I will certainly grant you that. But I think what's important here is that we have a group of the highest ranking public servants in the country who determine when that needs to be released publicly.
Well, I'm out of time, but I thank you. Merci, Madame la Commissaire.
Yes. Council for UCC.
Good morning, Minister Gould.
Morning.
John Duty, I'm counsel for the Ukrainian Canadian Congress. We've heard from you and others that the motivation to create the plan to protect Canada's democracy was due to Russia's interference in the US and around the world. From when you got that mandate in 2017 and leading up to the 2019 election, did you see that concern decrease or increase from Russia specifically?
Well, I'm not sure I can comment on specific intelligence.
No, but I mean Russia, the country.
But what I can say is, well, I think that would maybe be classified information, but what I can say is that I remained very concerned as I continued to learn that this is something that Canada needed to do, and we needed to make sure that we had a plan and a process in place.
Okay. And you stated in your testimony this morning that in every election, there's been attempts at foreign interference, but whether they're successful or not is another issue. Mm-hmm. So do you believe that there are attempts by Russia to interfere in the 2019 and 21 election in Canada?
I don't think I can comment on that.
So you believe that every election there's attempts, but you don't know about these two with Russia?
Well, I don't think I can comment on that.
And you said in response to a question by Councilor Mr. O'Toole that as long as a Canadian voter make sure I understand this, go to the voter box with their own understanding of the issues without direct foreign interference, that is a valid vote.
Yes, I mean, if you consider an election a writ period, there's a lot of information that is spread even by domestic actors that is not necessarily true. But the fact of the matter is you know, unless you can tie it specifically to a foreign actor, it's hard to determine that that is what made them cast that ballot. So one of the reasons why one of the pillars in the plan to protect democracy was about informing citizens is so that citizens can have the tools to be able to identify information, see valid sources, and that's also the reason why we invited the NATO Stratcom to come talk to Canadian journalists as well, so that they, as arbiters of information, can hopefully provide the best sources to Canadian citizens.
But in that scenario, if the understanding of that voter is incorrect due to misinformation or disinformation being spread by a foreign state, would that vote still be valid?
If that citizen cast that ballot, yes. And they were not forced to cast that ballot. I mean, at the end of the day, Canadian citizens make decisions on their votes based on a wide range of issues, wide range of access to information. There's plenty of stuff out there right now that's false, that's informing people, that's spread by domestic actors, right? So it's, at the end of the day, if a Canadian has made that decision, that their vote is valid. What we are trying to do, or what I was trying to do, was to set up an infrastructure to enable Canadians to make informed choices and have an understanding of where that information was coming from.
Thank you.
Council for Human Rights Coalition.
Good morning. If the court operator could please pull up HRC 31. This is the Liberal Party of Canada bylaw governing procedure for the Permanent Appeals Committee. And if we could jump to 3.1 at the bottom of page 1. It states that 2 co-chairs are appointed by the National Board with the consent of the leader. Minister, would that be the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada?
So I will just say that before appearing here, I have never read this bylaw before. I would assume it's the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, but this is, I think, more a question for the party apparatus as opposed to a minister.
Okay, we can move on.
Yeah.
Could we please pull up next CAN 4079_R01? And if we could go to the top of page 2, please. Thank you. It reads, the PRC is known to target and or leverage family as part of its FI, meaning foreign interference, and other threat activity through operations Fox Hunt and Skynet, for example. The PRC could potentially threaten or intimidate redacted. What are your thoughts on this, Minister?
Sorry, could you go to the top of this briefing note for me? I'm not sure I've...
And my apologies, the document doesn't have identification in the database as to what intelligence body prepared it. So I'm not able to tell you.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen this document before. If that's the correct date, then that's after the time that I was Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Would you be able to speak from, my understanding is that you have received high-level briefings about actors involved in potential foreign interference and the ways that they engage in that foreign interference. Would you be able to speak to the issue of the PRC targeting and or leveraging family as part of the foreign interference, as part of its foreign interference in your role before that? If we speak about it more generally?
I can speak more generally about my time as Minister of Democratic Institutions. This is something that I have not seen before or been presented with.
Have you been presented with information that speaks to the PRC leveraging or threatening family?
No.
Okay, so your answer is simply you aren't in a position to discuss or answer
Correct.
questions because you have not received information about this issue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. AG?
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Minister. I just have 2 clarification questions. You were taken to, and we can pull this up if we need to, you were taken to CAN 004252, which is a security briefing dated October 29th, 2019, which I believe your testimony was you weren't sure if you remembered that the security briefing took place on that date.
Correct.
And you recall being asked about your state of knowledge regarding Don Valley North. Can you just confirm for the record, as Minister of Democratic Institutions, did you have responsibility and/or accountability to address any alleged incidents of foreign interference that would have flowed
No.
in respect of Don Valley North?
No.
And
No.
can you tell us which minister or which portfolio might have been responsible?
I would think it would be the Minister of Public Safety. However, I believe that would, if there was something that happened, that would be the purview of the RCMP, because they would be the ones that would respond in such an instance, because
Thank you,
the law
Minister.
would be broken. Yeah.
Thank you. Re-examination.
No.
So it's, we'll break for 20, we are starting with another witness, so I think it will be 11:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Order, please.
And
Alors,
you're
s'il vous
free to
plaît.
go.
The sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is now in recess until 11:20. La séance est en pause jusqu'à 11h20. Veuillez prendre vos places. Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. The sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is now back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
Good morning. Mr. Cameron, you will conduct the examination.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. We have Minister William Blair. Could I have the witness sworn or affirmed?
Do you wish to be sworn? You may sit. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My name is William Sterling Blair. My surname is spelled B-L-A-I-R.
Thank you. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you very much, sir. You may proceed.
Good morning, Minister Blair. I wonder if the court operator could pull up WIT 64. And while he is doing that, Minister Blair, I'll ask you if you remember that you were interviewed by Commission Counsel on February 21st and then examined in camera by Commission Counsel, and that we have on the screen now the public interview summary that was prepared in respect of your interview. And can you tell me, did you have a chance to review that document, the public version of it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cameron. I do, of course, recall that I attended both meetings. I have had the opportunity to review the interview summaries, both for the public interview and the in-camera interview.
Thank you. And were they accurate?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any corrections you'd like to make now?
No, sir. I believe they're an accurate reflection of the conversations that we had.
Okay. And do you adopt them as your evidence in this proceeding?
I do, sir.
Thank you. If you could begin, Minister Blair, mindful that we are a little bit constrained by time this morning, but begin by giving us your role in public life and how you arrived at the position of Minister of Public Safety.
Yes, sir. I'll try to be brief. I became a Toronto police officer in 1976, and I performed a number of a wide variety of functions within policing, including in criminal intelligence and organized crime. In 2005, was appointed the chief of the Toronto Police Service. And I held that position as the chief of, frankly, the largest municipal police service in Canada for approximately 10 years until April of 2026. During that period of time, I also served as the president of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, and many other national and international organizations. I retired from my policing career on April 26, 2015. I then sought the nomination to run for federal politics in the riding of Scarborough Southwest. I was elected on October 19th of 2015 and became a member of Parliament. In July of 2018, I was appointed to the Privy Council and the Cabinet of Canada as the Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction. I then, following the election of 2019, was appointed in November of 2019 as the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Following the 2023 election, I was, the 2021 election. Well, didn't have one in 23. In 2021 election, I was appointed the Minister of Emergency Preparedness for Canada. And in July of last year, the Prime Minister appointed me as Canada's Minister of National Defence, a position that I currently hold.
Thank you. And if I can just capture from within that chronology, If I understand correctly, you were Minister of Public Safety from about November of 2019, so shortly after the 2019 election, until about October of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I held that position until I was appointed to a new position, and another individual was appointed following the election of 2021 to the position of public safety.
Thank you. Now, we had the benefit of hearing yesterday from senior personnel from the Department of Public Security. So what I'd like to ask you about is your perspective from the minister's chair, being the minister of that department and the responsible person for the various agencies that report to the minister. Could you describe that for the commissioner, please?
Again, I'll attempt to do it briefly. As the Minister of Public Safety, I had a number of responsibilities. Primarily, I was the Minister of the Department of Public Safety, which is headed by a Deputy Minister, but there are also 5 agencies for which I had ministerial oversight and responsibility. That included the RCMP, the Canadian Border Services, the CSIS, Corrections Canada, and the Parole Board. In addition, there are a number of other review bodies pertaining to those organizations for which I also had ministerial responsibility. There is legislation with respect to the position of Minister of Public Safety, defining some of those responsibilities, and in addition, each of the 5 agencies has foundational legislation that prescribes their authorities, but also defines the role of the minister in relation to those organizations.
Thank you for that. And if you could just describe then, in general terms, how you would relate or interact with, for example, the director of the service or the commissioner of the RCMP, how you as minister would relate to the heads of the various agencies for which you were responsible.
Yeah, I had a very close relationship with the heads of each of the agencies. My primary point of contact in the ministry was the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Mr. Rob Stewart, through the majority of my tenure in that position. That primarily pertains to issues around policy and other related matters to the department. I also interacted with the Commissioner of the RCMP, the Director of CSIS, the President of CBSA, the Commissioner responsible for Corrections Canada, and the Chair of the Parole Board, fairly regularly and routinely meeting with them, and they had opportunities to brief me on matters related to their portfolios, and there were also for each of those departments certain authorities that I held over approvals for certain activities within their departments that they would come to me for and seek those approvals.
And I'm just going to note that we're trying to keep things at a pace the interpreters, the simultaneous translators can keep up with, so I'll just ask you to keep that in mind. In the context that you were just describing, the way that you managed your responsibility for the various agencies, can you tell me what the role was of the ministerial directives that you might have occasion to issue with respect to any of the agencies?
One of my responsibilities as minister was to provide direction to the agencies that were under my portfolio, and the mechanism by which we would do that was with the issuance of a written ministerial directive that established priorities, for example, and I think pertinent to this discussion, I did have the opportunity to issue ministerial directions to both the RCMP and CSIS, outlining what I perceive to be the priorities of those agencies, and the intention of that was to give appropriate direction to the areas that I felt they should prioritize in their work.
And did you issue such a ministerial directive with respect to CSIS during your term?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did that ministerial directive make reference of the service's responsibility to investigate foreign interference?
It specifically identified foreign interference as a priority for CSIS. As a matter of fact, in the list of priorities that were identified, foreign interference was the second on the list. And although it was not a prioritized list, I think its position there reflects the importance of which I placed upon it.
Thank you. Now, noting that you became the Minister of Public Safety after the 2019 election, what was your perspective on foreign interference at the start of your term as Minister of Public Safety?
I had the opportunity, first of all, and as I've already mentioned, I had a very long police career, and I was aware of the historically hostile activities of certain state actors with respect to Canada, and the threat that that could represent to Canada's national interest, to Canadian citizens, to our critical infrastructure. As in my previous role, prior to becoming the Minister of Public Safety, as the Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction, I also had the benefit of some briefings under the authority of then Minister Goodall, who was the previous Minister of Public Safety, with respect to information that was provided. And when I was appointed, when I became the Minister of Public Safety, I had the benefit of fairly extensive briefings with respect to the intelligence and the law enforcement situation, the public safety situation in the country, which included briefings with respect to issues around the hostile activities of state actors and the wide variety of risks that that represented.
Well, since you've mentioned that, let me ask the court operator to pull up WIT 64. And if you can scroll to it, paragraph 13 of the interview summary of Minister Blair. Minister, you can see that in paragraph 13 of your interview summary, there's a description of your account of a briefing you received by CSIS after the 2019 election. Is this one of those briefings of the type you were just describing?
Yes, it is.
And can you be more particular about this one as it's discussed in your interview summary, the one about the 2019 Don Valley North Liberal Party of Canada nomination?
As part of a number of briefings that was provided to me by the director of CSIS, there was a discussion about concerns that they had identified through their intelligence reporting about the nomination process in 2019 that occurred in Don Valley North. And they provided me with information with respect to intelligence that they had received that called into question that nomination process, suggesting that there may have been irregularities in the number of the people that participated in that, and the possibility that it had been influenced in some way by the activities of the People's Republic of China or representatives of that country.
And in your in paragraph 13 of your interview summary, you describe your reaction to that briefing. If you look at the sort of second half of the paragraph, you have some numbered points about your reaction.
Yes, sir. As I've indicated in previous roles in both policing and in my previous roles in government, I have a fairly good understanding of the nature of intelligence. Intelligence isn't necessarily factual evidence of what took place. If someone perceives that this has happened, and so I made some inquiries during that briefing with respect to the source of that intelligence, that information, on to determine if from CSIS's perspective, the reliability of that individual, if there was corroborating evidence to support the intelligence that had been received, if there was other corroboration or effort to substantiate that allegation. They indicated to me that they did not at that time have other corroborating evidence in any way to substantiate that. I also made inquiries if there was any evidence beyond the nomination process itself of interference in the electoral process that we had just gone through in the 2019 election. And they did not indicate at that time to me that there had been any impact in that writing in any evidence of interference following their concerns were limited only to the nomination process. And my perception of that was, and my last question, was there any suggestion that the candidate was knowledgeable and aware of that and they had no information to corroborate that?
Thank you. And perhaps if the court operator could call up a CAN 3326. Minister Blair, as you discussed in your in-camera evidence, you not long after your appointment as minister, you had an initiative, and this was mentioned by your Department in their evidence yesterday, so I'll just ask you again, from your perspective as the minister, if you can start by describing the motion on November 18th, 2020, to which the document we now have on the screen was a response, and why you responded to it with this report and letter to the MPs.
Yes, well, there had been a motion on November 18th, 2020, in the House of Commons when the House sought information on what the government was doing to address threats to the security, prosperity, and democratic institutions right across the country. And in response to that, we worked very closely with my department and some excellent policy work that was done by my deputy minister and his team, along with my ministry office. We crafted a response to that motion. We also had discussion about, frankly, tabling a response to a motion. In my experience, those don't not always receive the full attention of every member of Parliament or the attention of Canadians. And I felt that it was very important. This information, I think, in order for Canada to defend its institutions, in order to us to take the steps necessary to respond to the threat of foreign interference, it was necessary to inform my parliamentary colleagues, but also to inform Canadians of the nature of that threat, give them information on what risk it represented, and also information on how they could then respond. What I wanted to tell my colleagues what the government was doing, but also tell Canadians if they saw evidence of foreign interference. The response that is provided in this document did not limit itself, quite frankly, to just political interference. There was a great deal of concern, which frankly I still hold, with respect to the hostile activities of state actors in interfering with a number of our critical infrastructure, our life sciences and health sciences institutions, our research capabilities. There are a number of cyber threats that are also quite significant and deeply concerning to our national interest. And the purpose of this letter was to inform my parliamentary colleagues, and through my parliamentary colleagues, by publishing this document and making it and tabling it in Parliament, to inform Canadians about the full nature of this threat, and to inform Canadians about what their government was doing in response to it.
Thank you. And with respect to a particular topic, this is a report of some 12 pages long, but if I could take you to one little section of it and ask for your comments. If the court operator could scroll down to page 11 of this report. And if you look down under the heading, Protecting Our Citizens and Communities, there's a paragraph that begins, Canada does not tolerate harassment or intimidation of its citizens. And you might recollect that in both your interview and in your in-camera evidence, we explored this issue of your concern as Minister for diaspora communities in Canada, and just noting that this is a part of your report. Could you comment on that for the Commissioner, please?
Yes, sir. There was and remains a fairly significant concern about the activities of certain hostile states in harassing or intimidating our citizens. I made reference in this document, for example, to Operation Foxtrot, in which the government of China was attempting to gather information and to intimidate people in Canada with respect to certain economic investigations that they were conducting. I spent most of my life trying to keep Canadians safe, and it's been my job. And I believe the best way to keep Canadians safe is to give them information on how to protect themselves, but also to tell them what steps to take when they perceive that there is intimidation and threats taking place, that they're not alone, and that we're going to be there for them. And I was hoping to make that clear in this document, that we would not tolerate it. And if they perceived that they were subject to intimidation or threat, the course of action of a hostile government, such as the People's Republic of China, that the government would take it seriously and that we would respond.
Thank you. I'm going to switch gears now and talk to you just in a general sense about the flow of information and intelligence to you as Minister. Not about any specific document or incident, but just generally speaking. And let me begin by asking you, did you have a security clearance to see classified intelligence?
Yes, sir. I hold, as a member of the Privy Council, but also as by virtue of the various positions that I've held, I have clearance for essentially the highest levels of intelligence, including some internationally shared Five Eyes intelligence.
Right, so there would be no intelligence that you wouldn't be able to see if the appropriate agencies thought it was appropriate that you be briefed on it?
I don't believe there's any restriction on what I am able to be made aware of.
And generally speaking, in your tenure as minister, how did classified intelligence come to your attention?
There were certain, there's various levels of classification of material. And frankly, I've always tried to be very careful with the handling of all classified information. And I frankly never take it from the room or make notes with respect to it because that would, in my opinion, compromise its security. In my role as the Minister of Public Safety, I generally have access periodically to some classified material, but virtually everything of a top secret nature was only shared with me in the confines of a secure environment, a SCIF. Generally, throughout my tenure as the Public Safety Minister, either in the SCIF at, I apologize. I may be subject to some form of interference there, Mr. Hussein. All top secret material was shared to me in the confines of a SCIF, either at 269 Laurier here in Ottawa, where there is a secure room where briefings could take place, and in the same building as my ministerial office was located. I also attended on a number of, quite a frequent number of occasions at the CSIS headquarters, which is located in Toronto, where there are secure facilities where information would be shared with me in a secure room. I would enter that room. Occasionally there would be secure communications. Either the director and his team would be present, the director of CSIS and his team would be present in briefings. Sometimes that was done virtually, particularly during the pandemic, where we were able to use secure communications for that purpose. And occasionally I would just be in the room and they would present a binder of documents that I would read through.
If you could just expand a little bit on that experience again and describe for me who would be briefing you, maybe not the same group every time, but typically who are the personnel briefing you and who are the personnel with you on the ministerial side or the departmental side of those briefings?
In every case, the briefing was done by the director with his team. And so the deputy director and sometimes their associate director would be present in the room. In addition, not in every case, but in some cases, the deputy minister and others of his team, his ADM, Mr. Rochon, would also be present in the room. And generally, my chief of staff would be present, certainly in the meetings that took place in Ottawa. And when I attended to CSIS headquarters, I will tell you frequently I was in the room by myself. I was sometimes connected virtually by screens, and sometimes CSIS personnel would simply come in, present a binder of documents, and I would read through them.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask if I can clarify a detail in your evidence there. When you talk about attending at CSIS in Toronto, I think you're talking about attending at the CSIS Toronto regional office, right? Not CSIS.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure whether you want me to give the address, but
no, I don't want you to do that. But it was the Toronto regional office and not headquarters. Right?
No, it's the Toronto regional office, and it's a place because of all the work I did in Toronto, and I was also a member of the INSET team dealing with national security investigations. I've attended there very frequently, but I still, just in the past few weeks, I've attended high-level secret intel briefings there.
That's been helpful. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination. First one is counsel for RCDA.
Good morning, Minister Blair. Guillaume Siwa for the Russian-Canadian Democratic Alliance.
Yes, sir.
In your witness summary, you mentioned an evolution over time of misinformation and disinformation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me a little bit more about this evolution?
There are a number of ways in which foreign interference can take place. Some of it is, directed towards the intimidation or coercion of individual Canadians or institutions. It can also take the form of espionage in capturing information. But one of the challenges that we face is in the way in which Canadians now receive most of their information through social media, there is a concern, I think a legitimate concern, of misinformation and disinformation. And I would differentiate between them. One is just simply providing false information. Another has frankly, a more nefarious intent to not just misinform, but to create a public perception, which is not based on fact. And we have seen the activities of a number of hostile states. And again, I would, if I may, I will differentiate between a number of all foreign states attempt to influence other countries and other citizens in their best interest. But through the application of misinformation and disinformation, it meets the threshold of foreign interference if it is deceptive, if it is clandestine and clearly intended to create chaos and mischief and disagreement.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, why is this a concern for public safety? Is there a chance that this misinformation or disinformation becomes a real threat to the security of Canadians, like threats to violence and so on?
Well, if I may, let me sort of reflect during the period at which I was the public safety minister. There were a number of efforts among our public health officials in order to take steps that were necessary in order to keep Canadians safe. But unfortunately, there was a great deal of misinformation and some disinformation that was being widely circulated among the Canadian population, which interfered with public health efforts to keep Canadians healthy and safe. And so that can represent a threat to the public safety of the country. It also, what we have seen as one of the intents of disinformation is to create significant social division within the country. And you know, I think it is a well-protected right of Canadians to hold an opinion and to express that opinion under our charter. But at the same time, if those opinions are being negatively influenced by misinformation with the nefarious intent to cause that social division, it can represent a concern for public safety.
And is what you just mentioned, did you witness what you just mentioned specifically during the 43rd and 44th general elections?
The misinformation that we saw in there.
Just to clarify, I'm talking not necessarily about the misinformation, disinformation online, but perhaps the transfer of this issue to real threats to public safety. For instance, blocking polling stations, refusing to wear a mask at polling stations, so that there was.
Frankly, we saw those as that misinformation, and the reaction that it created was a challenge. But in my opinion, it did not rise the threshold as interfering with our ability to hold a free and fair election in Canada.
Oh, okay. I was not questioning whether it met the threshold. I was just questioning as whether is it something that the public safety witnessed or was aware of during at least the 2021 election.
Well, I can tell you, my officials did not brief me specifically on the impact of mis or disinformation on the 2021 election, but I think all Canadians observed and recognized, you know, the wide diversity of information that was being put forward, and it was a concern, but it did not rise to the level that our officials came forward and said this is something that we need to respond to.
Okay.
At least not to me.
And you mentioned, and just my last question, you mentioned numerous hostile states in one of your previous answers about mis and disinformation. Would one of those be Russia?
Yes.
And would Russia, in Canada specifically or generally?
Both. Canada specifically and generally.
In our elections specifically or generally?
I did not see substantial evidence of Russian efforts to influence our elections through disinformation. I think, and we have observed a fairly concerted effort among a number of hostile actors, including Russia, to engage in disinformation within our society, but not specifically directed at our electoral processes in the 2021 election.
2021 and 2019. Well.
In either election. I'm not aware of any activity by Russia through their disinformation campaigns to influence the outcome of that election. They were influencing other types of public opinion, but I did not see evidence of it directed towards the outcome of our 2019 or 2021 elections.
Okay, I'm out of time, but I thank you, Mr. Blair. Merci, Madame la Commissaire.
Next is Council for Human Rights Coalition.
Hello, Minister.
Sure.
If I could ask the court reporter to please pull up CAN 3326. My colleague for the commission has already brought this document up this morning. I understand it's a letter that you wrote dated December 18th, 2020. If we could turn to page 3 to the last paragraph on the page.
If I may just offer some clarification. I had a great deal of help among my officials, the deputy minister and his team, and my middle officials in composing this letter. But I adopted it all and added my signature to it. So I am the sender of the letter, but it was very much a team effort.
Okay, so prepared by a number of actors, but you adopt what's said in the letter, or you agree with what is said in the letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So that paragraph, it reads, when foreign states target Canadians, persons residing in Canada or their families, they are seeking to deprive members of Canadian communities of their fundamental rights and freedoms. Such actions are unacceptable. If anyone feels intimidated or threatened, it is of the most importance to contact your local police, and I can assure you that your concerns will be dealt with in a serious and appropriate manner. Do you remember this sentiment being prepared, or you're familiar?
No, ma'am. This is something that I believe very strongly in. I want, if people feel that they are being subject to threats or intimidation, it's really important that they reach out for the help that's available to them.
If we could please pull up COM 155 and turn to paragraph 289 on page 106 of the document. This is NSI COP's 2019 annual report. And I'll just wait for us. It might take a moment for it to load. Maybe in the meantime, in the interest of time, I can read it out and we'll just make sure that it's up there. So in paragraph 289 at page 106, it notes, in a spring 2019 presentation to the Standing Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Secretary General of Amnesty International Canada noted that those who are targeted do not know whether to turn to CSIS, the RCMP, or municipal police, and that they rarely receive a coherent response from officials. Likewise, and if you like, we can wait to see it.
Yes, I think it would be better to have the document.
Certainly.
At least the paragraph, the document is there, but. Can you repeat the paragraph number?
Sure. So it's at paragraph 289. You'd like me to read it out loud again, Madam Commissioner?
No, paragraph 29.
289.
289, sorry. Here you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now I've got, it'll be on, are we on page 106 of the document? Perhaps the PDF, or the document, okay.
Yes,
Could we
ma'am,
try
it was, the paragraph in question,
Oh, it is.
289 is open before me.
Okay, I think I'm just making sure that it matches. Could we try the PDF page 106? My apologies, I should have taken note of which one it was. Okay, perhaps we can move on. I apologize there. At the start of these hearings, we heard from a panel of representatives from diaspora community organizations who explained that members of targeted diaspora communities often think it's a waste of time to even try to contact the police because in their experience, nothing comes of it, or they get bounced around to different agencies. Are you aware that community members are experiencing these difficulties when they attempt to contact law enforcement for help?
Yeah, I've been a police officer in one of the most diverse cities in the world for very, very many years and worked very hard in those diverse communities to make sure that they can know and trust that the police will respond appropriately. One of the things I attempted to do in the letter that I published to parliamentarians and tabled in Parliament was to actually provide for Canadians the direct contacts with both CSIS and the RCMP. It's articulated in that letter. But one of the reasons I made reference to local police is because if there is an immediate threat to someone's safety and they're concerned for their safety, that's a 911 call. And it's really important that Canadians know that if they make that call, that somebody will come there and help them be safe. And that's the information. And I would also acknowledge to you that many diaspora communities, often come from cultural experiences which makes them untrustful of the police. And it really is incumbent upon all police services, the RCMP and CSIS, to make a very sincere effort to build trust in those communities so that people know that if they need help, they'll get help.
And speaking specifically to reports of foreign interference through perhaps tip lines, web forums for public reporting, are you aware that diaspora communities are having difficulties accessing those mechanisms?
I'm not, but that would be a concern to me because those are established in order to help keep people report their concerns and to be safe. And I think your question highlights the need for us to do more, to make sure we reach out to those communities, make it available to them in ways which are both language and culturally appropriate, so that people can trust that if they need help, they'll get it.
And so by virtue of the fact that you've recognized that there's a lot more work to do to make sure that law enforcement can properly address the concerns of diaspora communities, or they can properly engage in that reporting, access help, does that change your opinion as to whether or not you can assure Canadians that their concerns will be dealt with in a serious and appropriate manner by law enforcement, as it was stated in that letter?
Yes, ma'am. I can tell you that I have represented Canadian police services across this country as the president of the National Association. I work very closely with my colleagues in policing at all levels of policing in this country. I believe there's a very sincere effort to reach out to diaspora's communities and to ensure that we are there for them in a way that is both language and culturally appropriate. Building trust requires a constant effort. Part of that is providing those citizens with a reassurance that we will answer their call and that we will respond in an appropriate way. And I've tried to provide that reassurance in this document.
Great. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel for Michael Chung?
Thank you, Commissioner. No questions.
No question. Conservative Party?
Good morning, Mr. Blair. Just
Morning,
bear
sir.
with me. I've had to change equipment here. Minister Blair, in your witness statement at WIT 63, perhaps we can get that called up. Paragraph 12, sir. You discuss approving judicial warrants under the CSIS Act
That's correct.
as Minister of Public Safety. And am I correct that your evidence, as indicated there, that it usually takes you 2.5 to 3 hours to review and sign off on such warrants?
And that's approximately, it depends on the complexity of the application, but that's usually the amount of time that it takes.
Okay. And in your experience, including as a police officer and former chief of police, would you agree that warrants and applications for warrants are often very time sensitive?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree that delay in approving a warrant or applying for a warrant could jeopardize an investigation and the evidence that you're actually seeking to obtain under the warrant?
No, I think there always has to be a balance of there's an appropriate due diligence of officials in the preparation of those documents. There are also issues around duty of candor and other matters that need to be addressed. But certainly any undue delay can be problematic.
Right. It could jeopardize the investigation.
depending on the investigation, but yes.
Okay. Can I get MC 000053 called up? And Minister Blair, this is an article from the Globe and Mail dated May 19, 2023, which generally deals with foreign interference from China, and it also includes an assertion at the top of page 2. Perhaps we can scroll to that.
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt Mr. DeLuca. I just wanted to raise a potential concern as to the whether or not this line of questioning may go beyond the scope of these first set of hearings, which are directed, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, to the allegations of foreign interference in the 2019 and 2021 general elections, information flow relating to those, and to decision makers. As noted, other related issues in respect of foreign interference may be addressed at later proceedings.
I see what is the line of questioning.
Sorry?
Just go on with your
Okay.
question, and I see whether
Okay.
they're outside the scope of this phase or not.
So there's a passage that's highlighted in the document itself in purple. Perhaps you could read that to yourself to save me from reading it into the record. But generally, it suggests that there was undue delay in your signing off on a warrant for to surveil Michael Chan in the lead up to the 2021 federal election. Can you comment on why it took so long for you to sign off on the warrant?
Let me comment. This paragraph is false.
What aspects of it are false, sir?
There was no delay of several months. The document in question
Right.
was put in front of me on May the 11th. I signed it off the same day, about 3 hours later.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Jenny Kwan, counsel for Jenny Kwan.
Commissioner and Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair, I would like to ask you some questions about CSIS's threat reduction measure power and your oversight of that. My understanding is that you as the minister have oversight over any TRMs that CSIS may want to pursue.
That's correct.
And just to understand, what does oversight mean in this case? Are you required to approve any such TRMs?
The CSIS, when a TRM would be sought by CSIS, they would come and brief me, seek my concurrence. My understanding of the legislation doesn't necessarily require my approval per se, but it does require that CSIS make me aware of it and that I concur with it, with the actions taken.
Were there, so just to take a step back then, could you approach CSIS about a potential situation in which you felt a TRM was appropriate?
There would be nothing to limit my ability to do that.
Okay. And in the context of foreign interference and during your tenure, did CSIS approach you of any TRMs that were related to or targeted to foreign interference?
No, not specifically. There were things that did not meet the threshold of CSIS seeking authority for a TRM, but there were a number of, I think, really important and relevant discussions with respect to very serious concerns that CSIS had with respect to, for example, foreign interference in some of our health sciences institutions and research institutions. And we discussed measures that could be taken in response to that. And as a result, CSIS took the steps of very proactively going to those institutions, briefing those institutions, alerting them to the nature of the risk and helping them take steps to mitigate that risk.
Okay, so that's an example of a TRM during your tenure that was brought to you by CSIS and that you concurred with and then was taken and actually implemented.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any examples where you brought to CSIS the possibility of using a TRM to address a foreign interference issue?
No.
No. And were you briefed or made aware of CSIS's TRM undertaking just before you became minister to brief candidates of foreign interference related issues during the election?
I did have discussion, and I had some awareness that CSIS intended to proactively speak to, frankly, I had a concern that I discussed with the director about members of parliament or candidates who might be unconsciously influenced or interfered with as a result of the action of a hostile government. And I felt it was important to give those individuals enough information so that they would recognize the interference and to alert them to how that they might take steps in order to protect themselves and to make sure that they knew that CSIS was there to help them and support them. And so we did have discussions. CSIS did not tell me specifically who they wanted to talk to or the information that they would share with them. But we did talk about the importance of what is sometimes called defensive briefings or proactive briefings that CSIS would undertake with an individual, sometimes parliamentarians or candidates.
And so based on the evidence you're giving now, would you have known not necessarily who was briefed or what they were told, but that the briefing actually occurred?
No, there was no reporting mechanism whereby CSIS would tell me who they were going to talk to, or if they had in fact talked to anybody. At no time did CSIS come back and say to me, while I was the Minister of Public Safety, that they had actually conducted a defensive briefing or that they were intending to do so. We talked about the process, but CSIS did not share with me the information of anyone that they felt that it was necessary to talk to or what information they wanted to share with that individual.
So in the oversight function that you had, it was to sort of concur on these TRMs, but did you have any sort of oversight function to determine if the TRMs were an effective means of producing a particular result, or is that left entirely to CSIS to do?
Well, it's an operational matter for CSIS, and so the information that they had, ministerial oversight, if I may, it did not mean that I was sort of overseeing and actively engaged in managing their inquiries, their intelligence gathering, or even their operations in order to mitigate threat. It was to provide ministerial direction as on priorities and where it was necessary for them to seek authority to provide that authority. But the decisions with respect to the operational response, the gathering of intelligence, the sharing of intelligence and information that they would take to mitigate the nature of threat was the responsibility of CSIS.
Thank you for your testimony. It's very helpful clarification.
Thank you. Counsel for Andan.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Madam Commissioner. If I could ask the court reporter please to pull up WIT 64 again, page 5, paragraph 13. So, Minister Blair, you have already had some discussions about the briefing that's addressed in this paragraph with Mr. Cameron this morning. I'd just like to clarify a particular aspect of your evidence. So looking at paragraph 13 here on the screen, you said that you were not concerned about the intelligence regarding Don Valley North at the time you were briefed. Is that right?
I think it was important to be briefed on this by CSIS, but it did not raise concerns for me based on the information that CSIS provided, that with respect to this process or any compromise of the election, or there was no indication in their briefing that Mr. Dong was a willing or even unaware participant in this.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to put a point on what we see here is that you actually gave 3 specific reasons that you weren't concerned about the intelligence at the time. And I was just hoping that to the extent you've not already spoke about them, you could just do so now, those 3 reasons.
Yeah, if I may, just going through the 3 reasons that I shared in my earlier testimony. I did make inquiries about the source of this information, whether or not it was single source or multiple, whether or not this individual had previously provided information which was termed reliable or not, whether there was any corroborative evidence or other elements of the CSIS investigation that would substantiate the intelligence in this thing. I think it's important to recognize that intelligence isn't necessarily truth. But it is the beginning of other inquiries, and it has to be assessed in a broad context of reliability in order to make a determination of next steps. The second thing that I specifically inquired about was whether or not that there was any intelligence or suggestion that Mr. Dong was aware of this potential interference or in any way a willing participant. And the indication that CSIS provided me with that at that time was that they had no evidence that suggested that. And finally, my concern, because it had been a longstanding concern about the integrity of our elections, whether or not because this briefing was given to me after the 2019 election, whether or not there had been any other interference or influence that could have influenced the outcome of the 2019 election in Don Valley North, and they indicated that they had no information that indicated that.
Okay, thank you. Those are our questions.
Thank you. Attorney General?
No questions.
No question. Re-examination? So you're free to leave.
Excuse me, Madam Commissioner, I don't have any re-examination, but I just wanted to make a observation that we called Minister Blair to speak to his term as minister generally, and that the timing of any specific incident or warrant is not an issue in this part of the proceedings.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we'll take a 5 minutes break to adjust the time to switch witnesses.
Order. Alors, s'il vous plaît, the sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is currently in pause. Cette séance de la Commission de la gérance est maintenant en pause. S'il vous plaît, the sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
So, I apologize for the delay, but we are now ready.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. It's Aaron Dan, Commission Counsel, and our next witness is Minister LeBlanc. If he could be sworn, please, if the witness could be sworn, please.
Veuillez indiquer votre nom et appeler votre prénom pour le dossier.
Dominique Leblanc.
Please give your name and family name. And spell your first name. With Acadians, of course, it's a capital B, so it's a capital L, E, capital B, L-A-N-C. And the commissioners are well aware of the spelling of Acadian names. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do swear. Thank you.
Minister LeBlanc, do you recall being interviewed by the Commission Counsel on February 22nd, 2024?
I do.
Right, and if I could ask that WIT 65 be called up? Minister, this is a summary of the publicly disclosable information from that interview. Have you had a chance to review the summary?
Yes, I have.
And is it accurate?
It is.
And will you adopt it as part of your evidence before the Commission?
I will.
Thank you. And next, if we could go to WIT 52. This is a summary, Minister, of your in-camera examination. Have you had an opportunity to review this summary?
Yes, I have.
And is it accurate?
Yes, it is.
And will you adopt it as part of your evidence before the Commission?
I will.
Thank you. You've had a number of roles in government, a number of roles in cabinet. I will try and take you through what I understand your various positions have been since approximately August of 2018, and please correct me if I get any of this wrong. I understand that in August of 2018, you were appointed Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and you held that position until 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And after the election in 2019, you were appointed president of what was then the Queen's Privy Council for Canada, which included responsibilities for democratic institutions.
That's correct.
In the summer of 2020, you were appointed Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and you served in those offices as Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and with responsibility for democratic institutions until the 2021 election.
That's right.
Right? And after the 2021 election, you were appointed Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and retained responsibility for democratic institutions.
That's right. And I had the infrastructure and communities portfolio attached as well.
Thank you for that addition. And in 2023, you were appointed Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions, and Intergovernmental Affairs.
That's right.
All right. Glad I didn't leave any of you have the record for longest title, I think.
I have a hard time keeping a job, you see.
Given the scope of this stage of the proceedings, I'll focus my questions today primarily on your responsibilities in relation to democratic institutions. Can you describe your role or mandate in relation to that portfolio?
Les institutions démocratiques.
Democratic institutions are a secretariat within the Privy Council and they develop policies, consider legislative changes that may be needed to support the capacity of Canadians to hold free and fair elections. And it's a public policy function. And of course, Elections Canada is an independent agency and looks after the operations. But it's a way that the government and the executive interact with the elections apparatus in Canada. Thank you. I would ask my questions in English.
Language of your choice. excuse me, we heard this morning from your colleague, Minister Gould, about her work in developing the plan to protect democracy. Did your responsibilities in relation to democratic institutions include reviewing or updating that plan?
Yes, they did. She was the minister in the lead up to the 2019 general election. I remember as a minister her coming to cabinet with that plan. I remember conversations with her as a colleague around that work. And after the 2019 election, when I took over that responsibility, one of the mandates that I got was to review how the plan had worked in the 2019 election and come back to cabinet with any suggested changes or adjustments for the upcoming election. We were then in a minority parliament, so we wanted to have those measures in place.
And did part of that include reviewing what we've heard referred to as the Judd report, the May 2020 assessment on the critical election incident public protocol?
Yes, it did. That was a deliberate decision made by the government to have an independent review by a very senior public servant, former deputy minister, director of CSIS. So once we got Mr. Judd's report, I worked with the senior officials at the Privy Council office to make any adjustments that Mr. Judd recommended. We also had the benefit of a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians report. So that work went into the sort of second version or 2.0 version of what Karina Gould had taken to cabinet 2 years previously.
Thank you. And just for the benefit of the participants, the Judd report can be found at CAN 900. We don't need to bring it up. I would ask the court operator to bring up COM 48. And this is a report entitled Countering an Evolving Threat that I think, Minister, you'll be quite familiar with. I realized it was produced sometime later, but if we could just go to page 20 of that document. It contains a review of different recommendations that have been made by NSI, or excuse me, some of the entities that we've listed this morning, including the Judd report. You mentioned, Minister, that you adopted or recommended adopting a number of the recommendations made in that report. One recommendation I understand that was not implemented, if we just scroll down a bit on this page, as what's listed as number 2, that the protocol would cover the pre-writ period. Can you explain why that particular recommendation was not implemented?
So that would have been based on advice that I would have received from senior officials at the Privy Council office. In a context where we're not in an election period, where a writ hasn't been issued, there's a basic principle of ministerial responsibility. Ministers are in office and have responsibility, including around foreign interference. The national security agencies are empowered to work with the minister who's in office. This was very much and deliberately designed to be something that would be in effect during a caretaker period. It's a convention of British parliamentary democracy where the government is in itself a candidate to succeed itself. So in a government's act with a great deal of restraint during a writ period, as is absolutely appropriate, that's why the panel and the protocol was deliberately designed to exist at a period where the elected government perhaps shouldn't be the best arbiter of public pronouncements on the conduct of an election.
All right. Let me turn to a next topic, which is to ask you about whether and when you received classified intelligence in your capacity as Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and with responsibilities for democratic institutions. Do I understand that it would be rare for you to receive classified intelligence or classified briefings?
Yes, the Minister of Democratic Institutions is not a regular consumer of intelligence products or intelligence documents or briefings from intelligence officials. And I've had a perspective on that since I became the Minister of Public Safety last summer. I now see the difference between the operational responsibility of a minister responsible for CSIS or the RCMP and a minister responsible for democratic institutions. The democratic institutions portfolio, I did receive high-level briefings from officials on a number of occasions. I think the first one was in March of 2020. I think literally on the eve of the declaration of the pandemic. One tends to remember those moments. But it was a high-level situational awareness of the threat landscape. It was my first opportunity to hear from them how what they had seen in terms of threat actors and potential attempts to interfere in the election of 2019. But it was to situate my understanding of the threat landscape of the particular state or non-state actors that are active in this space. But it didn't go into granularity around specific constituencies or specific events. It was a higher level briefing. Probably so, as in your reference to the Judd report and other work that we would do, as we were thinking through how we wanted to adjust the protocol and the Protecting Democracy plan for the subsequent election. This was a sort of a introduction for me to the threat landscape. That was an intelligence briefing, but it was at a much higher level than, for example, the public safety minister would typically receive.
All right, we'll go through that briefing in just a moment, but we heard from Minister Gould this morning that in developing the plan to protect democracy, she had sort of monthly meetings, she estimated, with CSIS, CSE, the Privy Council Office, received information from RRM. I understand you did not receive, and those were, to be clear, sort of high level, as you've described, briefings, not sort of specific incidents or specific geographical areas or things of that sort. I understand you did not have sort of these regular monthly briefing sessions. Can you explain the difference in approach?
It's probably three explanations. The first one is in September of 2019, I had a stem cell transplant to deal with a very aggressive and rare form of blood cancer. So when I became minister, I was literally, I came from Montreal and went back to Montreal the same day. So I was recovering in terms of my own health. The assessment was that the plan that Karina had put in place had worked. The initial information was that it had been successful. We recognized that we needed to adjust or tweak or take into account recommendations from the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians or Mr. Judd. So that was less of an undertaking than building a plan from scratch. Before Karina Gould had put together the Protecting Democracy plan, nothing of the sort had existed. So she built the infrastructure from scratch. It was the first time the federal government had set up these mechanisms to detect and disrupt foreign interference, the public protocol. So these were all new elements. We were satisfied generally with how they had worked. We recognized that we had committed to reviewing and adjusting them, which is what I did. And then along came COVID as well. COVID literally happened. I think the pandemic was the day after my first briefing. Like many Canadians, I returned to New Brunswick. My health was still fragile, recovering from the transplant. And we were building the communications infrastructure as a government to allow ministers to receive classified information from residences. So that quickly changed. And by the fall, everybody was in a much different routine. But the need for the monthly briefings or to travel to California to meet the social media companies was much different after she had, in our view, successfully done that work.
All right, let's turn to that March 2020 briefing. If the court operator could pull up CAN 15506. This is a memo. The memo is dated March 9th, 2020. It is a memorandum to the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, and I understand represents the notes for the NSIA for a security briefing to you in your capacity as president of the Queen's Privy Council Office. And we heard some evidence yesterday that briefing notes are not always strictly applied to. So I just want to go through this document and understand what topics were or were not covered in that briefing. If we look at the summary on the first page, it indicates that the purpose of the meeting would be to provide you with a summary of election security related activities undertaken to help safeguard the 2019 election, as well as an overview of the threat environment, particularly as it pertains to foreign interference. Does that accord with your memory of the purpose of the briefing?
Yes, it does.
And the summary also indicates in the third bullet point that the December mandate letter that you had received specified that you were to lead a review of the measures put in place to protect the electoral process and bring forward recommendations. Excuse me. And does that accord with your memory of the December mandate letter that you had received?
Yes, it does.
All right. And then in the bullet point below that, indicates that Ms. Bruce, who I understood was then the head of the CSE, and Mr. Vigneault, the director of CSIS, would expand upon potential threats observed in GE 2019. Do you remember whether Ms. Bruce and Mr. Vigneault were at the briefing and did they provide you with some information on the potential threats observed during the 2019 election?
Yes, they did.
Okay. If we go to page 3 of that document, just scrolling to the bottom of the page, there's a text box there indicating there is some discussion of a threat reduction measure that the government of Canada had conducted in advance of the 2019 election. Do you recall receiving information about that TRM in this meeting?
I don't recall details of that, a discussion around threat reduction measures, or I see that it references the government of Pakistan. I don't have a specific recollection of a conversation about CSIS threat reduction measures.
All right. And then if we go to page 8 of the document, if we scroll just a little bit further down, there's a title indicating what we saw. And the bullets indicate that we did not observe any activities. And I presume, sorry, I should just to put this in context, there's a discussion above about the site task force and the panel of five's work. So I am assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that this, when the we addressed here is the panel. We did not observe any activities that met the threshold for a public announcement or affected Canada's ability to have a free and fair election, including in the online space. Is that something that you recall being briefed on in this meeting?
Yes, I do. And that was one of the most significant takeaways for me from that sort of first high-level briefing, is that some of the most senior intelligence and security officials in the country confirmed to me their view that the 2019 election was free and fair, and that any attempts at foreign interference would not have affected the outcome of the election, including in individual ridings. So I remember being reassured that the plan that we had put in place, in their view, in their independent senior official view, had been successful.
And the next bullet point down, do you recall that being said as well? That is not the same as saying we saw nothing at all.
Yes, that's why I said the idea that there have been attempts or is not new. This had existed for over a decade. And they would talk about that sort of overall threat landscape. But the takeaway for me, I thought, was significant, your first bullet, that the election had been free and fair and decided by Canadians in Canada.
Turning to page 10 of this document, we see a heading labeled China Threat Update, and there are a number of largely redacted bullets. The third bullet down is bolded and says specific incidents suggestive of foreign interference, which were briefed to relevant clients, Government of Canada and political parties during the RIP period, e.g. Don Valley. Do you recall being briefed on anything specifically related to Don Valley?
As I said, and the first time that I saw this document was when I was preparing for these hearings. So as a minister who receives a briefing from the officials, I don't see the notes that they've prepared by their colleagues for the meeting. So the first time that I knew that they had such notes, it was honestly when I was preparing for this hearing. And when I looked at your document, so I think I also understand that this section here, it was, for example, if you need any other information, it would be a supplement to the main document. And as I said, my impression was that they wanted to give me a broader perspective with respect to the threat context, but I do not remember at all that we went into such precise details for a given riding, and that a specific country had done something, was alleged to have done something in a riding. So the first time that I did hear about the allegations with respect to this riding was when it was public, following the leaks, and last year it came out.
Next questions you may be able to answer quite quickly, if given that you've indicated it was really more high level or global type briefings. Turning away specifically from this document, can I ask you whether, I'll ask the court operator to pull up sum 3. Minister, there was a number of summaries produced for the purposes of this commission on various issues relating to the 2019 and 2021 elections. And I'll just ask you very briefly to indicate whether or not you were aware of intelligence relating to these various issues at the time of the 2019 and then 2021 elections. So this first one relates to potential interference in the Vancouver area, and specifically the use of, at paragraph 3, the use of proxy agents to exclude candidates from community events. Was this the type of intelligence that you would have been briefed on in 2020 or after the sometime after the 2019 election?
Yeah, and in your introduction, you said like before the 2019 election. So I would not have had even this level of detail before the 2019 election when I became Minister responsible for democratic institutions. So after the 2019 election, provide the briefings. It was, certainly they were focusing on China as one of the most frequent countries in terms of attempting to interfere. I don't remember details of local community events in the city of Vancouver. Again, the first time I saw these summaries was preparing for this hearing, and there are a long list of caveats that you can't figure out from this summary. We don't know at what particular moment this intelligence information was gathered. We don't have the context of other pieces of information. We're not sure if it's a single source, if it was corroborated. So I want to be careful not to comment on these specific things, other than having looked at the summaries before my appearance today.
I understand, and I don't want to ask you about the substance of any of the intelligence. I'm really just looking or seeking to understand whether these are, you would have been briefed on these issues in your capacity as having responsibilities for democratic institutions.
So they would have, for example, talked about proxy agents, and that is one of the ways that different hostile actors attempt to interfere. I would have understood that China was very present in that kind of activity, but was it in the city of Vancouver and was somebody kept out of a community event? That I would not have known.
Understood. And if we could bring up some .10, please. This is a summary, Minister, in relation to PRC threat actors, contact with candidates, and funding of threat actors. It mentions 11 candidates, 13 political staff, and a transfer of $250,000. Were you briefed in relation, or had you been briefed in relation to these? To this body of intelligence in your capacity and as responsible for democratic institutions?
So again, I wouldn't comment on specific allegations. In this case, I learned about this when it became public following some leaks. So I would not have been briefed in this level of granularity. But as I say, I also think it's important that people not think we are confirming stuff that appeared in particular leaks that of intelligence information. I think it just merits saying that I took note of the public discussion of these issues.
Right. And turning to 2021 now, I'll ask the court operator to bring up sum 4. And this is a summary, Minister, that describes some of the allegations of misinformation or a disinformation campaign targeting Erin O'Toole, Kenny Chiu, and the Conservative Party of Canada. And I want to ask whether in the months or weeks after the 2021 election, were you aware of the intelligence summarized in this summary?
Again, I knew that China used social media platforms, and particularly WeChat, to propagate campaigns of disinformation and misinformation. But the first time I learned about the specific allegations, either with respect to Mr. O'Toole or Mr. Chiu, was following, again, the public release of this information. And then there were subsequent meetings in the fall of 2022, I think, and certainly in the spring of 2023, where we were taken into some more detail, a small group of ministers.
All right. And so turning then to those, we'll jump ahead then to those briefings, and I'll take you specifically to one that was held in May of 2023, and that's CAN 17676. If we can scroll to the second page, please. These are, I realize these are not your notes, Minister, but we heard some.
Brian Clow has pretty good handwriting.
He does indeed. So we heard some evidence from Mr. Clow yesterday that these were notes that he made during a briefing on May 18th, and I understand that you were, your name is listed at the top, and I understand you were at this briefing?
I was.
All right. And the document or the notes refer to some expressions of or partisan preferences, shifting, or wanting to punish. I'm looking at the first sort of in the middle of the page under discussion of media leaks. There's PRC, no threats of physical harm to MPs or families. The next line down, PRC wanted to punish LPC, shift to CPC, and some further discussion of shifting back to LPC. Was this the first time you had been briefed on intelligence relating to shifting partisan preferences expressed by the PRC?
Yes, it was. That was the first time I would have heard that level of granularity. I remember being quite skeptical that an intelligence briefing would be able to discern the shifting preferences of a country in another country's election. I've been in enough elections where a lot of people claim to have influence or to be involved in either a successful or an unsuccessful election, and having played a critical role where in some cases it's exaggerated. So that's part of a free and open democratic discussion. But I do remember the officials offering up that piece of intelligence at that meeting.
All right, and there's also, I see a note towards the bottom of the screen right now, FI in DVN 2019 nomination. Is this the first time you would have heard at that sort of granular level about particular intelligence relating to the nomination process in 2019 and DVN?
Yes, I think it was.
Okay. And at the bottom of the screen now, there's reference to the 11 candidates and a reference to $250,000. Again, this is the first time you would have heard with that level of granularity about that, that allegation?
Yes, it was.
All right. And scrolling to the next page, sorry. The second unredacted line there, disinformation campaigns did exist. I can't conclude direct impact on certain results. And above that, there's a list of various media outlets. Is this the first time you would have heard about intelligence relating to a disinformation campaign in 2021?
I don't disagree with Brian's notes. I think there was a meeting in February, in the winter of that same year. I don't have those notes in front of me, and I just want to make sure I don't say, yeah, that was the first time, and then there's a note referencing. This was the first time that I remember hearing about ridings, allegations around money exchanging, disinformation campaigns, and China using social media platforms was something that we'd heard a lot about for a considerable amount of time. But this may have been the first time when they went into detail of the targets, the particular elements of the disinformation that was used.
Thank you. And I don't mean to suggest it was, you may well have heard about this at an earlier briefing, but it was well after 2021. It would have only been after various media leaks. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yes. This level of granularity started after some of these allegations were in the public domain.
Thank you. And would, just to conclude, would having knowledge of this type of information, this level of granularity, would it have benefited your review of the implementation of the Plan to Protect Democracy in 2019 and your efforts to update that plan that you spoke about earlier for 2021? Would having this level of information about the nature and extent of threats of foreign interference have benefited your efforts in reviewing and developing the Plan 2.0, as you put it?
I'm not sure that this level of granularity would have made a significant difference. The senior officials at the Privy Council office who worked with me talked to their colleagues in the Intelligence Secretariat at Privy Council office, and I assume with the national security agencies. I certainly believed in the discussions I had with them. They gave me a sufficiently precise picture of the threat landscape, of the countries that were active in the particular foreign interference space. And the measures that we wanted to be put in, to be adjusted or tweaked following Mr. Judd's report of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians were validated by the fact that we had Mr. Judd and the members of the panel themselves confirming that in their views, the measures that had been in place had worked, had been successful. So I had every confidence that I had all of the information I needed, and my colleagues at Privy Council office, the senior officials that helped me go to cabinet with the adjusted version of the plan, were well aware of what we needed to ask cabinet to make the changes, largely based on Mr. Judd's review. And Mr. Judd would have had all of this granularity. So I had very much confidence in his experience in this area. He had a long and distinguished experience in this area. And I was told that he had been taken through all of this detail. I was satisfied to rely on his advice and the advice of the deputy ministers at Privy Council office when we went to cabinet for the amended or the adjusted plan.
Those are all my questions, Commissioner.
Thank you. We'll break for lunch. And we'll come back at 2:20.
Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This hearing is in recess until 2:20. La séance est en pause jusqu'à 14h20. S'il vous plaît. The sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
Ah, la séance a repris, mais j'ai oublié.
Well, we just resumed, but I forgot my notes. Just a second, I'll be back.
Before we start the cross-examination, I just want to specify one thing. The question that I've been asked of and the answer that I've been given by Minister Blair regarding the media report concerning the CSIS warrant were outside the scope of this stage of the Commission work, and no findings will be made on these matters in the initial report. Cross-examination. First one is counsel for Jenny Kwan.
Minister LeBlanc, my name is Sujit Chaudhary. I'm counsel for Jenny Kwan, MP for Vancouver East.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just have 5 minutes, so a couple of quick questions. The first is you've probably seen reports about the CSIS director's talking points that we examined yesterday with the PMO panel. I just have a question about those, a quick one. Did you ever receive, so there's particular talking points regarding that are dated February 21st, 2023, and I'll refer to the CAN doc number for my friends, it's CAN 4495. And just a quick question is whether you ever received a briefing from the director that covered the points in those talking points. And maybe if it would help, Minister, we could put up the document. And in particular, it's on pages 5 and 6. There's some conclusions, if you can scroll down. Yeah, so there's 3 conclusions listed on page 5. And then there's 2 conclusions on page 6. And we're just wondering if you ever received a briefing from the director that covered those 5 points.
Well, then, if you want me to speak to all 5 of them, let's go back to the first 3.
Course,
if I could go back up to the first 3.
Yeah.
Because you'll appreciate the first time I saw this document was when I was preparing for these.
Of course, sir. Yes.
And I was not in that briefing that the Prime Minister would have had.
Yeah.
Okay, can I see the last 2 again?
Sure, of course. Thank you.
And your question
So
again?
my question is, did you ever receive a briefing from the CSIS director that addressed any of those 5 points or communicated those 5 points?
Not in that context at all. My first briefing with the CSIS director as Minister of Democratic Institutions was, as I said earlier today, a higher level sort of analysis of the threat landscape. Since I became Minister of Public Safety, I talked to the director of CSIS about these issues with more precision than the Minister of Democratic Institutions at the time. And we're always looking at, and he talks to me about things the service is doing to detect and disrupt foreign interference. We've always said that the threat evolves, that the kind of, the nature of the threat and the particular ways that hostile state or non-state actors attempt to interfere evolve. And he talks to me about what CSIS is doing to keep up with the evolving threat. So that would be the context of my conversations with him.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's actually a good segue to my next question, which is, so Maître Drouin was here testifying in her capacity, her most recent role as NSIA, and she offered an observation at the end of her cross-examination with me. She said that, you know, it's been 2 years, 2.5 years since 2021. And our understanding of foreign interference continues to evolve as to the kind of threat it might pose today, as to what it might have posed in 2021, let alone in 2019. And so and I know that you've been working on you've issued a report with Madame Charette about steps forward. And so I'm hoping I can ask you a couple of questions on that theme of what our current understanding of foreign interference is and how we might respond today relative to our current understanding. And so the first is a question that's been put to other members of the government, but we'll put to you as well. And if we could call up now, it's in the document database, JKW 161. Good. And if we could scroll down, there should be a chart here. Yes, that's it. Thank you. So Minister, you're familiar with this, obviously. This is the National Terrorism Threat Levels chart. And so the question is, as an alternative to the threshold in a protocol, which is a high threshold and a single threshold, this, in the counterterrorism context, we use a spectrum. And with kind of a graduated set of responses. And so is this type of framework an alternative to the high single threshold model that we use for foreign interference? Is it something we should consider or look at carefully?
So, and my colleague Karina Gould would have talked about that this morning when she was the Minister of Democratic Institutions and brought forward the first Protecting Democracy plan, which had the public protocol. The threshold is deliberately set at a high level. It's an extraordinary moment in the middle of an election campaign where a group of 5 senior public servants chaired by the Secretary to the Cabinet, the most senior nonpartisan public servant in the country, would intervene in an election context to alert Canadians to a potential threat of foreign interference that in their independent judgment would impact the ability of Canadians to have a free and fair election, including at the riding level or obviously at the national level. So the threshold has to be high. In an election campaign, you deliberately want a robust public discourse. There are often not gentle moments in a country's democratic evolution, and that's positive. You want to encourage robust debate, and having weekly comment from a panel of the most senior public servants or regular commentary would be an extraordinary moment, and done at anything less than a high threshold, in our view, might undermine confidence in the election. So that's why it's deliberately set that high, and that's why I don't think a comparison to a terrorism threat level is a valid comparison. During the election campaign, the national security agencies are still very much, according to law, doing their job at detecting and disrupting foreign interference. You're going to the ultimate instrument of a public declaration by the panel of 5. I think it's important to know that the work is being done on a regular and effective basis throughout the election period, and obviously before the election as well.
So one follow-up question, Minister, because, sorry.
It's going to be the last
Yes, yeah, of course. So I mean, just to put this back to you, it could be that at the critical level, there's a public announcement by the panel of 5, but beneath that, there's different types of communications that might not be of that character, to parties, to candidates, to different entities. So there's a more complicated, a more complex set of tools available to the government than the one that it's chosen in this version of the protocol that might evolve in response to the recommendations that or the review that you're undertaking right now.
And the question is?
And so can't we think about something other than kind of the all or nothing approach where it's a public announcement from the panel of 5 where there's communications to parties, to candidates, to affected communities that maybe doesn't have the same level of seriousness?
Well, I think as I said, you want to be careful in an electoral context before intelligence information is shared in public context. You know that there's a security cleared representatives of each political party that can meet with representatives of the intelligence and security community. Elections Canada has access to these officials as well. I don't think that you can have a spectrum of public comment. It either reaches the threshold where in the independent professional judgment of these 5 senior officials, they are required to inform the public because in their judgment, our ability to conduct a free and fair election in a riding or nationally is affected. I don't think you take steps along that road. It's candidates respond to allegations, candidates disagree with other candidates, candidates comment on social media posts. That's part of a normal, robust democratic discussion. And having intelligence services or senior public officials commenting in a public way in an election, in our view, has to be because in their independent judgment, during the caretaker period, they think that something has happened that impedes the ability of Canadians to have a free and fair election. And it's important to note that in 2019 and 2021, in their judgment, they did not think that was the case.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Counsel for Erin O'Toole.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Minister. My name is Tom Jarman. I
Good
represent
afternoon.
Erin O'Toole. I just got a couple of questions. During the period from 2019 to 2021, when you were serving your duties as Minister of Democratic Institutions, is it fair to say that the intelligence briefings you received were high level as opposed to directed at significant incidents?
Yeah, they were high level threat analysis of the threat environment. There was discussions of different hostile state and non-state actors that were active in this space, but it didn't go down into details around specific ridings or specific geographical regions.
Okay, thank you. And this morning when Minister Gould testified, she talked about the relationship she developed with Facebook, Twitter, and Microsoft, and I guess Google as well, in order to come to this voluntary protocol with respect to the 2019 election. Was that reviewed after the 2019 election?
Yes, it was reviewed by the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and by Mr. Judd in his review. The voluntary undertaking that Ms. Gould got from the major social media platforms was reviewed. And in fact, in 2021, we also added others to that space.
Yes. And what steps were taken to add foreign enterprises like Tencent and ByteDance, who are the owners of WeChat and TikTok, respectively?
So again, we were governed by the analysis that Mr. Judd did and the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. We always recognized that there was a threat of disinformation and misinformation in this space, and that some foreign state and non-state actors were particularly active. That is one of the challenges of a democratic process in a moment where social media has taken on such significant importance and has such a significant impact. But we believe that the officials at Privy Council Office, the members of the site task force and others had developed ongoing relationships with these social media platforms. And during the context of an election, during the caretaker period where the government is itself a candidate in the election, they were the ones that would have those conversations and those relationships.
And have ByteDance or Tencent been asked to enter into the same relationships with as Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft, and Google?
I want to be careful before getting in. I don't want to talk about specific discussions that may have happened with intelligence officials who are the ones that are best placed to give this advice to the government. But we have participated, for example, in a G7 effort, the Rapid Response Mechanism. Canada was a global leader in this space. There was the Paris Call for Trust in Democracy, where I participated quickly or soon after becoming Democratic Institutions Minister with other countries. It's a live conversation with our Five Eyes partners about what we can do in terms of sharing information around different platforms, but also which hostile state actors or non-state actors are active in this space.
But wouldn't their refusal to participate in such an arrangement be a signal to the government, particularly after the 2019 election, when we began to observe these activities, that other measures might be necessary?
But again, regulating global social media platforms is obviously a complicated space. You'll appreciate that it's not easy for one country to regulate or legislate in this area. That's why the most effective ways, in our view, are to work with like-minded countries. And there's increasingly an effort from Five Eyes partners, from G7 partners, to work in this space together. We took our responsibility to do everything that we could. And I would think that certainly the work that Ms. Gould did told us that the major social media platforms want to ensure that they're not participating in activities or being used in a way that disinformation or misinformation campaigns could affect negatively the outcome of an election. But it's a constant challenge for democratic governments around the world. And it's an active conversation that I've had with counterparts in other countries as well.
Great. That's my time. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Next one is Counsel for RCDA, Métier Roy.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Ministre Leblanc, vous avez été impliqué dans le développement du mandat de la précédente commission, n'est-ce pas?
Oui.
You were involved in the mandate of this commission, Mr. Leblanc. So the commission was set up with great care. Could you repeat your question, please? Question. Each word was picked with great caution, of course, and it was negotiated with all political parties in the House of Commons, NDP, Conservatives, Bloc Québécois, and so on and so forth. We all agreed with each word in the terms of reference and the mandate you just quoted.
D'évaluer l'ingérence de la Chine.
The mandate according the Commission to investigate foreign interference by China among other state actors. So China is specifically mentioned because this was brought up in the media. So is the government aware of similar allegations when Russia interfered with the 43rd and 42nd general election? Reply: I will not comment on allegations in the public domain about allegations of particular intelligence. It is known in the public domain that Russia is particularly involved in disinformation and misinformation campaigns in other contexts and in cyber attacks. I am referring to what is in the public domain, and earlier in other countries we saw allegations of Russians' involvement in such threats, but I will not comment on the specifics of Russian interference, but I will say, as was said publicly, that Russia was quite active in other circumstances, and we wanted to make sure that all appropriate measures of protections were available in Canada. question. There are other countries which are also actively involved. So we're mentioning Russia, China, and other state actors. I'm wondering why we don't just mention China and other state actors if there is no apparent intention of Russian involvement in the 43rd and 44th general election. Answer: I didn't say that Russia didn't get involved. I said that it is a permanent threat. The fact that Russia is interfering through misinformation and disinformation campaigns in other countries in the public domain. There were allegations concerning Russia and concerning cyber attacks. When I spoke with my counterparts, the parliamentary leaders of the three major political parties, the discussion was quite public. A year ago in the spring, people spoke about China and Russia. There are other countries. We saw allegations regarding India. I remember at some point in the conversation, it was, I believe, in the month of August, when we were finalizing the terms of reference, we concluded among ourselves that we wanted to give the Commission the ability to lead the evidence. We used the terms of other state and non-state actors because we want the Commission to be able to establish the evidence and to come to some findings. Question. So the Commission was created to make sure that nothing was missed by the government in terms of Russian involvement in the last two general elections. Answer: we're always seeking recommendations in order to reinforce the already robust measures that we have put in place and which were appropriate during the last two general elections. But we're looking forward to receiving the recommendations of the Commission and of other experts, because we recognize that the way the threat is evolving requires measures to detect and counter interference, which may also evolve. Question. So your statement applies particularly to Russia, and that's why it is mentioned in the Commission's terms of reference. Answer: no, I wouldn't say that it applies particularly to Russia. I am looking forward to seeing the analysis and the recommendation of the Commission regarding several countries, some findings which deserve to be looked into and reviewed. I don't spend a lot of time speculating about where the Commission is going to go in its findings, but among the four major parties, we agreed that Russia was and China were involved, but they're not the only countries, and we will not comment on specific incidents of a particular country. The Commission, of course, has access to all information and all evidence, but I would like to be careful in the public domain. My last question. So we did mention Russia to make sure that Russia would be investigated by the Commission. Reply: we recognize that Russia is active, particularly in terms of potential cyber attacks and disinformation and misinformation. And the four political parties decided to use two examples of countries which were discussed a lot in the public domain. But we wanted the Commission, for the Commission to have access to all classified information, to all documents, and with senior officials who were able to brief the Commission. So in its finding, we wanted the Commission to be able to lead the evidence. Thank you. Conservative Party.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I have COM 346 pulled up, please? Minister, do you have it in front of you, Minister LeBlanc? This is a news report from CTV News published June 2, 2023. And at the top, if you could scroll down, please. Page 2, the top of page 2, it says, a senior government official says Intergovernmental Affairs Minister Dominic LeBlanc is leading a process to determine independent MP Han Dong's possible return to the Liberal caucus. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it correct that as of June 2, 2023, you are leading a process to determine if Mr. Dong could rejoin the Liberal caucus?
Apologies, Commissioner, if my friend could explain how this is relevant to parts A and B of your mandate.
Well, we've been through this before. There's considerable controversy about Mr. Dong's participation, willing or not, in foreign interference, and there's conflicting reports as to what he did or didn't do and what he said or didn't say, and whether that gave rise to, for lack of a better term, discipline or him being forced from Liberal caucus. So I'm asking this witness whether that in fact happened and whether in light of, I'll come to the questions, in light of the special rapporteur's conclusions, that decision to be excluded from caucus has been reconsidered at all.
And tell me, what is the relationship with A and B of the terms of reference? Because I can follow you if we look at the broad mandate of the Commission, but we are just in phase 1.
Well, part of phase 1.
And I fail to see.
Part of phase 1 is to understand the extent of foreign interference, who it involved, and what the government officials knew. I put it to you, or I submit to you, Madam Commissioner, that the extent to which Mr. Dong was disciplined and remains disciplined is relevant to that inquiry.
I'm going to allow the question as to whether he was disciplined, but I think after that, what happened in 2023 or 2024 is outside the scope of the Commission for the time being.
So Mr. Dong said publicly in the House of Commons that he voluntarily decided to withdraw from the Liberal caucus when the allegations became public. He stood up one evening in the House of Commons and voluntarily withdrew from the Liberal caucus and asked the Speaker to sit as an independent. That was the decision that Mr. Dong made when these allegations became public, and that is on the public record. Those were his words.
Okay. Mr. Dong has also said since that he would like to rejoin caucus and that he's had discussions with you about the possibility of rejoining caucus. Is that correct?
I think now you're pressing the line. It goes beyond the scope of this phase.
Okay, so I'll just put the questions on the record. I appreciate your ruling. And if it's correct that Mr. Dong has requested to rejoin caucus and that has not yet been acceded to that request, I'd like to know why. And so that's the next question. I accept your ruling, Madam Commissioner. And I'd just like to put on the record the documents that speak to these questions that I've intended to ask Minister LeBlanc. It's COM 344, 345, 346, and 347.
So,
those are my
noted. Thank you.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel for Michael Chung.
Madame, nous n'avons aucune question.
Madam Commissioner, we have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Human Rights Coalition.
Good afternoon.
Bonjour.
Could we please pull up Doc 15 and turn to page 4? This is going to be the institutional report prepared by Public Safety Canada. And the final bullet point on page 4 reads, The public safety minister is responsible for most of the federal agencies operating in the areas of national security, policing and law enforcement, border services and corrections, and conditional release, namely the RCMP, CSIS, CBSA, CSC, and PBC. The minister's role is to coordinate their activities and establish strategic priorities relating to public safety and emergency preparedness. Is this correct?
Yes.
Is it a strategic priority to protect diaspora communities?
It's always been a priority, not just of the Public Safety Department, but of the whole government. As I learned about the prevalence of foreign interference, we were always struck that diaspora communities are, in many cases, the targets and the victims of these foreign interference attempts. So it's the Public Safety Department is absolutely seized with that, as would be, for example, CSIS and other agencies, but the whole government is concerned about this. My colleague, the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion, talks to me about this. So it's not just my department, but the Public Safety Department is absolutely concerned about this, but it goes beyond one department.
Thank you. And if I could ask the court operator to please pull up CAN 2096. And as it's being pulled up, Minister, I understand this was an election security brief provided to you. Looking to the first page at the third bullet point, it's under the heading.
Sorry, do we know the date of that?
Unfortunately, that document was produced without a date.
Okay.
So just under slide 2, it reads, a 2016 public threat report from the Communications Security Establishment, CSE, identified political parties and politicians, electoral activities, and the media as vulnerable to threats, but also noted that our system has inherent strengths built in. For example, paper-based ballots cannot be hacked. Would you agree with this statement? And
I think our system has a lot of inherent strengths. One of them is paper-based ballots. That's probably in the context of cyber attacks. That my discussions with Elections Canada or the security agencies have always been around the risk, obviously, of a cyber attack. In the case of paper ballots, it's a lot easier to maintain public confidence in the election machinery and in the outcome, but it would be one example. I don't remember the details. I accept that the document you put before me, if it was my then Deputy Minister Ian McCowan, who was the Deputy Secretary at Privy Council Office, these were ongoing conversations that I would have had with him over a number of meetings or briefings.
And so you said that it would be one of many tools in an arsenal to address the issue. And with that in mind, you would agree that a paper-based ballot doesn't make an elector any less vulnerable to intimidation or harassment, which is why there needs to be other mechanisms to protect them.
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Great. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. AG?
I have no questions, thank you.
Re-examination?
No, thank you.
J'ai une question pour vous.
I have a question for you, Mr. Leblanc. You indicated during the chief examination that you learned about allegations about Mr. Chung and Mr. O'Toole only when the information was made public in 2022. And also, when you addressed another question, you said that it would not really have been useful to you when you undertook to assess to what extent the measures which were put in place had been sufficient or had been efficient. Could you indicate if in your role as a minister, this type of information would have been useful to you at the same time when such information was identified. Question, are you speaking as a Minister of Democratic Institutions? Reply, yes, as a Minister of Democratic Institutions, and then you can speak as a Minister of Public Safety. Reply, I'm quite comfortable about the fact that my discussions with the BCO officials and my private discussions gave me sufficient information to assess how we needed to evolve our measures between the 2019 and the 2021 election. For example, I was aware that there were hostile actors that were using social media or media platforms that were using proxies for intimidation purposes. At the time, I had no operational responsibilities to follow up in the case of X and Y person or X and Y country, because this would have been in the hands of my colleague who was in charge of public safety. This would have been left to intelligence organizations. So in my general discussions with senior officials, I was convinced that I had enough information to assess a plan to protect democratic institutions. I didn't necessarily need to know that it was X candidate or a city Y which were involved. It was about asking and being reassured that Elections Canada, the RCMP, the Privy Council, and other intelligence agencies had sufficient information to detect and counter this kind of interference. So it was just because of a cabinet reshuffle that I had these duties as Minister for Democratic Institutions. And then last summer, I took on responsibilities as Minister for Public Safety. And I became aware, as I hadn't been before, the role of the Minister for Public Safety in terms of approving some operations by intelligence agencies, the questions of the mandate of some intelligence of CSIS. Sometimes they will inform the minister of a threat, and this is the function of the public safety minister. But I think it would not have been appropriate to be aware of such details as Minister for Democratic Institutions. And right now, I'm very fortunate to wear both hats. The question, and as a public safety minister, do you expect to be made aware of such allegations? Answer, yes, absolutely. And I can assure you that in my discussions with Mr. Vigneault or his colleagues, it is the kind of discussions that they have very freely with me. I am quite well informed on such issues, and if they deem it appropriate or when they need my approval, or they are obligated to inform me. Sometimes they are required to inform me without necessarily requiring my authorization, but I am very comfortable with such exchanges now. Thank you.
So no re-examination after my question?
No.
Votre Seigneurie.
Oh, pardon.
Oui, Alain Monceau du Bloc québécois.
Alain Monceau, Bloc québécois, since Handog and the Government of Canada ask questions, I would ask for authorization to ask a few questions as well. Sure, I'll give you a few minutes.
On va convenir de 5 minutes.
We'll give you 5 minutes, Mr. Monceau. Good afternoon, Mr. Leblanc. Good afternoon. Alain Monceau from the Bloc Québécois media, as well as by way of different testimony here that the Safeguard Defend a Human Rights Coalition in September of 2022 had drawn the attention of 55 Chinese police stations around the world, including 3 here. And then the RCMP said they had conducted an inquiry on 2 of these police stations, one in Montreal and another one in Brassard. These 2 police stations seem to have engaged in interference activities from those locations. So you, the minister at the time, which minister? The Minister of Public Safety at the time. You mean my predecessor? Yes. So your predecessor mentioned, and this was reported in the media, that the 2 police stations in question had been closed. They had been shut down indefinitely, and we also learned that illegal activities had been carried out. And this is why those 2 police stations had been shut down. Can you tell us whether indeed those illegal activities were criminal activities?
Sorry to interrupt. Beyond the scope of this portion of the hearings, of this portion of the Commission's work, which is focused on the 2019 and 2021 general elections.
Pouvez-vous maintenant
Mr. Monson, can you please establish the connection you are making? Our mandate is fairly limited in this stage. In fact, you are right. My colleague is right to point that out. But the connection I'm establishing is that those police stations were created before 2022, as we learned through the media. So these police stations were in existence in 2019 or 2021, unless there is evidence to the contrary. I want to make sure I understand. I don't want to open a can of worms at this point, which will not be useful in this phase. What you are saying, what we are looking at is foreign interference. Just before or during the 2019 and 2021 elections. And what you are saying is that these Chinese police stations existed before that time. So what connection are you establishing between the 2019 and 2020 elections and their existence? Yes, absolutely. They existed then, and we can presume there was interference because the RCMP shut them down afterwards because of illegal activities without telling us exactly what those activities were, which had been committed at the time. So your question is, what were those illegal acts? The RCMP would only have interfered in terms of foreign interference if there had been illegal activities. We never learned about those activities. I believe the question is too general. If you can reword the question, whether to the knowledge of the minister illegal acts were carried out in relation to the 2019 and 2021 elections, I would allow that question. But I think the question, as you worded it, is exceeds the mandate of this commission.
According to your terms of reference, if there were ongoing investigations related to this matter, and there is ongoing litigation in relation to this matter, it would not be appropriate. And then my second point is, my friend has not provided any information to found the statements that he is making, that these police stations were in existence early, that they were in 2019, and it's somewhat unfair for the witness to be asked questions on a basis of a hypothetical set of circumstances that he may know nothing about.
But this is the reason why I made clear that it's as far as Minister Leblanc knows. He doesn't have to speculate, but if he knows whether some of these alleged activities would have been in relation with the elections, then this question is permitted. but I will not permit that you go very far with this line of questions.
So, did you know about any illegal acts which may have been committed from these two Chinese police stations in Montreal and Brassard in connection with the elections of 2019 and 2021? Well, I would hesitate in answering the question because the minister does not determine what is a legal or illegal activity. I am not a prosecutor or a policeman or a judge. I believe you when you quote what the RCMP allegedly said. I would have to look into what the RCMP had in fact stated. I am aware of what was said publicly about these supposed police stations. I think it is important to use supposed or alleged to qualify those stations, but I don't have any operational details from the RCMP. And as government counsel has said, I am not confident enough to answer that, as there may be ongoing investigations. So I'm quite hesitant to answer the question on that particular issue. Thank you. We will now move into break. I know that we are supposed to have a 5-minute break, but in fact, it'll be more like 20 minutes, given the fact that witnesses will be changing and that certain security measures will have to be put into place. So I expect to be back in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Please, alors, s'il vous plaît, this hearing is in recess until 3:25? 3:30. La séance est en pause jusqu'à 3h30. Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
Alors, M. Chaudry, c'est vous qui menez l'interrogatoire.
Good afternoon. Shantona Chaudhary, lead counsel for the commission. Our witness this afternoon is Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Can I ask that the witness be sworn or affirmed?
Do you wish to be sworn or affirmed for the record?
Sworn, please.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Justin Trudeau.
And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. So, Prime Minister, we'll start with the typical routine housekeeping. Mr. Clerk, can I ask you to pull up WIT 66, please? Prime Minister, you'll recall being interviewed by Commission Counsel on February 27th, 2024?
Yes.
Can you confirm that you've reviewed the summary of that interview, that the summary is accurate, and that you adopted as part of your evidence before the Commission?
I can.
Thank you. The next is WIT 67, please, Mr. Clerk. So, Mr. Prime Minister, this is the summary of your in-camera examination. You'll recall having been examined in camera by Commission Counsel earlier this year?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and once again, can you confirm that you've reviewed the summary, that the summary is accurate, and that you adopted as part of your evidence for the Commission?
I can.
Perfect. We can take that down now, Mr. Clerk. So I'm going to ask you to start today, Prime Minister, by asking a pretty general question, but nevertheless a fundamental one, which is, having been Prime Minister now since 2015, can you paint for the Commission a picture of the foreign interference landscape over your tenure as Prime Minister? And before you answer, I'll just put two sort of precisions on that. One is that we know foreign interference comes in all shapes and sizes, but the kind of foreign interference that interests us most today at this commission is obviously foreign interference in democratic processes and electoral processes and institutions. Second, it goes without saying, but in answering this question and all questions I pose to you, please stick to information that can be safely publicly disclosed.
Indeed. One of the things that we had grown concerned about as a party when we were in opposition before the 2015 election was the lack of oversight by parliamentarians into what was going on in our national security universe in this country. Example of the Afghan detainee documents, where there wasn't a process whereby parliamentarians of different parties, of opposition parties, could examine top secret material, was seen as a lacking that Canada had, certainly compared to our other Five Eyes partners, which is why in our 2015 campaign platform, we committed to creating a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, whereby parliamentarians of all different parties would be sworn into the highest levels of clearance to be able to oversee, verify, and ascertain that everything that our national security agencies were doing was, on the one hand, compliant with Canadian values, rules, and the Charter, and on the other hand, doing everything necessary to keep Canadians safe. So we started in 2015 with a commitment to strengthen our national security institutions. We did that by the creation of National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. We also combined a number of oversight organizations into NCIRA, which is a more judicial or academic or high-level oversight of our national security agencies, as well as, as we began to govern, strengthened our various national security and intelligence agencies and tools. One of the things I did is I changed our national security advisor to a national security and intelligence advisor, because it's not just about security, and obviously the work around intelligence was getting more and more complex and important in part of keeping Canadians safe. Over the course of that first mandate, we witnessed the significant foreign interference allegations or threats during the 2016 presidential election in the United States, where Russia, certainly through misinformation and disinformation online, attempted to interfere. But also, more interestingly, as a key example, in 2017, during the French presidential election, there was actually a moment in which officials within the French governmental apparatus actually had to come out and tell the citizens of France that a particular piece of information or news that was about to break was in fact Russian disinformation and should not be given any weight or heed. That got us to reflecting on whether or not Canada had a potential to intercede in an election campaign if there was a significant threat of foreign interference impacting the ability of our elections to actually unfold in a free and fair way. So we got to work on developing such a mechanism here in Canada, which ended up being two mechanisms, both the site task force that allows our security agencies to monitor very closely the goings-on in the election, and the panel of five, which is top civil servants who would have the ability, if they deemed it necessary, to actually go public or take other actions to ensure the protection of our democratic institutions and electoral processes from foreign interference. One of the other examples of things that we did during that time in 2018, when Canada hosted the G7 leaders meeting in Charlevoix, Quebec, we actually brought forward and created the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism, which was designed to monitor and respond to threats of misinformation and disinformation in our democracies, a tool that has been successfully used over the past years since in a number of different occasions, and indeed was more recently actually strengthened to weigh in a little more on the democracies in Eastern Europe, where we're seeing significant interference by Russians, given the conflict in Ukraine.
Okay, thank you for that summary. What I'm going to try and get at now is the threats, really, to which all of this responds. So we heard from Minister Gould this morning about the plan to protect Canada's democracy and what it was really designed to do, that process. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask you to pull up a document, CAN 019496. So, Mr. Prime Minister, this is a document actually from 2017, so before this commission's mandate per se, but it gives an idea, I think, of the kind of information, or at least that was available to you at that time, and that's what I'm going to bring out here. So, this is a memo that was written to you by David Morrison, your NSIA at the time, and you received it in June 2017. So, the top of that document there talks about the Chinese foreign interference threat. And it says, the CSIS describes the PRC essentially as sophisticated, pervasive, persistent. There are other countries around, but the PRC is the big one. Mr. Clerk, if you can just scroll down a little bit more. Okay, scroll down, I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going. Okay, there we go. So on the third page here, you'll see Prime Minister, it talks about allies who are facing similar challenges and refers specifically to Australia, in which I believe what's explained there is in Australia, it was found that agents of the Chinese government were donating millions of dollars across the political spectrum. So your NSIA is informing you of this, and keep scrolling down, please, Mr. Clerk, to the next page. And then brings it back to Canada. Scroll down a little bit more, please, Mr. Clerk, till the next page. PCO comments. There we go. Okay, last page. Politicians and elected officials, in particular at the provincial, territorial, and municipal levels, are largely unaware of the PRC's and others' efforts to influence Canada's political landscape, making them more vulnerable to these attempts, either in Canada or when traveling abroad. So there's that, and then scroll down just a little bit more, Mr. Clerk, so we can see the last part of this. So this is, I'm sorry, I said it was David Morrison, it's actually Daniel Jean. This is a very sensitive issue, and public efforts to raise awareness should remain general and not single out specific countries to avoid potential bilateral incidents. However, countries across the line should be reminded of appropriate conduct and risk of consequences. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like you to speak to those points if you can. First of all, the level of knowledge about foreign interference, the level of threat here, we see it coming from the PRC, and also that tension between sort of exposing something about foreign interference while at the same time having to balance international relations, bilateral incidents, and the like.
Well, first of all, it's a good example, as I spoke about the experiences in the United States and in France. The experience that Australia had, not with Russia, but with China, is another excellent example that we were very aware of at the time, and highlighted the fact that there are foreign state actors who are interested in playing a role in our democracies or in disrupting our democracies. The difference between Russia and China is a significant one in that China has a very large diaspora of Chinese Canadians who are often the first targets of interference efforts by a foreign state, by that foreign state. So we were very aware of it. As a politician in Canada for 8 years when I became Prime Minister, I was certainly aware of the various ways officials and different countries, particularly through diasporas, can take an interest in Canadian political processes. But to understand it better, one of the first things we did in 2015, maybe into 2016, was request a briefing from our national security officials that would go at some of the things we had heard, some of the things we knew or understood as opposition politicians now in a position of being in government, that we wanted to understand more about the role of foreign interference in particular communities, and we even wanted to know about particular individuals that we had heard things about, and understand what landscape we were actually walking into, because we suddenly had access to a very sophisticated and excellent national security apparatus that when one is a simple opposition politician, you don't have access to. So from the very beginning, we knew there were things we needed to know about. And we got briefings on that, and this 2017 memo is certainly a continuation of that level of awareness. The issue of it being a sensitive issue is quite germane, and it evolves over time. Back in the early days of our government, we were very much looking to deepen the trade and commercial ties with China, seeing it as an opportunity for exports. One of my biggest files of the day on that was trying to restore the canola shipments that many Western grain farmers were relying on, that were seeing irregular blockages from the Chinese authorities. So that was part of our work. But even as we were doing that, we were very aware of the areas in which we needed to challenge or contest China, whether it was on issues of human rights or democracy, of Uyghurs, of protection of the rights of our diaspora communities from influence or intimidation. There's always been a complex approach that every government has had to take with China. Over the years, however, this has shifted significantly. As I'm sure we'll get into, the relations with China took a significant turn when they chose to arbitrarily detain 2 Canadian citizens. And for close to 3 years, we were not just pushing back hard against China on the arbitrary nature of those detentions and the fact that they needed to release those two Canadians, but we were extremely active around the world in mobilizing other countries to bring up Canada and the plight of the two Michaels during their bilateral conversations, which was something I can say ended up putting a significant amount of strain on our relationship, because it was a massive irritant to China that everyone kept talking about these two Michaels, even when they didn't have anything to do with Canada. We heard it regularly, but that was what we continue to do. It perhaps came to the greatest sort of head in terms of
C'est-à-dire que cela nous rappelait les contacts appropriés et les conséquences possibles.
Saw the president of China, Xi Jinping, at the opening ceremonies, I mentioned to him that I needed China to stop interfering in Canadian democratic processes, because that was very much something that people were very concerned about back home at that particular moment.
We'll move then to from the general landscape, which we now, I think, have a decent picture of, to some more precise questions having to do with this Commission's terms of reference. Et je vais commencer en français, monsieur, maintenant. Et on m'a parlé d'un sujet.
So now let's move on to a topic which is contained in your interview summary and your testimony. It has to do with the way that you receive information, intelligence information. Now, in your interview and previous testimony, it was said that the written documents were not necessarily a reflection of the information you received. And in fact, it's the verbal briefings that make up the main part of your briefings. Can you explain that to us? And can you generally explain to us the way you receive the information you need? Well, first of all, any prime minister receives countless briefings, receives countless information, not only on foreign interference or national security issues, but on the economy or public security issues, concerns shared by allies. I am constantly in receiving mode of all kinds of information from departments and advisors across government. I, of course, also follow the headlines to know what Canadians are reading about, hearing about, what they are concerned about in their daily lives. Now, all of this information is presented in different ways, but despite the fact that I receive written information, weekly summaries or briefs on intelligence, which are often on an FYI basis, the only sure way to make me aware of a priority issue is not simply to give me a note, which I may or may not read or may not have time to read if I am traveling or if I'm particularly busy at that point. It is the best way to convey information to me is to receive a direct briefing from my national security advisor, an intelligence advisor, who would give me security updates, usually on several topics, during a same session. And this would happen on a regular basis. Sometimes it's once or twice a week, or even more often if necessary. Sometimes it's only 3 or 4 times a month. It all depends. But the only way to guarantee, to make sure that I receive the necessary information, is to give me an in-person briefing or over a secure line, if necessary, on any issue or priority issue. Now, you mentioned the NSIA, so the National Security and Intelligence Advisor. Is this the person you depend on the most to provide you with the information you need in this area, or do you get the information from the clerk or from both? Well, in that particular field, it is the NSIA to keep me fully briefed on everything I need to know and to answer any questions I might have about security or intelligence. So she is the person I turn to get the answers I need. The clerk often has a role to play to bring priority issues to my attention. It could be security or intelligence issues, but it's mostly the NSIA who is mandated with keeping me fully briefed on security and intelligence issues. When you receive that information, I would ask you to explain to us how you respond, how you react. Can you tell us this specifically, because your chief of staff, Ms. Telford, yesterday testified that she received some information or security or intelligence products with a certain degree of reserve and does not necessarily take the information at face value. Sometimes the information might be erroneous, and I would like to know what you think about that based on your experience. Well, in politics, there is a principle, especially for those who are giving briefing or passing along information to a minister or to the prime minister, that if you are not sure about what you are conveying, you might not want to convey it. You cannot give a minister or the prime minister wrong information before they rise in the House or speak publicly. This could be very problematic. So when I receive information on an incident which has occurred or on any kind of concern or on a natural disaster or an issue Canadians need to deal with, well, the veracity of the information, the accuracy of the information, its completeness is very important. However, I would make an exception with regard to intelligence. When you receive intelligence, it hasn't always been corroborated. In legal circles, it's well known that the difference between intelligence and evidence, well, there is a distinction between those two issues. So when I receive a briefing, whether it's in writing or more frequently verbally, by security officials or intelligence officials, the reliability of the information is part and parcel of what is being said. For instance, when I was briefed on the fact that Iran had shot down a Ukrainian airline on which 100 Canadians were on board, the first reports were a little more vague. However, they told me they had indications that A, B, or C. And then at the next briefing, there was a lot more information. They knew that Iranian armed forces had shot down that Ukrainian aircraft. So what I am saying is that you have to take this intelligence, you have to take this information with a certain awareness that it still needs to be confirmed, or it might not be 100% accurate because it is very sensitive information. So that information could be very useful to indicate, for instance, that Russia is about to invade Ukraine. So we take that intelligence, we receive it in a different manner than I would, for instance, receive a report on Canada's unemployment rate or inflation rate. So there is a certain degree, I would not say skepticism, but of critical thought that must be applied to any information collected by our security and intelligence services.
I'm going to take you to the 2019 election now specifically. Mr. Clerk, can you pull up CAN 005461, please? So, Prime Minister, this is, while it's getting pulled up, yep, there it is. We know at this point in the evidence before the Commission that on September 28th, 2019, the Site Task Force and CSIS gave a briefing to the security cleared representative of the Liberal Party about foreign interference in the Don Valley North riding. We also know from Mr. Broadhurst that he then received that information. How did this play out from your perspective?
Late in September, as I was coming through Ottawa, I believe I was on my way out across the country for another stretch of campaigning. I believe it was on a Sunday as I was heading out after Saturday with my family. Mr. Broadhurst met me at the airport in a holding room, in a lounge on the government side of the airport, government terminal in the airport, to let me know of concerns that he had received from the Site Task Force and CSIS about the nomination campaign, the nomination election, the nomination race contest in Don Valley North. He shared with me that intelligence services had shared with him concerns that Chinese officials in Canada had been developing plans to possibly engage in interference in the nomination contest, specifically by mobilizing buses filled with, and the challenge in this is always trying to pick out what I heard exactly then from what I knew later, but I believe it was either buses full of students or buses filled with Chinese speakers or Chinese diaspora members who would be mobilized to support Han Dong, who would have been mobilized to support Han Dong in that nomination contest of a few weeks previous. In what ended up being probably a 20-minute to half-hour conversation with Mr. Broadhurst, I asked him more specifically about, okay, so they had plans or an intent or a capacity to do this. Do we know that they did? Did you hear from CSIS and the security agencies that this was actually done? They weren't entirely certain. There was reasons to believe that perhaps it has, and perhaps the indication was that there were buses filled with Chinese speakers at that nomination contest. I asked if, and as a matter of course, those who are in politics and certainly on the ground riding politics know that it is regular for buses to be mobilized particularly in contested nominations of community organizations, student groups, a particular seniors residence could bring a minibus full of seniors to participate in a nomination contest. So just the existence of buses wasn't enough. Buses with Chinese speakers or Mandarin speakers in them wasn't enough to be itself alarming or a condemnation, but there were clear indications that there were concerns by CSIS that China might have been behind this, and that those students or those individuals on the bus might have been motivated or mobilized to vote in that way, and there were concerns that CSIS had. I asked the extent to which they were certain that it happened, the extent to which they were certain that China was indeed behind the mobilizing of the bus or buses. And I also asked whether or not CSIS had information that Han Dong knew about this, whether he was witting and aware that China had mobilized, or Chinese officials had mobilized buses for him or not. And the answers were not clear from CSIS at that point, according to what Mr. Broadhurst told me. I then I also asked if it was a close nomination, if there was a sense that the actual result of the nomination could have been affected by this bus or buses or what was there, and that wasn't clear at all. CSIS didn't have any conclusions to share at that point. I asked Mr. Broadhurst whether CSIS was making any recommendations or suggestions as to what we should do with this information. And it was clear to Mr. Broadhurst that this was very much about just letting us know so that we know and could perhaps take any actions that we deemed appropriate, but they weren't going to be recommending for us to take action of one way or another. But they also specified that this was secret information that we could not share with the candidate in question, Mr. Dong, or the public at large, in terms of what they were telling us about these concerns and these allegations. I then asked Mr. Broadhurst what the Liberal Party processes that are in place to oversee nominations, particularly contested nominations, had flagged around that nomination contest of a few weeks before. There are party officials that oversee the voting, the registrations, the voting, the processes, the counting. There are lawyers in place overseeing the count. There are possibilities for the losing contestant or contestants to challenge the result if they feel it was unfair. There are many processes because political parties often have some very complex fights around nomination parties, nomination contests. All political parties are like that. And Mr. Broadhurst assured me that they had looked into, when they heard these allegations or this information from CSIS and CITE, and had no flags on the nomination process. So then I had what was a brief conversation with Mr. Broadhurst after we had established all that, to sort of agree that the threshold for overturning a democratic event, like an official party nomination to find out who would be the candidate for a general election, particularly during an general election, must have a fairly high threshold for removal of that candidate. And that was really sort of the binary choice we were placed with in that situation. Acting would be removing Han Dong as our official candidate. The other choice would be not to remove that candidate. But even not having removed that candidate, it would be something, given this information, that we would have to revisit. Certainly in the case that that candidate got elected, there would be questions we would have to follow up on after the election to properly understand what happened and what the issues or the risks were in this situation. But understanding that the decision to remove someone needed a high threshold, a threshold that incidentally I have met and seen many other cases. As Liberal Party leader, I have on many different occasions had to ask people to step down or step away or desist as candidates for the Liberal Party. Most recently as the last election where we did that in the case of a downtown Toronto riding. But in this case, I didn't feel that there was sufficient or sufficiently credible information that would justify this very significant step as to remove a candidate in these circumstances.
So where does that leave you? So you don't exercise that option, and you put it as a pretty binary choice there. But you have this information, you receive this information, it's, as you say, classified information that you can't share. What are you able to do? Where does this leave a political party receiving this information?
Well, it meant that after the election, when we were out of caretaker period, where I went back to being primarily Prime Minister and not simply leader of a political party with 338 roles or responsibilities for an individual in such a situation.
Okay. I'm going to move on to some other things now because we have a lot to cover in 75 minutes. Et je vois le temps qui coule. Okay, so the next topic then, Mr. Clerk, you can pull this up, CAN 003116, but Prime Minister, I think I can ask you this question without reference to a document. An incident that was reported by the RRM in the 29 election had to do with an article published in the Buffalo Chronicle, some misinformation, false information about you specifically. Is that something that came to your attention in the 2019 election?
No, it did not.
No, it did not. Okay.
Sorry, the engagement of the site task force or the panel or anyone into that issue was not something I was aware of at the time. I was, of course, aware of the quite disgusting false conspiracies or allegations being shared by both the Buffalo Chronicle and a significant number of conservative politicians.
Okay, so you were aware of the article, but not how, let's say, the apparatus was dealing with it.
I may have been aware of the article. I was certainly aware of the allegations and the accusations that were heinous and untrue in that. Okay.
I think that's probably what we'll cover for 2019, although I do want to pull up CAN 015487, please. So, Prime Minister, this is the memo from David Morrison. I misspoke earlier. This is January 14th, 2020, I think, when you received this. And it's essentially a report on the 2019 election, not on the outcome of the election, but on the operation of the site task force and the panel. Mr. Clerk, can you scroll down to the third bullet, please?
Actually, could I just quickly look at the box? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the third bullet. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so what they say here is pre-election intel briefings and monitoring provided a baseline assessment suggesting that foreign interference would be commensurate to overall interference campaigns. While some instances were noted and some TRM as a threat reduction measure were taken, none of these activities met the threshold. And then, Mr. Clerk, can you keep scrolling down? Next page. Keep going, I'll tell you when to stop. Yep, I think we may, oh no, there we go, okay. It says, as it pertains to FI and as referenced above, despite concerns that Canada would be targeted, and then I'm going to go through this quite quickly, but the assessment is there was no foreign cyber threat activity targeting Elections Canada, no instances of foreign interference in the human space, no significant indications of FI in the digital information ecosystem. And then what Mr. Morrison says is arguably this places the level of FI and GE 2019 below the anticipated baseline. Is that consistent with the information that was being provided to you about what happened in GE 2019?
Yes. This was a report in January of 2020, so 3 months after the election. I would have already have been briefed multiple times by the clerk and by others that their conclusion was that the elections in 2019 were indeed free and fair, and the outcome was not affected by foreign interference, either overall or in the specific riding contests.
Okay, so now let's leave 2019 and move to the 2021 election. I'm going to ask you about a series of some incidents or events about which the Commission has received information. And I'll do the first one with reference to one of the topical summaries that's been produced to the Commission by the government. So, Mr. Clerk, that's Can Sum 4. The title of this one is a bit of a tongue twister, but Possible People's Republic of China Foreign Interference Related Mis- or Disinformation. So what we have here, if you can scroll down past the caveat page, Mr. Clerk, is a summary of essentially allegations of misinformation about the Conservative Party, its leader, Aaron O'Toole, and I think Kenny Chu is in there as well, that were circulating during the 2021 election. So my question to you, Prime Minister, is this something that you were aware of as it was occurring in 2021?
During the 2021 election, no. Shortly after the 2021 election, when the Conservative Party went public with its concerns in the sort of the week that followed, I learned about it through media reports.
Okay. And were you aware that the Conservative Party had raised those concerns with the government as well?
Not at the time, but later I would learn that through briefings.
Okay.
Months later.
The next one then is, where's the next one? Can Sum 13, please, Mr. Clerk? So this is actually a summary about both 2019 and 2021. The more germane one, maybe 2021. Can you scroll down to the information page? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So what this summarizes, you'll see, is expressions of partisan preferences by certain PRC officials in Canada. And what it says about 2019 is that there was reporting that some PRC officials expressed political preferences which were party agnostic and opportunistic at a riding level. So then scrolling down, please, again, Mr. Clerk. In 2021, there was reporting that some individual PRC officials in Canada made comments expressing a preference for a Liberal Party minority government. The rationale was they don't perceive any of the political parties as being particularly pro-China, but perceived minority governments as being more limited in terms of enacting anti-China policies. So this reporting of an expressed preference by certain PRC officials for a Liberal minority, was that something of which you were aware at the time?
No. As I said, both the 2019 and 2021 elections happened in a context of significant tensions between our government and the government of the People's Republic of China, particularly over the illegal and arbitrary detention of 2 Canadian citizens, the 2 Michaels. We were extremely active both in pushing back at Chinese officials on this issue, but also, as I said, active around the world in drumming up support for people for different countries for the 2 Michaels, but also support for an initiative we were taking around arbitrary detention and how it shouldn't be used as a tool of political pressure or achieving political goals. So, I can certainly say that while individual officials may well have expressed a preference or another. The impression we got and consistently would get is that the actual People's Republic of China would have no it just would seem very improbable that the Chinese government itself would have a preference in the election.
So I take it from this that whatever intelligence reporting there was on that, it did not reach your ears?
No.
Okay. Thanks. You can take that down now, Mr. Clark.
And there's also the issue of the difference between foreign interference and attempts by different countries to influence behavior. Diplomats around the world are in their roles to try and influence favorable behaviors by the countries in which they're serving towards the country they represent. That is a big part of the role of a diplomat, of a foreign official, of all types. Canadians certainly take an active role in furthering our interests, including from time to time having certain preferences around what might happen or might be an outcome of an election or a particular domestic debate in a foreign country. However, foreign interference happens when there's a full proper definition of it somewhere, but my understanding is where it's covert, where it's coercive, where it is using pressure or particularly untoward means other than having a diplomat express, I really hope you should sign this trade deal, it'd be good for both of our countries, as opposed to trying to strong-arm people behind the scenes to get them to sign said trade deal or whatever one might examine. So for a diplomat to express a preference, whether it be personal or tactical or what have you, is not in itself foreign interference. It may be attempts at influence. It may not be anything other than the regular concept of diplomacy.
So it would be the actions they take to further their preference that would constitute potentially foreign interference.
And certainly in the case of China, we have seen regularly that many examples of this commission that there are clear actions that would amount to or indicate a willingness to engage in foreign interference.
The next incident I want to bring you to is CAN 001082, Mr. Clerk. This is another briefing, Prime Minister, that was given to the cleared representative of the Liberal Party at the time. It's the 2021 election this time. You probably, judging from that document, can't say very much about this, but what I'm interested in knowing here is the timing of how this one played out, again, from your perspective. So we know that the briefing was actually on the 12th of September, I believe, not the 11th, as this document indicates, but it was given again to the Liberal Party representative and then to Mr. Broadhurst, and we've heard Mr. Broadhurst's evidence on it, so now we'd like yours.
My understanding is, which I learned after the election was over, was that Mr. Broadhurst made the determination that it wasn't something that he needed to bring to my attention as leader of the Liberal Party, and he did not.
He did not bring it to your attention?
He did not bring it to my attention.
During the election?
During the election, yes.
After the election?
He did not, or he probably did, but I actually got more official briefings on this matter after the election.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
He was the vehicle for briefing me theoretically during the election, not officials, because that's the way it would flow through as party leader in my party leader role. But afterwards, once I was once again fully Prime Minister, it was officials who would be able to brief me on this.
Okay. Speaking of briefings, we're going to turn to that topic now. So I'm going to go through a few briefings that we know we think you received. We do know that you received in many instances on foreign interference over the relevant time period. I'll start with February 9th, 2021. This one I don't really have a document to point you to, so I'm just going to ask you for your recollection of it. So this would be, again, February 9th, 2021. Do you recall receiving a briefing on that date?
Yes, that was a briefing that I got on the phone. I was not in person for that briefing. I was there via teleconference on a secure phone, and yes, I got a briefing.
Okay. Do you recall the content of that briefing at all?
It was as I recall, a general briefing on a number of issues, including foreign interference.
Okay. The next one then in time skips to the fall of 2022. Mr. Clerk, can you pull up CAN 015842, please? Okay, this document, which has been talked about quite a bit in these proceedings, is briefing notes to the director of CSIS. And Mr. Clerk, again, can you scroll down just so the Prime Minister can see a bit of the document and its content? So, Prime Minister, my first question is, do you remember getting this briefing in the fall of 2022, October 27th?
Yes, my memory is always better when I was physically in the place where I got the briefing. So I remember very clearly this briefing. This briefing was actually an overview of a number of different cases and situations, none of which had to do with federal elections.
Okay, so would you say that the content of these notes, these briefing notes, accurately conveys what you were told during that briefing?
Not particularly. Obviously, there are elements in this that are consistent with the briefing that was on different elements of foreign interference. But when it comes to briefings, and others can speak to this and how they make decisions about what to read from their prepared notes during an actual briefing with ministers or a prime minister. But it is much more of a conversation than someone reading a prepared text to the minister that they're briefing. There are elements in here that say, for example, having read the briefing note in preparation for this this inquiry, that talk about how serious foreign interference is and how we need to do more. That wouldn't have been something that the CSIS director or the national security advisors or whoever would have had to spend much time on, because they would have known that we did understand how serious foreign interference is and how much we take it seriously. And actually, that was why we would spend more time on specific cases or concerns that were really the meat of the briefing. So while notes are prepared for the briefers, what actually becomes the most important thing that I certainly recall about those briefings was the various and specific cases we went through and how they are examples of concern or not concern, that we then have to behave in certain ways or have follow-ups on this or that. I mean, it is much less a large theoretical briefing and much more concrete. This is a situation, and then the discussion about how we deal with this particular situation or example or another would be where the the larger theoretical discussion and implications would come in, but they would be concentrated around specific individuals or cases.
Okay. So maybe we'll pull up now Ms. Telford's notes from that meeting. So that's CAN 009803. A little more sparse than Brian Clow's would be, but at least we have a few points here. Do these notes help shed any light on what was dealt with in that briefing for you, Prime Minister? Does these seem familiar?
Yes, I think the 1, 2, 3 indicates that different examples that we were, or the situations, or actually there are cases that we were talking about, or individuals we were talking about. And the bragging is not doing definitely helps me recall a part of the conversation where there was, and let me be careful how I say this so it's not identifiable. There was a foreign government official based in Canada who was taking credit for a certain thing having happened in Canada in their reporting to a superior or to their home country. And just the fact that a foreign official was taking credit for having delivered a particular outcome in no way meant that anything that particular official did actually created the outcome. Bragging is not doing. So, one can imagine a diplomat in a far-off land, wanting to write back home to say, see, look what I did, aren't I good? We got the outcome we wanted, perhaps. When that individual may not have had any actual bearing on the outcome of the particular event.
Okay.
I don't know if that's sufficiently clear for what it was.
It is, and thank you. The last document maybe on this point, 4097. '79, 4079, sorry. No, sorry, 4079, my bad. There we go. Okay, so again, these are notes from that day. So if you can have a quick look at these, Prime Minister. The non-redacted parts of these. And what you'll see there is a text box over information that's been redacted but summarized by the Commission. Does this seem familiar as information that was discussed at that meeting?
During that same October meeting? Sorry, what was that?
Yes, that's the October meeting.
I couldn't really speak to it. There's too many redactions on a document that I would never have seen.
Fair enough. Okay, next one then is November 30th, 2022. Can we pull up, please, Mr. Clerk, CAN 014285? So this is a memo to you, Prime Minister, of November 30th, 2022. And Mr. Clerk, again, if you can scroll down so the Prime Minister can see the document, past the transmittal note. A memorandum for you by the NSIA, copied to the clerk, claims of foreign interference in the 2019 general election for information. And the context of this, Prime Minister, is this is shortly after the media leaks have started about foreign interference. So a memo was written, and we can again scroll through a bit to see the content of that memo. You could just keep going a little faster than that. I'm not really going to stop on anything. But I will ask you now that you've seen it a little bit to just scroll back up to the summary part, Mr. Clerk. Okay, there we go. PCO searched its holdings. So what's happening here is the NSIA and PCO are trying to figure out what you were briefed on and when. And so there's a paragraph here. PCO searched its holdings, engaged security and intelligence partners to identify instances when briefings on suspected FI in the 2019 general election were provided. That identified a single PCO information note dated January 14th, 2020, which is the one that we've seen earlier, and then it references the February 9th, 2021 briefing. Is that consistent with your recollection of when you were briefed on these issues?
Sorry, this note of November 30th, 2022 was when we were asking, okay, there have been all these leaks on, what may have happened during the 2019 election, and we were asking, were these things we got briefed on? Were these things that we were flagged at that time? And yes, that's the single PCO information note dated January 24th, 2020.
And then the February 9th, 2021 briefing. So all I'm asking is whether that's consistent with your recollection of when you were briefed on these issues.
But I wasn't, these were requests I made a request to our National Security and Intelligence Advisor because there were things being alleged in the leaks that we had not been briefed on. So I'm not entirely certain about the briefing dates there given, because there were things, including those 11 candidates as a quote, that we had never been briefed on until we saw them in the papers, because following the leaks.
Right. So I guess maybe my question wasn't clear. The content of this particular document, I'm not asking you about, except just to confirm that this is consistent with your recollection of when you were briefed, the January 2020 and the February 2021.
January 2020
was the memo that we looked at earlier.
Sorry, that was the David Morrison memo?
Right.
I never read the David Morrison memo to my recollection. I got briefed on the contents, which was basically that foreign interference was lower than expected and the elections were free and fair in 2019. Those were the top level conclusions that I was briefed on within days or weeks of the end of the 2019 election. By the time we got around to January, it was good to have that report. I ended up reading the Judd report, I believe, was the full assessment of the work that the panel did during the 2019 election, but I did not read that. I did not receive that January 24th note because I'd already been briefed on its entire contents.
Okay.
And then
(017673).
And let me just, I mean, I wouldn't want to give people the impression that briefings weren't something particularly, intelligence briefings we took very, very seriously. But in most of these secure briefings, which would go into a SCIF, a secure compartmentalized room, where we would be we were told to leave our phones outside, take off our watches and our Fitbits, make sure we're totally secure within a Faraday cage. And then we receive the briefings, often being told, no, we can't keep any of the documents that are given. We can read the documents that are given, but we then need to return them to the officials. Certainly in the beginning, we were never clear on whether we could take notes on this either, because security was important. Fortunately, as we've all seen through various inquiries, it's a good thing Brian Cloud does take notes. But there was always a sense that there was lots of written material and lots of tracking of that information, as a government must, in taking very seriously all these things in very careful controls. But when it came to briefing and taking actions and understanding the context, it happened through secure briefings and conversations that were primarily us receiving information, us asking questions, us directing further actions or research in this area or that area that they would then take away and do. I wouldn't want anyone to think that, oh, because the briefings were primarily oral, or, for example, that David Morrison memo I didn't read because it wasn't delivered to me, because I got the content in other conversations with my NSIA, with my clerk, about the fact that the election integrity was upheld.
Okay. We'll just go to some other notes then. I believe these are Brian Cloud's notes from November 30th, 2022. Do you recall this briefing or this meeting, Prime Minister?
My notes indicate that this was immediately before question period, a briefing that happened over lunch hour as I was preparing to go in to deal with some fairly intense questioning on the issue of foreign interference, given the explosive nature of the media stories stemming from unsubstantiated and uncorroborated intelligence shared by a leaker. So these were conversations around what I could say and what we could and couldn't say around some of these allegations that were in the paper, but would leave us limited on what we could actually rebut, regardless of the fact that there were inconsistencies, there were uncorroborated information in the leaks. There were also things that were flat out wrong. But I was reminded of the old story of some FBI agent questioning a witness in an organized crime situation and saying, well, did you meet with that mobster in LA? The guy says, I can't comment. Did you meet with that mobster in Detroit? I can't comment. Did you meet with that mobster in Miami? No, I definitely did not. Sometimes in denying something, you're giving information that you couldn't. And throughout my preoccupation and why these leaks were of such deep concern was that we couldn't actually correct the record without, in some cases, confirming the tradecraft and the work that women and men in our security agencies and sources relied upon by our security agencies to keep Canadians and our institutions safe without putting them at risk, without sharing with adversaries some of the information or the methods that we use to keep Canadians safe. And that's part of the reason for the complex nature of a public inquiry into issues of foreign interference, that if we say certain things or if we contradict or deny other things, we could be giving our adversaries tools to actually understand how we go about detecting their interference or illicit ways of engaging to harm Canadians.
It's a complex problem. So the next, I'm going to keep going with the briefings and the post-leak world briefings specifically, Prime Minister. Not long left, but CAN 0180009, please. So these are notes from, the date on the notes is March 19th, but we know it was actually March 20th. So this is March 20th, 2023, a meeting at which you were present, and I believe your staff was present, and a number of senior national security officials. So if we scroll down, so again, Mr. Prime Minister, you can see the content of this document, or the unredacted content. Are you able to tell us your recollection of what was happening at this meeting based on these notes?
Yes, I remember this meeting well. If you actually scroll back up, please, Mr. Clerk, a little higher, so we get both there. Right there is fine. PM, that's me. Speaking of nominations, we were talking about. Thank you for we were talking about nominations in there, and I don't remember who the next speaker was. That's redacted, but the emphasis on charter rights, or the bringing up of charter rights, and further down, PM, no June 2019 meeting. Those are two examples of us working constructively with CSIS and the intelligence agencies to better understand and validate certain pieces of information. For example, in the information we were seeing, we'd seen that CSIS had a source that said that there was a June 2019 meeting that I was at that I can clearly and unequivocally at the time and since then confirm never happened. I did not have the meeting that the source had said. Now, this doesn't mean that CSIS got it wrong. It meant that CSIS was now able to validate that what their source had said in this situation was wrong, and therefore that puts a particular understanding or color on their ability to interpret other statements of fact or supposed fact that that source made. And that's part of how intelligence work happens. When you know for sure, when a source says something that you can verify is true, that makes them more reliable. When a source says something that you can then verify was wrong, that also gives you more information about that source. So it was important for us to highlight, for example, in that meeting that there was no meeting as was described by that source. Similarly, on the question of charter rights, that was a slightly different tweak where in the CSIS analysis, the analyst had highlighted that there was possible violations of people's charter rights in a particular situation. And we had asked and pressed for more sort of legal or judicial analysis of that assertion within, because it didn't quite ring true to our instincts as political actors in terms of the analysis that CSIS was making. Again, it's part of the process that one goes through as you engage with the experts in foreign intelligence and security in an active way to try and make sure we're understanding, getting the accurate picture, and able to then continue to keep both Canadians and our institutions safe through the various jobs we do.
Madame la Commissaire, I think I'm out of time. Vous me permettez une dernière question?
Certainement.
Parfait. Mr. Prime Minister, I'm going to sort of ask you to conclude this.
May I have a last question, Madam Commissioner? Yes.
So we've heard about the existence of foreign interference, the pervasiveness of the threat, and various measures that, as you said, have been put in place to combat this. You may know that earlier in these proceedings, we heard from a number of individuals who found themselves sort of in the receiving end, being targeted by potential foreign interference in some ways. And there have been calls for the government to do more than it's done already to address this and to protect Canadians. And in particular, I'll just read you a small excerpt of the former MP Kenny Chu when he was testifying here. He said, that experiencing what he'd gone through in terms of the potential PRC misinformation, well, we don't know PRC, but potentially PRC-related misinformation, disinformation, potential foreign interference. He said, it's almost like I was drowning and they were watching. And the best they could do, by the way, is to let me know that I'm drowning. I don't need their notification, I need their help. So, Prime Minister, I'd like to hear your response to that. And essentially, maybe in providing this response, help set the stage for the second phase of the Commission's work.
Starting by perhaps taking a bit of a step back and the idea that we need to do more, I agree. When we took office in 2015, there was very little, if any, mechanisms to counter foreign interference. Yes, our intelligence agencies did good work, but the idea or the priority of protecting our democracy, particularly when it comes to misinformation, disinformation, active engagement in various diaspora communities or electoral events, was not on the radar at all when we took office. It hadn't been something that the previous government or any previous government had done much on at all. So we started from a standing start. We created the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. We created NSIRA. We moved forward to the Rapid Response Mechanism, and we've continued to do more. Yes, the panel for the 2019 and 2021 elections cite, but we've continued to do more. We recently brought in a National Security Committee, National Security Council of Cabinet to address sort of strategic threats on a larger level. We're continuing to give more tools and powers and learning from what the P5 was able to do in 2019 and 2021 that they'll be able to apply in the 2025 election when it's likely to come. There is always more to do, and one of the things I'm very much looking forward to coming from the work this commission is doing is to make recommendations on how we can strengthen even further the protection of institutions and of our democracy. But that's only half of it. The other half is giving Canadians confidence in their institutions and their democracy. And whether it's a diaspora member worried about stepping up to running for elected office in this country because they're worried about the impact that might be real or perceived from a country they chose to leave many years ago for whatever reasons, there are real concerns and feelings involved. And ultimately, democracy only works when people are confident in its ability to keep them safe, but also be the articulation of what they want for their community and their country. That's where confidence in the integrity of the elections in 2019, 2021 is so important, and something that we have emphasized throughout this process, that every briefing I've ever got from all my intelligence and security experts is that those elections were indeed free and fair, and nothing we have seen and heard, despite, yes, attempts by foreign states to interfere, those elections held in their integrity were decided by Canadians. But the feeling that individuals can have, that maybe our institutions aren't so strong. Maybe they are impacted by foreign actors who wish to do ill to Canada and to Canadians, is something that we need to be very, very thoughtful about. And one of the ways ultimately to keep ensuring that our democracy is safe is to make sure that citizens themselves are engaged, active, critical thinkers who are empowered to see what is information, what is misinformation or disinformation, and be robust in their right to choose whatever direction they want for the country. And we've seen with the intensity of misinformation and disinformation, not just from foreign actors, but just on social media generally in many pockets, that it's not automatic. Democracy requires constant vigilance and constant hard work. It didn't happen by accident, doesn't continue without effort. It's not just effort of commissioners and politicians and spooks. It's efforts of every single individual to feel like they have the full ability to engage in our democratic processes and to feel that they are safe and protected as they engage, whether it's as a voter or a candidate or an elected member of parliament or of provincial parliament or wherever. These are things that we all need to continue to work together on. And I am in constant awe of everyone across this country who continues to put up their hand and step forward in a time where it's getting more and more difficult and more challenging to be part of public and political discourse, to say, no, I want to build my country for the better. I want to contribute to my community, and I'm going to step forward into a place where I'm going to take slings and arrows, particularly members of diaspora communities. But bringing in that diversity of Canadians' experiences is the only way to make sure that we're actually building the kind of country we need to be for the future. So I salute everyone who steps up and will continue to commit myself to making sure that those feelings of confidence and of safety as we engage as citizens or more as our democracy are protected.
Madame la Commissaire, ce sont mes questions.
Merci.
I have no more question.
À votre connaissance, existe-t-il un mécanisme?
As far as you know, do you have a mechanism or a procedure in place that will ensure that the NSIA would constantly have access and receive information relating to foreign interference? Answer. The NSIA has a role of collecting and looking for all the information available in all of our security agencies, whether it's at the defense level or whether it's at foreign affairs or any other security agency. That is the person who is beside me to coordinate that universe. So she has the capacity and the ability to look for those answers. For example, when I woke up this morning, I saw some reports in the media raising some concerns. I immediately consulted my NSIA to ask her, can you do a follow-up on what I'm reading this morning and come back to me with information? And I have confidence that no matter the universe or the place in the security and intelligence universe where information is available, she has access to that universe. She is the person towards which everything gathers towards. Question. So I understand that She has access to everything. But whether it's the agencies or the departments involved, do those agencies and departments transmit information regarding foreign interference to the NSIA? Answer: I am confident that she receives the information that the agencies find relevant. But as we can see, and we have seen, things can always be improved with respect to how the different departments and the different levels of government work together. And the very existence of the NSIA ensures that we have a connection between authority and gives her a capacity to collect information from everywhere. Question: when you receive information, intelligence that is, that may not have been corroborated as of yet, but that are likely to be very important, that could have a significant impact, could you ask the agencies by setting up a priority list to complete or to follow through with those investigations? Answers: absolutely. And often, and in almost every situation, when I say there's a follow-up on, you should follow up on this, the answer I receive is, we are doing that and this is what we're doing. Of course, the work that the agencies does not need for a minister to ask for a follow-up. They will follow up on preoccupying situations. Yes, a government or prime minister can highlight something, can put pressure to accelerate things or send more resources. But our systems and our agencies in the area of security have the mandates and the responsibilities to follow up on preoccupying situations. Question: so you could amend things? Answer: yes. So we would have a regular reflection on our priorities with respect to security for our country. We could lay more emphasis on cybersecurity, for example. When we see what the emphasis was 10 years ago, it's very different. The world is changing. The reality of our world is that the balance of powers are changing. Russia has become extremely problematic, not just mildly problematic as was the case 10 years ago. So we adjust regularly. And elected officials have an important role to play, indeed. But the work that our intelligence and security agencies play is that they work in a robust fashion in general. Question: when your campaign manager, Mr. Brothers, informed you that there were allegations that some people were bused to go and vote for a nomination contest, did you ask for further investigation? Answer: with respect to the party, yes. I first asked, what information do we have in this regard? And I also asked if we could follow up, or at least the party should follow up with Elections Canada and identify the reports that were written out. What were the conclusions? Do we have additional information? Well, the reality is that in highly contested nomination situations, they are usually bust voters. Sometimes that will be covered by the spending of the candidates. And in other situations, you would see buses that belong to an elder person's center, and that would be used by one group or another. And in that case, you might not see receipts being submitted. In my own nomination contest that was in March or April 2007, there were many buses of Italians and Greeks because that was my reality in Papineau, my riding of Papineau. So that's a common occurrence, and that would not be enough to flag any situation where anybody looking at the nomination contest would say that, no, we have to follow up on that. We are not.
Forensic organization.
So we're not a forensic organization. We know that we are limited in what we need to go and look into 3 weeks later. Question. If my notes are correct, you indicated that that was to be revisited after the elections. So did you revisit that after the elections? Answer, yes. Question, by the party? Answer. By the party, I'm sure, yes. There were verifications made, but the verifications were comprehensive, I'm sure of that. Immediately after they were notified by the site task force. I am not sure that there was extensive research that could have lasted months or weeks, because we had only the information that we had and nothing more. If there were maybe an investigation by Elections Canada because of irregularities, there could have been a follow-up, but Elections Canada would be the one to speak on that. To me, the follow-up was at the level of the possible involvement of Chinese authorities here in Canada who would have actively been interested in the nomination contest of a specific candidate. That is where we would have been able to do a follow-up, not necessarily to see what was the truth of what happened during the context, because it's very difficult to highlight situations there, but could we have more clarity on the role or the potential interests that a Chinese authority may have had for a specific candidate? Commissioner says thank you.
We are supposed to take a break, and I think we will take a break. So, but we are running late a little bit, so I suggest a 10 minutes break, actually. So we'll come back at 5:50.
Order, please. Alors, s'il vous plaît. The sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is in recess until 5:15. Cette séance de la Commission de l'ingérence étrangère est en pause jusqu'à 17h15. will be delayed for another 10 minutes. La Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère sera un délai de 10 minutes. The Foreign Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
So the first one to conduct cross-examination is counsel for Michael Chang.
Prime Minister. You've already heard Ms. Chowdhury telling you that we had Mr. Broadhurst in yesterday, and I'll just ask the court reporter to turn up the document that you've already seen and that we went through with Mr. Broadhurst, and that's CAN 5461, please. And so this is the document that we looked at earlier. I took Mr. Broadhurst through it because I wanted to have his evidence about what he told you. And of course, the value of this document is that it sticks to the things that we can talk about in an open proceeding like this. And so I just want to show you the key points. Of course, the first one is that there were allegations of foreign interference by China in the Don Valley North nomination contest. And then secondly, if you just scroll down a little bit, please. This is the redacted bit. Thank you. Sorry, there we are. The summary of the redaction is buses being used to bring international students to the nomination process in support of Han Dong at the direction of PRC officials in Canada. And so it's that second paragraph that I want to focus on to begin with. And I just want to begin by noting that there's nothing in this summary that indicates what language the students were speaking. They're described as international students. And the reason why I'm noting that is that in your evidence earlier, and also in the witness statements that you adopted at the beginning, you referred to people on the bus, the students, at points as being Chinese-speaking peoples or Chinese speakers. Do you recall that? I can take you to the passages if you like.
No. No, I appreciate that. One of the challenges that I have is remembering what I knew at a particular moment when months later, even years later, I would find out more information about this means that I'm never 1,000% precise on what it is that I knew at a particular moment.
Yes, I do appreciate that.
I do remember at one point when we were talking about whether or not CSIS understood how nomination races worked and how community organizations would regularly bring buses. There was a quote, or there was someone relayed to me that one of CSIS's concerns was there were buses filled with Chinese speakers showing up at the nomination. And my response, as I sort of alluded to in my previous testimony, was, well, I had buses filled with Greek speakers and Italian speakers because in my nomination in Papineau, those were the communities that were mobilized. That phrase stuck in my head, but I will admit that I do not specifically remember whether or not the Chinese speakers or Mandarin speakers element was part of that, what I call the airport briefing, that briefing on this particular Sunday during the campaign, or not.
Yes.
But it certainly is consistent with this.
All right. No, that's very helpful. And I will ask the court reporter to turn up WIT 067 on this. And if you'll go, Mr. Clerk, to paragraph 30, which is, starting at paragraph 29, please. Paragraph 29, there we are. Right, thank you. And so the last sentence is the concern was that buses of Chinese speakers had arrived at the nomination or possibly been brought into the nomination. And then if we go to paragraph 30 and just over the page, the top of the next page, a little further, there we are. Prime Minister, you see the last sentence. The central issue of concern was that buses filled with Chinese speakers could have been international students directed by the PRC. So the point that I want to make with you, Prime Minister, and it sounds to me like perhaps you've already got it, is that the central concern of the service here, as I understand it, is not that they were Chinese speakers. No. It's that they were directed by the PRC. Had these people been students from Switzerland rather than China, but were brought at the behest of China and to do China's bidding, I say the services concerns would have been absolutely the same, which is that this would be foreign interference.
Yes, entirely. It is not the nature of that. That is part of what I remember as context around the services concerns that China might have mobilized individuals. Yes.
Thank you. And I appreciate you acknowledging that, and I'll tell you why. And it's because, as you'll recall, there have been times where you have let us say, cautioned us all as the news about the allegations in Don Valley North came out and as other allegations concerning Han Dong came out. You have, as I say, let us say, cautioned Canadians not to fall into anti-Chinese or anti-Asian stereotypes around this. And what I want to press on you here is that the ethnicity or the language of these students has never been the issue either for the service or for any right-thinking Canadian. The concern instead is that PRC was directing people, whoever they were, to go do their bidding and to help Han Dong into his seat in Parliament. And you can have that concern and worry about that and worry about the consequences for our democracy without having an ounce of racial prejudice running through your veins. Do you agree with me on that?
Entirely, and that was actually the point that I made to the service, that I made in response to them saying, or the suggestion that, oh, the concern was the bus filled with Chinese speakers. I say, that has absolutely no bearing on anything.
And I want to be clear, though, I hope it is your evidence that you did not feel that the service itself was acting in some racially prejudiced way.
No, my concern was more that perhaps the service didn't understand as deeply as political actors do the prevalence of busing of different community groups in nomination campaigns.
Right, and let's come to that point as well. If we could go to WIT 66, please. That's your other statement. Paragraph 24, please. Thank you. And actually, it's at the top of page 7, so keep scrolling a little. Yes, stop there. In the middle of the page, Prime Minister, the fact that there were buses of Chinese-speaking people at the nomination meeting did not necessarily corroborate the allegations the PRC was responsible. And in fact, I should have read you the sentence before as well. He, meaning you, Prime Minister, also remembered that the intelligence was only an allegation, included no evidence that the people being bused to polls were supported by PRC officials, right? And you go on to say, Prime Minister, that you remembered asking whether the service understood that busing is part of the nomination process. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And again, going back to the reporting I just showed you, there's obviously a reference to busing there. But what I want to suggest to you is that the emphasis, again, wasn't on the mode of travel for these people. They took buses this time, all right. They could have come some other way, and it wouldn't terribly matter for the services perspective because their concern was that they were directed by PRC and assisted in getting to the nomination place in order to, allegedly, help one candidate over another. So the way they got there doesn't matter one way or another. I understand your point that you wanted to make sure that CSIS understood that buses per se are not a problem. But my proposition to you, sir, is that when you read that statement, the emphasis is on direction by China. Yes, they got there by buses. That's the allegation. They could have got there by tricycles. It doesn't terribly matter. The point is they were directed by China.
I would suggest that it might be more difficult for a foreign actor to organize fleets of individuals showing up on tricycles rather than filling them into a bus.
I expect that's right. But one way or another, let's say they managed that miracle, CSIS would still be concerned, and rightly so.
Absolutely.
Yes. All right. I would like to take you to the David Johnson report for a moment now. That's at COM 104. And if you'll go to page 23, please. Now, I forgot that this is in 2 columns, so I'm not sure where I'm going to find my quote. Let me read it to you. I don't think it's controversial. You may recall that Mr. Johnson, and I hope we can find it in here somewhere, but Mr. Johnson concluded in respect of the Don Valley North allegations. He said, quote, "There is a well-grounded suspicion that the irregularities were tied to the PRC consulate in Toronto." Do you recall that, sir? I can try to find it for you if you don't. One moment.
Yes, there it is. Irregularities were observed.
Yes, and then there we are. And there is, thank you very much, Prime Minister, and there is a well-grounded suspicion that the irregularities were tied to the PRC consulate in Toronto. That's what I wanted to ask you about. Now, I fully appreciate, sir, that that was not a conclusion you were able to make or prepared to make in September 2019. But my question for you is today, now that we've had Mr. Johnson's report and he's come to that conclusion, do you accept, first, that there were irregularities in that nomination contest, and secondly, that they were likely tied to the PRC consulate in Toronto?
I'd suggest that irregularities being observed is not itself enough to overturn a democratic event. And I'd also suggest that a well-grounded suspicion is certainly warranting more reflection and follow-ups, but also might not hit the necessarily very high threshold for overturning the result of a democratic event.
Yes, but I don't think that's what Mr. Johnson is speaking to. He's just saying that there is a well-grounded suspicion that the irregularities, which he seems to have found, were tied to the consulate. And what I want to know is, do you accept those conclusions today?
Yeah, sorry, if you're not asking me about how I accept that there is a suspicion that PRC officials in Canada were engaged in some way with that nomination. I can't speak to irregularities. Perhaps you know what irregularities specifically Mr. Johnson was talking about?
No, not as well as some people in this room. All right. Well, you do accept, though, and you say that there's a suspicion. Do you accept that it's well-grounded? That was Mr. Johnson's view.
I can't speak to analysis made by others. I certainly, and again, distinguishing what I knew in 2019 from what I may have learned later leaves me in an awkward position around answering this.
All right. I'll move to my next document, and that is CAN 15842, please. And you've seen this already. It is the late October 2022 briefing. You've already given evidence that your briefings are oral. You didn't see this document per se, and I've got that point, sir. But I do want to go to page 2 of the document. Scrolling down a little further. There we are. Thank you. My question for you is, did the director say words to the effect of, or convey the message that, as you see here, Canada has been slower than our Five Eyes allies to respond to the foreign interference threat?
No.
All right. And if you continue on in that same passage, such as proactively publicizing successful disruption activities, was that something that the director conveyed to you?
No, when I spoke to this before, I believe I said that the briefing notes prepared for the director didn't particularly align with the actual briefing we got.
Yes.
The briefing was spent almost entirely on specific cases, and all of these notes prepared for the director generally saying, yes, foreign interference is serious, India, China, serious, would have taken up the first 30 seconds of what the director said, because he would have gotten right into the cases. So this is not...
I'm just going to show you one more point from this. I do have your point about that. It's page 3.
It's going to be your last question.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's the bullet point that begins with the word ultimately. Ultimately, state actors are able to conduct foreign interference successfully in Canada because there are no consequences, either legal or political. Foreign interference is therefore a low risk and high reward endeavor. Did the director convey in those words or in some similar words that message that this is a low risk, high reward endeavor because there are no consequences?
No.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Thank you. Counsel for Jenny Kwan.
Minister, good afternoon. So, Prime Minister, it's a matter of public record that MP Kwan has alleged that she may have been the target of foreign interference by the Communist Party of China in the 2021 general election. And so based on that premise, there's time permitting, there's 3 sets of issues I hope we could discuss. The first is how MP Kwan came to know from CSIS that she was a target for foreign interference. The second is why she might be a target. And the third is how foreign interference might be occurring against her in Canada. So you're aware, Prime Minister, that MP Kwan received a confidential briefing from CSIS on May 26, 2023.
Yes.
And you're aware that she's not shared publicly any of the classified information she received in that briefing.
I believe that to be correct, yes.
But you're aware she stated that she was told that she is an evergreen target for the Communist Party of China and for the rest of her life, even after she leaves politics.
I can't speak to directly what she was told, but that seems consistent with what they might have told her, yes.
So Prime Minister, are you able in this setting to share with us whether you had any role in the decision to brief MP Kwan about foreign interference?
When there are allegations or information brought to me regarding a particular member of parliament or a particular individual, often one of our first responses in my office, my response, is to ask CSIS or the security agency involved to engage directly with the individual. The nature of that engagement, often we find that CSIS is already preparing to do that. Sometimes us encouraging it allows it or encourages it to happen more quickly. It's certainly something CSIS can make decisions about on its own as well. But I believe in this case, we encouraged those briefings to happen.
And so you encourage them to happen. And if you're able to comment, was one of the reasons why you and your office encouraged the briefing to happen was to enable MP Kwan to herself identify foreign interference that might be occurring and to take steps, if she could, to counter foreign interference?
The challenge of foreign interference exists for, as we've heard, for just about every elected official at every different order of government as a potential threat. But we also know that diaspora communities, particularly from certain countries of origin, are more susceptible to be targets on that. So whether it's defensive briefings or threat reduction measures, which are two different approaches that CSIS and others can use in terms of briefing, they are designed to both inform, make aware, and hopefully help the individual in avoiding the kind of interference that is of concern.
And so one goal is to help individuals avoid foreign interference if it's occurring, so a self-help remedy, if we could. But surely another purpose would be to urge an individual to come forth with concerns about potential foreign interference to CSIS or the RCMP or the Commissioner of Canada Elections or some other federal authority. Is that right? Right. And so of course for anyone to come forward, a member of Parliament or any Canadian who might be targeted for foreign interference, the expectation would be that if they presented such a complaint or a concern, that it would be investigated thoroughly.
That it would be given the attention that it merits, yes.
Okay. And so I want to dig in a bit to why MP Kwan might have been targeted and what your thoughts are. So you're aware that MP Kwan has testified here that she believes she's been targeted for foreign interference because of her outspoken criticism over many years of the human rights record of the People's Republic of China. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you're aware of her criticisms of the Tiananmen Square massacre.
Yes.
And the Hong Kong national security law.
Yes, like many Canadians of all different origins, but particularly progressive Canadians of Chinese origin, there are some very, very strong and outspoken and brave individuals who speak up against the government of their country of origin.
And she made some of those criticisms as a parliamentarian. On the floor of the House of Commons.
Yes.
So, for example, when she spoke in favor of and voted in favor of the resolution on the Uyghur genocide. And so it's clear then in making these criticisms, she was exercising her right to free speech, you'd agree?
Yes.
And that she was exercising her parliamentary privilege when she made those criticisms. And no Canadian...
And I'd also say more, she was... fulfilling her responsibilities as a member of Parliament to represent her constituents and her community in our Parliament.
Agreed. And that no Canadian, MP or not, should be subject to foreign interference for expressing their political views.
Indeed, yes.
So I want to then take you if I may, Prime Minister, to how foreign interference by the CCP might be occurring in Canada. And so we've had testimony that the CCP's foreign interference activities occur through the United Front, an arm of the Chinese Communist Party. You're aware of that?
Not exclusively.
Right, but including through the United Front.
Yes, there are many different ways, and the United Front is one of the ways in which the Communist Party of China exerts either influence or perhaps in other cases interference.
And are you able to comment on the other ways?
Chinese police stations are a perfect example of something that's been in the news recently that our friend from the block asked about earlier today.
Good. And of course, the United Front often operates through proxies, we've learned. You agree that that's correct?
Yes.
And I think the words you used to describe foreign interference in your examination in chief were covert, coercive, deceptive. And so would it surprise you if you were told that the United Front might funnel funds to Chinese proxies in Canada?
I am wary of getting into too much of what I know in an open forum here, but I think there's been evidence submitted along the lines of that.
Okay, and you're aware that CSIS has confirmed that the United Front uses proxies to disinvite or deplatform regime opponents from invitations to important community events.
I would encourage you to go directly to the source of these reports and allegations. I can say that, yes, I am kept very, very highly briefed on various ways of interference. I'm not always sure which ones I can talk about that I know about that others may not know about, but if you're talking about public record things, then it's good that you're putting them into the record.
Sure. And so as a politician, of course, part of some of the rituals of Canadian political life involve attending events hosted by different ethnic communities that are potentially quite significant. So Vaisakhi would be one I'm sure that you might be familiar with.
Yes.
And so there is a certain significance then to having been invited for many years to an event and then suddenly disinvited in a public way. That would be designed to send a message. Wouldn't you agree?
I think publicly disinviting someone as wrong as it would be might fall into the category of influence rather than interference. If a diplomat is hosting an event that the Chinese government is behind or through with proxies, it's a fairly open and visible way, and perhaps meant to be open and visible, to exclude an individual. That sounds like as wrong or unfortunate, or much as we might disagree with it, it sounds like something that is not covert or surreptitious, but more very direct disapproval.
But if it's a community event organized by a Canadian organization,
I think we're getting into hypotheticals here, but I understand your point that it is unfortunate that China in general tries to silence critics of its regime, including high-profile members of parliament.
Okay, so a couple of concluding questions, if I may, Prime Minister. So the GAC panel testified that if the People's Republic of China, or for that matter any other foreign state, were engaged in foreign interference in Canada, it would violate international law. Do you have any reason to disagree with that evidence?
No, I am. Yes, the foreign interference is violation of Canadian law and international law.
And you'd agree then it's a violation of Canadian sovereignty?
Yes.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Jarman, representing Renault Tool.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Or thank you, Commissioner. Prime Minister, my name is Tom Jarman. I represent Aaron O'Toole. Just building on a question that my colleague was asking, Mr. O'Toole, similar to Ms. Kwan, has also received a defensive briefing from CSIS. And was that done with the permission or direction of your office?
Again, it is not something that CSIS needs to get permission from the Prime Minister's office to do. But in this case, we certainly encouraged it.
And has your office given general direction that when MPs come under this sort of, I guess, scrutiny or attack, that they should be made aware of that?
That is, in general, our approach on things, yes.
But has your office given direction to that effect?
It is not to us to direct CSIS on what threat reduction or defensive briefings it gives or doesn't give, but certainly our posture has been one of encouraging CSIS to keep all parliamentarians informed and aware of not just threats against them, but of issues of foreign interference.
Okay, thank you. I guess if I could go to CAN 4495. And this is a document that supposedly relates to a briefing which was intended to occur sometime in late February of 2023. It was prepared by CSIS. Commission counsel shown it to you, and I believe you also saw it during your witness interview. If you could scroll down to the third page. A little further, please. Thank you very much. Oops, back up, please. Thank you. So I understand from your witness interview that you were not advised of these events concurrent to them happening in the election in 2021. But I would ask, after February 21st of 2023, have you ever been briefed by either CSIS or the NSIA with respect to conclusions similar to this, that there were observed online media activities aimed at discouraging Canadians, particularly Chinese heritage, from supporting the Conservative Party of Canada leader Aaron O'Toole, and particularly Steveston, Richmond East, Kenny Chu? The timing of the efforts to align with Conservative polling improvements, similarities in language with articles published by the PRC state media, and the partnership agreements between these Canada-based outlets and PRC entities all suggest that these efforts were orchestrated or directed by the PRC.
I think on this, I'd like to turn to the summary prepared of evidence on this one. I believe
I think it's what, 66, paragraph 49.
Sorry, I'm talking about the intelligence summaries, not the interview summaries. The prepared summaries. Redactors.
Madam Commissioner, I think the Prime Minister is referring to the multi-source topical summary.
That one. Topical summaries, yes. PRC.
I believe it's number 4, if that assists, dot 4.
We just scroll
Yes,
down.
I have that
page.
one.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That's it.
So that's a topical summary, but going back to my question, which was, has any official, either the NSIA or the director of CSIS or anyone on your staff, briefed you with respect to the conclusions that were in CAN 4495?
And just to be fair to the witness, perhaps he could be allowed to look at those conclusions one by one rather than in a mass.
Well, possibly you can go back to CAN 4495 then, please.
Yes, I have the summary, so if we can go back on the page to the document you brought up.
Thank you. Scroll down, thank you. Further. And just a little bit further, thank you. So the overall statement is observed online and media activities aimed at discouraging Canadians, particularly of Chinese heritage, from supporting Conservative Party leader Aaron O'Toole, and particularly Steveston and Richmond East candidate Kenny Chu.
Yeah, what I would go to is the bottom of that, the last line in the second paragraph there, and refer to the general summary there, point 6, that says, no PRC state direction of the incident was detected or reported.
Yes, I realize that's what that document says. My question is, did anyone brief you with respect to those allegations that are in CAN 4495? And your answer is no, that's fine.
First of all, these are briefing notes that I never saw. These are briefings for a briefer who then gave a briefing that, as we've seen, may or may not have included all of these things. I am and was, however, aware of the elements in the summary that talked about whether it's following the publication of the article in the Hill Times. There was a number of different media organizations that picked up and ran with those things. But again, getting to the bottom line that no Chinese state direction of the incident was detected or reported.
Thank you. And I'd like to turn now to COM 008, which is the cabinet directive from 2021 with respect to their critical election incident public protocol. And this is the standing directive right now. It is, unlike 2019, this is an ongoing thing. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the existing directive now, yes.
And we've heard from various witnesses, Madame Drouin, who said that the threshold for intervention by the panel of 5 would either be high or very high, were the words she used. Minister Gould used observe with certainty, and Minister LeBlanc used the high threshold as well. Is that consistent with your understanding of how the directive is meant to apply?
The directive is meant to apply and the panel is meant to kick in when there are threats to Canada being able to hold a free and fair election. That must necessarily be a significantly high threshold because just the act of engaging for the panel could itself have an impact on the unfolding of the election. So the expertise and the experience and the professional judgment of the people on the panel is what we lean on significantly for whether and how they intervene. I will highlight that not every intervention by the P5 would be to convene a supper-hour press conference to tell Canadians about something in the middle of an election campaign. It could involve, as it has, apprising different parties of concerns. It could involve asking or working with a social media giant to take down a particular piece of misinformation. Like, there are different things that would have different thresholds in terms of what is required to do to ensure that the election remains free and fair for Canadians.
Possibly, can we scroll down in the directive itself, please? And into 5. There we are, the process. Actually, I'm sorry, I have to go back up again. So they say, paragraph 3, please. You say, Minister, or Prime Minister rather, that this can be engaged by threats. The panel of 5 has testified that it must be an event that has occurred which affects a free and fair election, at which they would give notice to Canadians. Is your evidence that the panel can act on perceived threat as opposed to an event?
I'd ask you actually to scroll down to, go to 4.0 or, no, next one, 5.0. There we go. Lays out a process through which Canadians would be notified of an incident that threatens Canada's ability to have a free and fair election should notification be necessary. I suppose an incident could be an event, but I think if there is an imminent threat to Canada's ability to have free and fair election, I have no doubt that the panel would engage with that, whether or not the incident or event had happened or was just imminently about to happen.
And just one last question, please, Commissioner. And that threat could crystallize at the general election level, at the riding level, or indeed among a diaspora community level that's spread out over across several ridings.
Sorry, what's your question?
That threat could crystallize
yes.
at either the general election level, an individual riding level, or among a broader community that's spread out over several ridings.
Yes, as long as it threatens Canada's ability to have a free and fair election, either at the riding level or in the aggregate general election, which is just the sum of 338 individual riding elections.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Mr. De Luca, acting on behalf of the Conservative Party.
Good evening, Mr. Prime Minister. Could I have, just give me a moment, could I have TRN 6 called up, please? And while that's being called up, Mr. Prime Minister, in preparation for your testimony here today, have you been aware that MP Han Dong confirmed under oath at this inquiry that he spoke to PRC officials on multiple occasions about the two Michaels while they were held in captivity in China?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And am I correct that the two Michaels had been taken into custody and detained in China commencing in December 2018 until they were released at the end of September 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the detention of the two Michaels was a very high profile and very sensitive matter, both in Canada and abroad?
It was certainly very high profile, and it was a detention that caused us to mobilize broadly. It was certainly a very difficult experience for the two Michaels and their families, but it was also something that mobilized an awful lot of not just Canadians, but our partners around the world.
Thank you. We've heard evidence and seen evidence in this inquiry that at least one of the conversations between Mr. Dong and the PRC General Consul General in Toronto was intercepted and monitored, that it touched upon the two Michaels in some respect, and that at least a summary of the intercepted conversation exists. And I have a couple of questions for you regarding this intercepted conversation.
Just before my friend does, I'm not sure whether the details the assertion he's making is one that can be found in the public record, but I'm happy to hear from him about that. I would urge him to refer to the summary, the topical summary on this issue.
I'm going to come to the topical summary, but if I could ask the Prime Minister generally, when were you first made aware that Mr. Dong had been having conversations with the PRC Consul General regarding the two Michaels?
I can't recall offhand at what point that was.
Do you remember what year, sir?
Perhaps there's documents that refer to the meeting that I can talk about publicly, the various briefings that I've had when these allegations came out. I believe this was the source, this was a matter disclosed in the leaks in the fall of 2022, and it was only subsequent to those leaks that I became aware of those conversations. So it would have been late in 2022.
You don't believe you were made aware of any such conversations prior to then?
No.
Okay. And could I ask that can some two be called up, please? And I believe Ms. Chowdhury took you through this document to some extent earlier. This is a summary of intelligence held by CSIS and the intelligence agencies relating to Han Dong and his communications with the People's Republic of China relating to the two Michaels. And I take it from your answers earlier, you reviewed this document in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes.
And there's a summary of 5 points relating to this intelligence. Can you confirm, and I think you may have, that aside from your review of this particular document in preparation for today, you have received intelligence briefings and information that is reflected in each of these 5 points?
I have 6 points on mine.
I may have misspoken. You're correct, quite correct. 6 points.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Can I turn your attention to point 4? Perhaps you can review that. And while you are, the second sentence says, MP Dong expressed the view that even if the PRC released the two Michaels at that moment, opposition parties would view the PRC's action as an affirmation of the effectiveness of a hardline Canadian approach to the PRC. See that?
Yes.
When were you first made aware of MP Dong expressing this view?
As I said, this was subsequent to leaks, but let me also just say that it's aware of information alleging that MP Dong expressed this view. As has been previously stated, there have been significant questions around both translation and summary of the actual exchange that, I don't think I need to read the first page filled with caveats around incomplete, single-sourced, varying degrees of reliability, not necessarily indicating corroboration or reliability of sources. So there's a lot of uncertainty around even the things that we're saying in the summary, that we're seeing in the summaries.
Can I ask you, Prime Minister, have you personally reviewed that summary?
This summary?
No, the summary of the intercepted conversation.
Madam Commissioner, I'm concerned that we're getting into a sensitive area. I'm frankly not sure. I'm not sure.
I can say yes to that, though. Yes, I have personally done that. But there's not much more I can say about it.
That's fine, thank you. Can we call up COM 118, which is the Special Rapporteur's first report that was produced or dated May 23, 2023?
COM 118?
Yes.
Just a minute.
And I'd like to go to page 26, small Roman numeral 8. There's an analysis of a piece of reporting that Han Dong advised the PRC consulate to extend the detention of the two Michaels, Global News, March 22, 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and immediately below that, Mr. Johnston comments on how there has been considerable media attention about an alleged transcript of this conversation. You see that?
Yes.
And he then says, I have reviewed the same intelligence report that was provided to the Prime Minister relating to this allegation, which I am advised is the only intelligence that speaks to this issue. I can report the following, and we're going to come to the following. My question now, though, is, Mr. Johnson tells us that he reviewed the same intelligence report that you did, and that this is the only report that exists that speaks to this issue. So my question for you is the following. Is the intelligence report that Mr. Johnson is referring to there CAN-SUM 002 that we just looked at, or is it something else?
I'm not sure the witness can answer that in this setting.
So we'll note the question.
Okay. And are there other reports that, for now we'll go with written reports, either hard copy or electronic, that you're aware of that perhaps were not shared with Mr. Johnson that might relate to precisely what was or wasn't said between Mr. Dong and the PRC official?
I'm not certain I can answer that question.
For the same reasons?
For reasons of security and confidentiality.
Thank you.
National security.
Thank you. Have those reports, if there are any such reports, have they been provided to the present commission?
Again, I'm not sure I cannot confirm or infirm the existence of any other reports that I cannot speak to here.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson then gives his assessment of that particular allegation as follows. He says, the allegation is false. Mr. Dong discussed the two Michaels with a PRC official, but did not suggest to the official that the PRC extend their detention. The allegation that he did make that suggestion has had a very adverse effect. Do you agree with that assessment, sir?
Yes, we know that the media reports and the allegations made in rather a spectacular fashion about Mr. Dong were false.
Okay, but would you agree
in regards to what he said or didn't say about the two Michaels?
Okay, would you agree with me, sir, that all that Mr. Johnson was commenting on was what is contained in that heading, that particular allegation? Mr. Johnson didn't comment one way or the other about whether what else Mr. Dong might have said to the PRC counsel, read the two Michaels, was correct. So, for example, in Can Samo 2, the conversation is stated slightly differently.
I'm not sure the witness can comment on what Mr. Johnson was or was not commenting on.
Mr. Prime Minister, I have very many more questions, as you might imagine, but I simply don't have the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. De Luca. Counsel for Anne Dong.
Thank you, Commissioner. Prime Minister, I'm Mark Pauly, and as you heard, I represent Han Dong. I'm going to start with the same issue that Mr. De Luca finished with, and that is the allegations that were made in the newspaper, in Global at least, relating to the two Michaels. And we, as you know, we heard yesterday from Mr. Clow, among others, and Mr. Clow told us about how after the leaks came out, there were discussions about what to do, how to respond, whether there could be any response. And in particular, he said there were a number of discussions about how to get the truth out that the story was wrong. And he explained that up until yesterday, he was not able to say that publicly. Are you able to, first of all, tell us, did you have conversations like that as well about whether there was anything the government could do, whether anything you could do?
Well, further, what we actually did was engage the special rapporteur who had the opportunity to go through the evidence and state quite categorically that the allegations were false. And we felt that having the special rapporteur able to engage on that and qualify those allegations as false was perhaps more reassuring to concerned Canadians than having officials of the same, or the elected officials of the same party as Mr. Dong categorizing that the same way.
And so does that, well, aside from ultimately making that decision, did you, like Mr. Clow, have discussions about whether there was anything that could be released before that, like immediately to respond?
There were many discussions following the leaks on this issue, but on a number of the issues that were leaking, as we highlighted and attempted to highlight a few times in the media. There were clear falsehoods and inaccuracies in the media reporting, but the challenge of protecting national security meant that we were very much limited in our ability to contradict the false allegations being made by the leaker.
And that difficulty you're describing, although we've heard, as I say, Mr. Clow talk about finally being able to say something publicly yesterday, you're speaking about it today to some extent. But I take it that same tension continues, that there's only so much, as we can see, that you're able to say.
But, you know, given, as Mr. Clow pointed out yesterday, we are now in a position to express and to repeat that the way it was characterized in the media was wrong.
Okay. So let me turn to buses, the ongoing discussion about buses. We heard about you being briefed by Mr. Broadhurst in September 2019, and you talked about him flagging concerns and describing this scenario of students being brought to Don Valley North nomination meeting. And you asked whether the intelligence agency understood this thing that busing people to nomination meetings is standard, or I think you said regular earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
And
It will be your last question.
thank you. Sorry, let me make sure. And you raised the issue of whether the intelligence agency understood this basic issue that someone like you who knows politics and nomination campaigns knows. And did you figure out an answer to that, whether the people at the agency who were reporting this had that context?
Oh, certainly. Listen, our intelligence agencies, even though they don't organize nomination meetings themselves as political parties do, regularly turn to experts and learn about the things that they don't know about when they need to. So I am very confident that our intelligence agencies now know a lot more about the unfolding of nominations, which is important because they need to be able to ensure that those nominations, like all electoral events, are decided by the residents and indeed by ensuring that our democratic processes are free and fair and absent interference by foreign actors.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Human Rights Coalition.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Teach, and as the Commissioner stated, I'm representing the Human Rights Coalition. I understand, Mr. Prime Minister, that you have a lot of confidence in your NSIA's ability to receive information from the national security agencies. But I want to ask about your level of confidence in the agency's abilities to receive information from those most vulnerable, namely members of targeted diaspora communities. So let me just start with this. Were you aware, Mr. Prime Minister, that the RCMP's National Security Information Network is only available in English and French?
I was not.
Were you aware that the CSE's online reporting tool, as well as CSIS's reporting tool, and the OCCE's complaints form on the website are also available in only English and French?
But I am also aware that all those agencies use in language individuals who are able to reach into and engage with communities. But I take your word for it that the online forms are only in English and French.
I appreciate that. And we also heard on March 27th with the diaspora panel, that was the first day of these hearings, that community members oftentimes don't feel empowered to reach out to the agencies. They feel that they won't be heard. They feel it's a waste of time for whatever reason. Given these limitations, how can you expect the agencies themselves to really know, and therefore how can you expect the NSIA to really know if coercion, harassment, or intimidation of diaspora community members is happening, including in the context of elections?
This is certainly a challenge, and it is something that we've been working on over the past years to try and improve and increase not just the diversity within our various agencies, but also the ability of those agencies to reach into people who are often most vulnerable to interference, particularly in diaspora communities, but also at the same time, often with good reason, most suspicious of authorities and enforcement agencies that have not always treated them fairly in the past.
Thank you. Given these limitations, does this plant even a seed of doubt in your mind in terms of the integrity of the 2019 and 2021 general elections?
I think those are two different things. The challenge of any democracy is ensuring that people who perhaps disagree with the outcome of a given election still have faith that that is indeed the will of the people, the will of citizens. And that's where having a panel in place, both in 2019 and 2021 that could say that that they have determined or they've concluded that the election was free and fair is a really important step. Now, nobody can say that about the 2015 election, for example, or elections before, because those panels didn't exist. At the same time, what we learned from the 2019 election was applied to the 2021 election and will continue to be applied and expanded and become more, perhaps more sensitive or alert to various vulnerabilities that are more difficult to go into, particularly when you talk about racialized or marginalized communities. So there is more to do, but I do have confidence in the ability of our intelligence agencies and our panel to have drawn the conclusion that the elections in 2019 and in 2021 were indeed free and fair.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doody for the Ukrainian Canadian Congress. Or, yes. No, it's the Sikh coalition, I'm sorry. You'll be next.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Trudeau. My name is Prabjot Singh. I'm appearing on behalf of the Sikh coalition. So I don't have a whole lot of time, but I want to start by asking whether you would agree that your government missed key opportunities to hold India to account for its interference in Canada, and to be more specific, so we can narrow down a concise answer, that there were attempts made by the government to minimize the threat that India posed throughout this relevant period, and actually tried to hide the severity of the threat from Canadians. Would you agree with that assessment?
No.
Mr. Operator, if we can bring up COM 155. So, Mr. Trudeau, this is a copy of the 2019 annual report of the NSI COP, which you mentioned was a body created by your government in the hopes of creating some oversight and transparency on security and intelligence issues. Mr. Operator, if we can go to page 73 of the PDF. So as you know, this report deals with concerns about foreign interference. Is that 73 of the PDF? Or, yeah, 55 of the actual document. And so this is a section that deals with foreign interference specifically. And if we can continue to scroll down until 79, please. You can go a little bit faster. And stop right there, if you can hold for a second, if you scroll up, please. So there is mention specifically of foreign interference by the People's Republic of China, and continue scrolling. There's mention of the Russian Federation, and if we can pause right there, and it specifically says other states engaged in foreign interference, and if you continue scrolling, that entire section has been redacted. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Operator, if we can go to page 108 of the PDF. And if you continue scrolling until 113, you see these are instances of Canada's response to foreign interference in relation to China. And then it goes into instances of a response to Russian interference. And if we scroll down, and this entire section again is redacted. So, Mr. Trudeau, I'm going to suggest that the redacted sections of this report outline details of Indian electoral interference and coercive activities against the Sikh community, as well as outlining governmental failures in combating this specific threat. And so I understand that you may not be able to address this in a public setting for national security reasons. And if that's the case, you can indicate that to the commissioner. So can you confirm that that is the substance that's been redacted in this report?
Obviously, in a public setting, I can't speak to redactions made for national security, but I will say that the principle that anyone who comes to Canada from anywhere in the world has all the rights of a Canadian to be free from extortion, coercion, interference from a country that they left behind. And how we have stood up for Canadians, including in the very serious case that I brought forward to Parliament of the killing of Nijar, demonstrates our government's commitment to defending the rights and freedoms of Canadians, for whom, which are the reasons for which so many people crossed oceans and continents to come live in this country and build this country. And the suggestion that we haven't and we won't do everything we can to defend Canadian rules and values and defend Canadians from foreign interference is simply misplaced.
And so I take your point there, and I have very limited time, but I do want to confirm that it was you that approved the redactions in this report. Is that correct? Based on suggestions from public servants that you received.
Redactions are made by professional public servants, and we sign off on them, but we do not modify them.
But you do have the authority, the ultimate approval, and you do have the possibility to push back against excessive redactions.
Redactions are made by professional public servants, not by the political wing.
And does the Prime Minister have the authority to push back on the suggestions that are made in cases where there may be excessive redactions?
That gets into the entire question of declassification of information. And in the American system, the president can, declassify in ways that are not replicated in our system here in Canada.
So just very simply, I have one last question I want to ask after this. Does the Prime Minister have the authority and the ability to push back against those suggestions when there's excessive redaction?
The Prime Minister has an ability to engage in discussions and ask for reasons. But like I said, as Prime Minister and as a government, our habit and our approach has always been to allow the professional public service to make determinations around what needs to be redacted in the name of national security and confidentiality.
Madam Commissioner, I have one final question, if that's okay.
Very quick.
Sure. I think you would agree that the lack of meaningful steps to expose and stop foreign interference activities when they first arise, including deliberate actions to redact any failures that may have been included in the NSI COP report, could play a role in India's increasingly aggressive interference and repression activities over this period. So that would be a consequence of failing to act effectively and failing to bring the threat of Indian foreign interference to Canadians' attention earlier. Is that correct?
I think that's certainly a question one needs to ask of the previous Conservative government that was known for its very cozy relationship with the current Indian government, whereas our government has always stood up to defend minorities in Canada and the rights of minorities to speak out, even if it irritates their home countries overseas.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
So, Mr. Doody, it's your turn.
Good evening, Prime Minister. It's John Doody. I'm counsel for the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress. We've heard that Russia's foreign interference activities in foreign elections was the catalyst for the plan to protect Canada's democracy, and that Russia was a foreign nation that the Canadian government was concerned could potentially interfere in Canadian elections, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We've also heard from the site task force and the panel of 5 that neither identified any foreign interference activity by Russia in either the 2019 or the 21 general election. It would seem possible that Russia was not interested in interfering with Canadian elections in those years, or equally possible that they did and the Canadian government failed to detect it. Would you agree that it's possible that Russia interfered in one or both the elections and the Canadian government simply failed to notice it?
I would highlight that, of course, It is always possible that the entire body of our national security intelligence agencies are very sophisticated cyber and security communications establishment detected absolutely nothing or got it wrong. But I would also suggest that undermining Canadians' confidence in their elections being free and fair is probably something that Russia would love to see in Canada. So I would be very wary about saying that, oh, despite the fact you didn't find any evidence of it, it still might have happened. I think we have seen the extent to which Russia is engaged in misinformation, disinformation, and actions of sowing chaos and destabilizing democracies around the world, including attempts at cyber attacks and successful cyber attacks in Canada. But I think one of the big differences between Russia and a number of other hostile or challenging state actors is the significant lack of a critical mass of either Russian diaspora or Russian speakers in Canada, as you contrast with the situation in Ukraine or in Latvia or elsewhere, where there is an easier threshold for them to interfere in democratic processes.
You spoke about the need for Canadians to be confident that the government is doing what it can to keep Canadians safe. How confident are you in this site task force and the panel of five's conclusion that Russia did not interfere with either election?
We know Russia is responsible for significant amounts of propaganda, of misinformation, of disinformation, and certainly attempts at interference are no doubt ongoing from Russia. They are a hostile actor, hostile to Canada, hostile to our values, hostile to our support of Ukraine, and hostile to our democracy. But to reach a threshold at which there is a belief that Russia posed a threat to the integrity of our elections, to the outcome of our elections, is certainly not something that either the site or the panel determined.
And finally, would you expect members of the Canadian-Ukrainian community to have a high level of confidence in that conclusion as well?
Yes, I think the Canadian-Ukrainian community, like all Canadians, can have a high degree of confidence in the conclusions by all of our national security experts and top public servants that the elections in 2019 and 2021 are free and fair. At the same time, I think Ukrainian Canadians, like all Canadians, need to remain vigilant to Russian disinformation and to the amplification of pro-Russian narratives in contexts and coming from places that one wouldn't suspect pro-Russian narratives to be amplified. I'm very pleased to see that Ukraine just passed the updated Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement over the past days, and I continue to be bewildered at the fact that the Conservative Party voted against that update because they fell prey to pro-Russian narratives that are undermining Canada's support for Ukraine amongst Conservative Canadians, which I know is a thing of deep distress for many Ukrainian Canadians, and rightly so.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Betsy Roy for the RCDA. Russian-Canadian Democratic Alliance.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Hello, Mr. Prime Minister. Hello, Madam Commissioner. I am representing the Russian-Canadian Alliance. We have heard that some disinformation campaigns could have affected some political parties in the 2021 elections. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I want to remove politics about this, and I want to talk about disinformation. Mr. Trudeau, I want to indicate that the conclusion from our national security experts and the panel in charge of ensuring the integrity of our elections, well, they agreed that there was no impact in the results due to foreign interference, whether it's in the different counties or in the general elections at large. So yes, there were attempts to interfere, but our elections were, the integrity of our elections stood firm. Question. I want to ask if that kind of attempt affected just one party, or could it affect all parties, leaders of all parties, like the Liberal Party and the others? Answer. Well, the involvement of foreign interference can affect just one party, all parties, or a few parties. It can also affect the country of origin, the county, and the region as well. Question. Did you witness this as a leader of the Liberal parties during the 2021 and 2019 elections? Answer. In my capacity as a party leader, I was supposed to campaign, speak to as many Canadians as possible, and ensure that as many Liberal members are elected as possible. I was confident in the institutions that we had built, like the P5, to ensure that the integrity of the elections stood firm, and they concluded that in both elections, 2021 and 2019, these elections were free and fair. Question. Let's put aside the institution. I want to ask you this question as a party leader campaigning in 2019 and 2021. I want to know what you heard with your own eyes and heard with your own ears and saw with your own eyes. Did these attempts affect members of the Liberal parties during both campaigns? Answer. Well, disinformation campaigns were quite widespread, more in 2021 than in 2019. We saw conspiracy theories with respect to vaccination. We also witnessed conspiracy theories about the World Economic Forum, and even personal attacks against me and my family. So yes, there was misinformation and disinformation during those campaigns. Question. Well, it can't be easy, especially when it affects your family. But my question is, you understand how social media works, so you did your campaign in 2015 thanks to social media. I'm sure it was very helpful in that campaign. I want to know whether there were some disinformation campaigns that were more important, and do you think that it impacted voters during those two campaigns? Answer. Well, every political party was using social media to try and garner votes. So, of course, social media played an important role in those elections. Question. I was talking about disinformation campaigns, wondering if you know whether we can influence voters in that regard. Answer. I think we can see that disinformation and misinformation impacts several people. There are thousands of Canadians who believed that vaccination was more dangerous than COVID-19 itself. That is an example of people who were affected, sometimes fatally, by disinformation. Mr. Tira, you have a last question? This is my last question. I want to know if you witnessed disinformation that could, if you had witnessed this, why didn't you raise this issue with government institutions, those who are mandated and authorized to act on these misinformation and disinformation campaigns, especially when it affects the integrity of elections? Answer. Because those institutions, and I speak regularly about this with my national security advisors about the impact of misinformation and disinformation. We can see, let's remember the situation that happened with the convoys in Ottawa to understand that it's a real situation, but it's not up to me to tell the panels that you have to be wary of disinformation and misinformation. It's part of their job to ensure that the elections keep their integrity, and they did a good job in 2019 and 2021. And we understand that in 2025, it will be even more difficult, and they have to keep doing the excellent job.
One last question, if I may. If you, as the party leader, you're in an election campaign and you see serious interference, false information, would you report that? Is Elections Canada doing its work? I trust that they will do their work, but it is part of our responsibility, all of us, whether we're citizens, candidates, party leaders, or political parties. We all need to work with the site task force to report any misinformation or disinformation. And this is part of what we're going to do with the panel. We will raise issues with the panel, but the panel does not depend on us to do its work. But yes, absolutely, we can contribute, and we should. Thank you. The Attorney General.
Re-examination?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je ne sais pas si je dois dire que vous êtes...
Thank you very much. I don't know if I can say you are free to leave, but I will allow myself to tell you that you are free to leave. Thank you very much.
Order, please. Alors, s'il vous plaît, this sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission has adjourned. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est levée.